Welcome back to another episode of the Main Quest podcast. Yes, this is, of course, a side quest episode. And as always, I'm your host, Keith. And I'm not going to take my time mincing words here. As you can see, this episode is incredibly long, and I'll speak on that in just a moment. When this episode drops, the podcast will officially be in its 5th year, it's crazy. It's a wild thing to say. So this episode technically won't be about video games, but it will have many instances, oftentimes out of context, of me and others speaking about video games. This episode is nothing more than a victory lap, a compilation of some of the best moments from the show spanning the past 5 years that it's been active. And yes, I am counting 2024. Some would say, I was only active for 4 years, but in 2024, I did release 4 or 5 episodes or something. So I'm counting it. It counts. With that said, before I get to all the random clips here and let this show play out, I would like to reminisce a little bit about Main Quest. And if you're new to the show, if you've come into this since I came back from my hiatus, I thought up the premise of the show back in 2016. Some of you might know, I live in Wisconsin. Yes, amongst all the beer drinkers and the bad drivers, which usually go hand in hand here. But we're also known for having pretty bad snowstorms, which isn't really a thing anymore, unfortunately. We just get bitter cold now. Anyway, me and my then girlfriend were stuck in the house for 2 days, waiting for one of those huge snowstorms to pass. And she had the idea to dig out her old N64 and a bag full of games. And when I say bag full of games, I mean she literally had 15 loose cartridges and controllers just hanging out in a small plastic grocery bag. And if that makes you cringe a little bit, I totally get it. I'm not a collector myself, but it sounds horrible, doesn't it? But neither of us at that time were really playing a ton of video games. She had a PC, and so she was kind of playing stuff every now and again. And as for me, I wasn't really playing anything at all. I really didn't even have any consoles except for a 360, which at that point had been in storage for maybe the past 4 years. My point is, that day we spent most of the afternoon playing GoldenEye. And though playing multiplayer brought back some good memories, and for what it's worth, was semi-enjoyable. As I was playing it, I'm like, wow, this game feels horrible to play. And it looked goofy as hell. And I sat there and I wondered, man, how many games did I just let slip through the cracks because it was just the hottest thing at the time? So then I began my search for anything I played growing up so that I could replay them in preparation for a blog that I was going to start. A little bit of trivia for you, dear listeners. I am a successful and published writer. It is true. I've written articles for several magazines in Milwaukee, even had a couple published in the big newspaper here, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, and another one I did for some random drumming magazine highlighting John Paul Gaster from Clutch. I don't really like writing. I guess I do to some degree because I'm doing a review series on the Patreon, patreon.com/The Main Quest. So I've kind of been shaking the rust off lately. This was also around the same time I was getting into podcasts. But for whatever reason, it never dawned on me to start my own podcast until we get to 2019. And I had my list of games. I attained most of them, and I was prepared to do the blog. it was time. But there was one problem. It's 2019, and realistically, nobody gave a shit about blogs anymore. And if they did, it's usually supplemental to something else. So if you've got a YouTube channel, you probably got a blog. If you got a website, you got a blog. If you're doing social media stuff, there might be a blog intertwined with that. So with some encouragement from my girlfriend, I researched what little equipment I would need to realistically start the main quest, which back then didn't have a name. It was not always the main quest. I had a list of names, none of which I remember, but I thought main quest was apropos of the concept behind the program you're listening to now. So for the next couple of months and into early 2020, I learned how to produce my own show, and I began recording in February or early March and released my first episode in April. And going back to it now, that first episode specifically, kind of cringy. I would say it's hard to go back to. It is and it isn't. Actually, it's not too terrible. Technically, you can't even go back to it because everything from episode 1 through 40, plus a couple other random episodes in there, is now delisted for whatever reason, which is something I plan on fixing. I'm currently fixing right now. And by the time this episode airs, patrons will know what happened to those episodes. Patreon.com/The Main Quest. But the first episode was on Alien Crush for the TurboGrafx 16. And I just don't know what I was doing. I don't know what that voice was that I was using. I was doing like this low quality NPR ASMR radio voice. I was just nervous as hell. And I made the decision to solo host because I don't know anyone. Well, I didn't know anyone at the time who cared about retro games or could co-host a podcast with me, nor did I want to force anyone to play the games that I grew up with. Seems a little rude, right? You can call me a little self-centered. It's my podcast. But when you go back to these early episodes, the content is there. The show actually hasn't changed too much since then. Like, the quality has gotten much better. I'm also better at doing this. I'm better at solo hosting. I'm better at talking to nobody. This is like a breeze now. I remember back in the day, I would get so self-conscious and get like these mental blocks that I would have to like stop the recording and then come back to it like hours later, maybe even a day later, and then finish the episode off. I would like get these stomach aches when I sat down to record. It's so funny looking back at it. And look at me now, talking to myself like a madman. And I don't know if that's a skill or a mental disorder. I'll let you guys decide. But from the first few episodes, the show already kind of started to evolve a little bit. I think if you really want like a good example of a kind of fully formed skeleton of what the show is now, you don't really have to look further than episode 8 or 9, which was on Super Mario Brothers for the NES. Because I went from being a wreck doing solo hosted podcasts to being a wreck having to learn how to host a podcast with a guest, which in hindsight was a little bit easier than I was making it out to be back then, because my brother, he was a reoccurring guest for quite a while there. So kind of really helped me with my nerves a little bit. He's always been the straight man to my insane rambling. And boy, did I ramble back then. And then also to make it easier on myself to host, that's when I decided that I should probably break the podcast down into categories. The categories that we have now: story, gameplay, graphics, and music, which graphics and music are now just one thing. And then somewhere in there, I decided to throw in the quiz show. And yeah, all of that stuff was just cemented into the DNA of Main Quest that early on. And it's all because I was just trying to figure out like the flow of being able to host a guest. And of course, stuff like retro recollections and the review scores and so on would be added further down the line. And in fact, there was a retro recollections type segment very early on. It was like between episodes 15 and 25, maybe. It just didn't have a name. And I don't remember what happened or like the reason why I dropped that segment. I think it was probably because there was like lack of engagement for a couple of episodes. And then I just kind of forgot to do it. Same thing happened with cheats. I had an entire segment dedicated to cheats for a video game. And I think I just kept forgetting to check for cheats, and then I just stopped doing it. But for what it's worth, I don't think people are missing the cheats segment that much. And that's one of the things I'm always trying to see like where I can cut the fat of the podcast, right? And that's just one of those things where it's like, do we really need to talk about the cheats? I don't think so. And so with all these mental gymnastics happening of learning how to podcast and trying to figure out how to make it better, growing an audience that may love to listen to what I have to say about a game that they love or that they hate, imagine the blow to my ego when I found out I wasn't the only retro gaming podcast out there. I had to earn the number one spot. It sounds preposterous, but I didn't listen to really any gaming podcasts at all back then. I listened to two, Retronauts and Giant Bomb. That was it. I wholeheartedly thought that a podcast dedicated to reevaluating the games that I played throughout my life in the format that I've established in these first handful of episodes was completely unique. I was so innocent, dear listener. I was so naive. And then I found Secret Levels. And then through them, I found Retro Hangover. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, our segments were even the same. We sometimes even made the same jokes without even knowing each other existed. And I felt so dumb. I felt defeated. I wanted to crawl in the corner and just die of cringe. I legitimately thought I had an original idea, and I was well aware that I was a shitty offshoot of Retronauts, right? They're off-brand Retronauts. I knew that. But I never realized I was also Temu Retro Hangover. And then I find out Chris and Shane have been doing it for fucking 20 years already. So talk about, again, a giant blow to my ego. I thought about not doing the show anymore. It really messed with me. And then somehow, somewhere along the way, I became friends with those guys. And I confided in them. I talked to them and I told them, hey, I'm not trying to step on your toes or emulate you guys in any way. Because it truly bothered me. I was actually devastated. And it's so silly when I think about it now, because even though our shows are similar, they're completely different by way of personality. And besides, my show has a lifespan. It's not going to be around forever. And as the years have moved on, I'm kind of back to where I started, where I don't really listen to a lot of gaming podcasts anymore because I don't want any opinions of any games that I'm going to be covering to influence what I might have to say about them. What else can I say about the show here before I let you guys loose on these greatest moments? The opening line, the number one retro gaming podcast that does things or is a thing. I've always referred to the opening line of the podcast as the Simpsons couch gag. Because if you don't know, if you're not familiar with The Simpsons, at the beginning of every Simpsons episode, there is a different gag that plays out when the family enters the house to sit on the couch. I actually don't know if that's something they still do on that show. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a very long time. So I open the show with a new line that is gaming adjacent, sometimes relative to what's happening in the industry, or something that has to do with the game that I'm covering, or sometimes it's just a deeply rooted in-joke that nobody's going to understand. And that whole thing, that started, I think, again, in that like 8th or 9th episode range. I wasn't exactly, and it didn't start out exactly what it is now. I think I said something along the lines of like, welcome back to the Main Quest podcast, the best gaming show out there, or something like that. And then when I did, I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake episode, I used it again, but I changed it slightly. And then interestingly enough, on the Final Fantasy episode for the NES is, I think, where it kind of stuck and became the #1 retro gaming podcast that is who, what, where, and why. And the only reason why I started doing that, well, first of all, it started out as a joke. And then I didn't do it for 2 or 3 episodes. And then I brought it back, and I kept bringing it back because someone sent me a hate message regarding one of the earlier episodes where I had said it. Which, I mean, like, again, I was fucking joking. I was 8 episodes in. There's no way that I was the #1 retro gaming podcast. But now, it's still not. It's not. So, yeah, I kept doing it out of spite, just to piss that one person off who probably stopped listening to my show 250 episodes ago. And if you're still here, hey, what's up? Glad you helped morph the podcast into what it is now. So thank you. So maybe I should, maybe this is a good cutoff point, right? I should get on with the rest of the episode. I just thought this would be the perfect time to reflect on where this whole thing started. And you'll get to hear a lot of that in this episode. Again, a lot of the stuff that you're going to hear today might be for the first time, since a lot of that stuff is no longer available. You'll hear some of the cringy stuff I mentioned earlier. You'll hear me stumble around my first time hosting. You'll hear that first Simpsons couch gag and a ton of other great moments, from guest reactions to the quizzes that I had for them, me having a good old-fashioned freak out. You're also going to hear clips from stuff that's actually locked behind the Patreon, like stuff from High Score Cinema, some of the bonus episodes, Launch Protocol. There's a lot of stuff in here, and it is not edited. Whatever is included in here is as it aired. Which, by the way, fair warning, as a lot of you will know, up until 2025, the podcast was 17 plus. 95% of the stuff, no, I think it's 100%. 100% of the stuff on this episode is uncensored. Again, I have not gone back and edited any of this. It is pulled straight from the episode and is preserved how it aired. So if you're listening to this with your kids in the car or something, maybe you should reconsider. But also, don't let me tell you how to be a fucking parent. With that said, I really appreciate you guys for being on this ride with me. If you've been here since April 2020 or April 2025, thank you. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for making this a thing. So take care of yourselves, and always remember, it's okay to like a video game. It's the first episode of the Main Quest podcast, and if you guys don't know, I have compiled a list of about 480 games that I've played throughout my entire life, whether I own them, rented them, or played them with friends. I'm going back and completing them all in chronological order from my from a very early age as a child till I was like 27 or something. So it's going to end around like 2011 or something like that. I don't know if I was 27 then. I can't do the math right now. We're not here to do math. So the podcast has a finite amount of episodes, unless there's reason to continue. I haven't stopped playing video games. I'm still playing modern games. I just thought it would be interesting to replay all these games and kind of get a new point of view on them as an adult. A lot of these games I haven't played since I was a kid. These people want to help Link. They know he wants to go back home, but they know if he completes his mission, they are all going to die.
Yeah, in doing so, in fulfilling this mission of allowing Link to leave this island, they cease to exist. Which is a weird dichotomy of thinking about like the motivations of these characters too. Like they are helping Link with the intention that they themselves are going to no longer exist.
Yeah, I was going to say that's crazy. So like they exist to help him serve the mission of his dream, but in doing so, they cause their own demise.
They almost have like a consciousness to it. Like they're aware of the situation, which is weird to think about.
That's really crazy.
There are some, and there is some lines of dialogue from Marin specifically where she brings up the fact that like, hey, if you go through with this, I'm not going to exist.
Sad.
And there are different endings to this game that you can get where
that's wild.
When Link wakes up, you're supposed to just take the context of Marin being reincarnated as a seagull.
The seagull, yeah. That you see at the very end, she flies away.
Yeah. So there is kind of that nice little wrap up if you see that. But
so you're telling me Link was just having dream sex with a bird? That's what I'm hearing.
Just like cuts to him alone, like on the beach, just like cuddling like a seagull, like by himself. That's the whole game. That's it.
Is this the horniest Zelda game?
Oh, jeez.
I'd say Wind Waker is a close second. Like, there's some weird sexual energy between. What's the name of the pirate?
Tetra,
that's it. Yeah, I know it began with a T. Between Tetra and Link, like, there's some weird energy going on there. But Marin, like.
Yeah, I would say that this game is pretty horny, but I'll have to disagree and say that Skyward Sword, the sexual tension between Zelda and Link in that game is
Zelda is wet
palpable.
That entire game.
Yeah. And you've got the disapproving father as well, who's like, what are your intentions with my daughter?
Well, that's one of the only games that I felt that like there is this mutual like, we'll be longtime friends. We have this connection. Maybe it's romantic. Maybe it's not. And it's just like, it's there the whole time.
Yeah, but I mean, that makes sense. I would argue that this is hornier because Marin doesn't know Link. He washed up on the shore of her home and she was like, I'm going to fuck you.
That's fair.
Well, and not only so when I was playing through it, there's the trading quest, which I'm sure we may or may not talk about. But you meet Madame Meow Meow.
Ooh, yep.
And she's just making out with Link. And she gives him like
you get kisses as a reward.
Yeah.
You never made out with someone once you rescued their chain chomp? Like, you not do that over the pond?
And then there's Crazy Tracy, who basically gives Link a like she rubs him out.
Yeah, it like cuts to black and you're like, okay, I know
you're fully restored.
Exactly.
And then Link gets catfished by Hippo. That's basically posing as Princess Peach.
Yeah,
another weird Mario reference.
Yeah. I think you're right. This game is everyone just wants to Link's nuts in this game.
You can tell it's a dream now. It's a dream.
It's just like, oh, okay, Link, I see where your mind's going. I gotcha.
Sorry, Zelda, Link ain't dreaming about you.
No, you're not even in existence.
Right.
And Princess Peach is showing up in those dreams, which is it's a little interesting there.
All right, so this is Podbean users are going to be really disappointed because they're not going to be able to listen to this episode. So let's move on here. Are you ready? I got a little game. I got a little game for you, Paul.
Okay.
Because I think somebody told me that you like to play games, and somebody also told me that you are deeply in love with the state of Colorado.
Yes.
Would you say you pretty much know all there is to know about Colorado?
There's probably more that I could learn about it. I know I have books I haven't finished reading, and I know every time I go there, there's new stuff to discover. So I would have to say no. I don't know everything there is to know about Colorado.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Well, maybe you'll learn something today. Because I have a game for you that combines the Super Mario Brothers series and Colorado. And it's a game that I would like to call, is this a real life location in Colorado or a fictional location in the Mario universe?
This is something that belongs on a YouTube channel.
All right, it's simple. It's simple. I have 15 locations, and you have to tell me if it's a place that exists in Colorado or if it's a place that exists in the Mario series.
Okay, and should I answer these as Toad? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to. I had to get
If you want to blow your
I had to get a glass of water after I did that.
All right, so you ready? All right. We're going to start out simple, all right? We'll start out slow. And keep in mind, these locations aren't just from this game. It's from all the Mario games.
Oh, all right.
And like for Colorado, it's like from all the Colorado states.
For sure.
All right, so number 1, Donut Plains.
Oh, that's Mario Brothers.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, all right. All right, you ready? Number 2, Pikes Peak.
That's Colorado.
Okay. Number 3, KV Cape.
Number 3, what?
KV Cape.
KV Cape. Mario Brothers?
Yeah, it's from Bowser's Inside Story.
Okay, all right. I'm not familiar with that one, but all right.
That's a good guess. So you got it. 3 for 3. Number 4, Paint Mines.
What was it again?
Paint Mines.
Paint Mines. See, I know there's mines in Colorado, but paint mines. I'll go with Colorado. I don't know. I'm taking a guess now.
Yeah, it's a park in Colorado.
Right.
Next one is Jolly Roger Bay.
Oh, that's Mario Brothers.
Yeah, Super Mario 64. Mm-hmm. You're 5 for 5, man. Damn, you're doing better than I thought you would. Midas River.
That is Colorado.
No, that is from Super Mario RPG.
I don't remember that one. All right.
All right. Number 6, Midas River. Or wait, no, I said that.
I get another go at it? It's Mario.
Number 7, Devil's Causeway.
That's Colorado.
Yeah, it's a trail in Colorado. Where are we? Okay, number 8, Rainbow Falls.
Colorado.
Yep, it's a waterfall. Number 9, Magic Mushroom House.
Mario Brothers?
No.
What?
It's a hotel in Colorado.
Shut up.
Yeah. I think
but there's there's gotta be magic mushroom houses in Mario too.
Well, of course there are.
Okay.
Yeah, there probably is, but I'm not specifically referencing those magic mushroom houses. I guess it's like this hotel in Colorado where you can book a room, and they also, it's like kind of like a dispensary where like when you check in or whatever, you choose what kind of mushrooms you want, and you basically just trip out in like whatever specific rooms or whatever.
I'm gonna go ahead and venture a guess that that's probably gonna be like an Aspen or Vale or Breckenridge type thing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but because I'm sure those rooms are probably like fucking decked out too to like make your trip even like more potent.
Okay.
But anyway. So number 10, Pianta Hot Springs.
Oh, that's Mario Brothers.
Yep, Super Mario. That's your favorite game, Super Mario Sunshine.
Shut the fuck up! It is not.
Number 11, San Francisco.
That's gonna have to be Colorado because I don't think Mario Brothers uses any real places. Dude.
No, man, it's a Mario game.
Wait a minute, is it like Mario's Time Machine or something?
Mario's missing.
Oh, I knew it was one of those. God damn it, you got me. As soon as you were like, no, it's Mario. I those two games popped right into my head.
Yeah, it's It's one of those games I'm gonna have to fucking play for this show.
The
and
only
I don't want
the only Mario games that use actual locations. Yeah.
I was like, I have to, because I was looking at. I just pulled up a list of both Colorado stuff and Mario shit, and I'm looking. I'm just like, and I think I got to like I don't remember where it was. It was probably like Aspen or something like that. I'm like, Aspen in a Mario game, and then yeah, it said Mario's missing, and then of course they had like Paris and whatever, all that other shit.
Yeah.
How many you've gotten? You've gotten 8 out of 11, I think.
I don't know. It feels like
I already fucking forgot.
Yeah. You'll
I think it's 8.
Yeah.
All right, number 12, Cosmic Cove.
That is Mario Brothers.
Yeah, Super Mario Galaxy 2.
Yeah.
Manitou Springs.
Oh, that's Colorado.
Yep. Did I say that right?
Yep. Manitou Springs.
Champion Road.
That's Mario Brothers.
Yes, sir. Super Mario 3D World.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, you ready?
Yep.
This one might trip you up.
All right. Okay.
The International Church of Cannabis.
Well, that's Colorado.
That's not even a question.
Oh, you son of a
But you got it
bitch.
right. Yeah, you got it right.
You know, it doesn't really play that crucial of a role. In fact, I kind of found probably halfway through the game, any kind of dialogue that came up, I kind of just like, come on, just get through it. So it didn't really even matter.
At least it makes more sense than Simon's Quest, though.
Oh my God. Yeah, Simon's Quest. Fuck that game.
The dialogue is fucking awful.
Yeah, Simon's. Yeah, no. We don't talk about that anymore.
We're past it. Put it behind us. I will say, like, the story is very well written in the manual. If you ever have the time, go take a look at it. Like, it's really fucking dark for a Nintendo game. But also what the story in the manual also does, which we don't get in the game, is introduce all of the characters. You know, of course, mentions Trevor and Dracula. But we also get Sypha, Alucard, and the bassist for Limp Bizkit, Grant Dynasty.
What the fuck is this? There's a picture of Dracula's teeth in a glass of water. Like there is dentures.
Dude, he's like 7,000 years old, man. Give him a break.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I've got a real special game for you.
Is it a real humdinger?
It really is. It's kind of a new game I want to put into my bag of tricks here. It's something I want to revisit throughout this podcast's existence.
Okay. So I'm your guinea pig today?
Yeah, basically.
Fuck me sideways.
All right, so you're gonna love it,
All
dude.
right.
I really wanted to introduce it today because I knew you would be on the show. So I showed my dad, our dad, who is the most gamingest dad that's never played an actual video game in his life, except maybe a slot machine, which actually makes that actually fits because we're doing a Konami episode. Dude, Dad would love pachinko.
He probably would. Should probably get him a pachinko machine.
Anyway, I showed Dad gameplay from 5 different video games, and he commented on each of them.
Oh, shit.
So, I would like to call this new game, This Ain't Your Daddy's Video Game. The rules are simple. Each of the comments are a description of the game that my dad watched. And based off of those comments, you have to guess what game he was looking at.
Jesus Christ. All right.
So you get up to 3 comments or clues. And of course, now that there's a MQP leaderboard, points are involved. So I've got 5 games, 5 questions that you have to guess. Each one is worth 2 points. The more clues or comments that I give you, the less points you'll earn.
Okay.
So if you use all 3 clues or comments, you will only be able to earn 1 point. If you can't guess what the game is at all, then you're just shit out of luck.
Why wouldn't you just go 3, 2, 1, 0 instead of 2,
Because
1
I'm
and a
using a
half, and
scale
1.
of 10.
Oh,
just-
gotcha. Okay, understood.
Any questions before we begin?
I have a lot, but just go ahead.
Of course, before we begin, I just want to remind everybody of our current scores of past guests here. So, tied for number 1 with a total of 60 points is Dre and Chris. And sitting tight at number 2 is the Doctor, the 512 Doctor, with 50 points. So, you might be able to completely sweep here. We'll see what happens. Are you ready?
Sure.
First clue or comments. Well, this Skechers wearing motherfucker looks like his breath smells like old bus seats.
This Skechers looking motherfucker looks like his Shenmue?
No.
I have no idea.
Not a clue? Okay.
No. Give me the second
next one. This guy just smashed into glass and walked away.
This guy just smashed into glass and walked away. He's a Skechers wearing motherfucker whose breath smells like old bus seats. I don't. Here's the thing, too. I'm sure you've probably showed him games that I've probably never played, I'm assuming. I have no idea. So
No, you've played all of these games.
I have.
Mhm.
Smashed into glass. Skechers, breath, bus seat. What the fuck? I don't know. I guess. Give me the third one.
All right, last one. If you don't get it after this, I don't know what to tell you. He goes up a ramp. Oh, but he missed this ramp. He's on another ramp. Another ramp. Another ramp.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say Sonic the Hedgehog.
No.
Well, what the fuck? Because he wears sneakers. I was almost going to say that the first time, but then you said the glass thing, and that threw me off. And now you said he went up a ramp and another ramp. And so that sounds like Sonic to me. You're not talking about Mario Sunshine, are you?
No.
I don't know then. No, I don't know.
Really? Okay. Is that it?
Yeah,
Me
I guess.
calling it on this one?
I'm going to have to.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose. God, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about that at all. And I probably didn't think about that at all because can you really tell if they're wearing Skechers? I mean,
I showed him the creative character.
damn it. All right. Okay, whatever. Bus seats.
All right, you ready for that?
Bus seats? What?
Dude.
Which character did you show him? Bam or something? Like his band?
All right. Next one.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell he has on top of his head. What is that? A Tootsie Roll?
I'm trying to think of all the characters with weird things on top of their heads. A Tootsie Roll. Something that looks like a Tootsie Roll? I don't know. You have to give me the second one.
Why is this bullhorn talking to this guy?
What the fuck? What? Oh, wait a minute. A bullhorn. I'm getting something here. Bullhorn talking to this guy. And a Tootsie Roll on top of his head. You're not talking about a Zelda game, are you?
No.
Oh, what the fuck? A bullhorn. Why am I picturing like a bullhorn with eyes, and as it talks, the front of the bullhorn is like going in and out as it's speaking? Am I getting there?
You're on the right track.
You know what? I've got this fucking image in my brain, and I know that it's right, but I just don't know where it's from. You're gonna have to give me the third one.
He's pushing this big watermelon, but now he's relieving himself? He's urinating on these little men.
It's Yoshi's Island.
No.
What? Isn't that the one with the bullhorn? Oh, fuck me. Super Mario Sunshine.
Yep.
God damn it. Fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wanted to be like, dude, you just said it for the last game.
Yeah. Well, I knew I had that. Yeah, I had it in my. I tried not to think about that fucking game.
The Tootsie Roll thing is a little off because he was looking at all the toads and stuff. And I don't know why he said it looked like they were wearing Tootsie Rolls on their heads.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
And then when Mario gets FLUDD, it's talking to him. So he's like, oh, this bullhorn. It's talking to this guy.
Yeah, that's what was that. There, I swear to God, there's a game where there's an actual bullhorn that does talk to you, though. But anyway,
right.
I'll have to look that up.
So you're on the board. You got a point.
Yay.
Third game. First clue. Is this the Queen Mary?
Wind Waker?
No.
Oh.
Hey, man, you really swung for the fences on that one.
Well, I mean, the Queen Mary is a ship, right?
Yep.
So, and we already talked about Sunshine, even though there's no real boat per se in that one. So, Queen Mary.
Surprise, the rest of these are Mario Sunshine.
Shut up. Okay, say that again. The Queen Mary, or
is this the Queen Mary?
is this the Queen Mary? So that tells me it's gotta be a ship. Donkey Kong Country.
No.
Okay, I don't know what. Super Mario Brothers 3. I'm thinking of anything with a ship. Okay, you're gonna have to go to the next clue.
All these guys keep grabbing at this woman cop.
All these guys keep grabbing at this woman cop. Resident Evil?
You know, I'll give that to you. I specifically had Resident Evil 0.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate you.
Because the last clue would have probably really given it away. The last one is this centipede Cyclops has her in its mouth and he's shooting at it.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea.
I only got through I'm guessing, because I only recently started playing that. I probably am maybe 70% of the way through. So I would have gotten it with that one.
Next one. First clue.
Mm-hmm.
He just killed a guy in a urinal. Oh my God. He didn't even wash his hands.
He just killed a guy in a urinal. Oh my God, he didn't wash his hands. Shenmue?
No.
In a urinal. Killed a guy in a urinal. GoldenEye doesn't have any urinals, I don't think. Does it? GoldenEye?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the second level.
Yeah. I was getting there. It was right there.
Damn, all right. There you go. You killed it, dude. Second one is this guy is a terrific marksman. And the last clue is he just did some gymnastics and jumped onto a helicopter. Last game, first clue. The finger's fooling around with the ring. He keeps poking the ring.
Wait, what?
The finger's fooling around with the ring. He keeps poking the ring.
The finger's fooling around with the ring. He keeps poking the ring. The finger's fooling around with the ring. He keeps poking the ring. Sonic the Hedgehog?
No.
See, now I gotta think of games with fucking rings. Lord of the Rings?
No.
I obviously don't know this one. I don't know. You're gonna have to go on to the second one.
Why does he keep asking for my dad's birthday?
Why does he keep asking for my dad's birthday? That sounds familiar. Wait, does it? Or am I... No, now I'm confused. Is that... Something about that's very familiar now. I don't know. You have to give me the last one.
A squid? No, he's a fish. A manfish.
Is this in the Zelda series?
No.
Fuck.
It's Shenmue. No.
Shut up. Okay, finger poking a ring, asking for dad's birthday, and a manfish?
I gotta wonder if there's anybody listening right now that's that knows it.
I mean, if anybody thinks like our dad, probably. But... Well, I'm gonna have to probably end up with the lowest score on your tally board thus far.
Oh, no.
I mean, it was going to be low even if I got this one right. So
you would have, if you could still pull it off, you will irk out the doctor and take second place.
I don't know.
Is that your?
I don't.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. No idea.
Seaman.
Dude, I haven't given that game a thought since like the second week I played it. I would have never gotten that. Never.
I figured that I figured that last clue would have totally given it away. Yeah, the figure fooling around with the ring is basically at the beginning of the game you have to keep poking the Nautilus shell. And you just kept on saying that it looked like a ring because Nautilus looks like a ring. And then the other ones are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. If anybody out there is listening and enjoyed this game as much as I like putting it together, at least, let me know. A lot of people that I'm having on the show, one of the first things they ask me is like, so you got a game for me? Like, I really want to play a game. And it's like, of course. There's always going to be a game if you're on the show. So, not that I'm looking for anybody to take me seriously. Again, a lot of the stuff that I talk about as far as the development history, there's so much stuff that I look at. I kind of feel like I jumble the information from time to time, and I probably get some of it wrong. But anyway, I even find it difficult to even finish half of the games that I play. And so with that, I also, I don't want to cover a game that I don't like. That has to be extremely exhausting for you guys to listen to when I'm just shitting on every game that I play. And that's also, that's not healthy. It's not healthy to keep playing something for the sake of saying that you played it and to have an opinion on it. It's fine if you don't gel with the game. Don't keep playing it. Just drop it. It's not, that shit's not healthy. And the other question, I guess I don't know if I answered that first question. Do I consider myself a retro gamer? Maybe this is just me. I feel like the term retro gamer or retro gaming, I should be careful how I say this. Maybe other people will confirm this, but when I hear the word retro gamer, what comes to mind are a group of people that love to collect old hardware, software, peripherals, and things from the past that have to do with that era of video games. I find typically that a majority of these people seem to defend a game on the basis that they are just themselves avid collectors of those things and genuinely love the era in which the game was released, no matter what the quality of the game is. So in that way, in the way that I think of a retro gamer with that, I would absolutely not consider myself a retro gamer, though I do spend a majority of my time playing very old games. Most of the time, I'm not spending my time playing games that I enjoy. I mean, you listen to the show, right? And I think a lot of the comments I get regarding any one episode is a testament to that. I get a lot of people calling me crazy for not liking a game just because I should like it, I guess. If I am a quote-unquote retro gamer, I'm just supposed to like the game. And that's not the case. This might be an unpopular opinion here, but I think video games are the easiest medium to objectively judge and say that it is bad because you are interacting with it. It is an interactive entertainment media, and if the guy on the screen that you're controlling isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, or something on that screen just doesn't feel right, it's a bad video game. And, if it's a game that you like, it's okay to like that bad thing. But I think it's on you to be somewhat aware that the thing that you like is in fact bad. And some people will definitely think that it is bad for some of the obvious reasons, right? I've said this so many times before on this show, but it always bears repeating, always new people here. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm open to conversation. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not out here to have some personal vendetta. I don't even know who most of you are. man, some people just take criticism way too seriously these days, and I wouldn't be critical of these games if I didn't care, right?
So
I'm very much polarized, the same as you. I'm going to share a lot of the same sentiments as you. And I'd really hate to compare this to Super Mario Brothers or
don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Or Kirby's Adventure, because like, you know, in my opinion, like you said, I'm going to reflect this. Battletoads is a very well crafted game. I think it feels great to control. In my opinion, I actually feel like it looks pretty decent compared to a lot of the other games that I've played. And because of that, I think it has aged pretty well. I am not a fan of David Weiss's music. The music isn't deliberately terrible. It's just not my thing. And it does convey what it needs to. But if you thought going into this episode that you'd hear either Paul or I say, it's not as hard as people say. No, it is as hard as people say. Obstacles show up out of nowhere. Projectiles that show up out of nowhere. The amount of damage you take per hit. The gimmicky levels where you're on a speeder bike or surfing or flying or whatever the fuck you're doing while dodging obstacles are just, they're way too long. That's the other thing. Like, those sections are just way too fucking long. And the further you get, the more shit they throw at you on top of the speed of the game increasing as you move along. We didn't really talk about bosses. There's not a lot of bosses, but the bosses also take way too many hits to kill. I think, Paul, you mentioned that on level fucking 8, who gives a shit? And what makes this all worse was the difficulty was 100% deliberate on Rare's part. Most of this is just based on claims that manufacturers were losing money due to the rental market, basically cornering consumers into buying the game so that they could actually play through the entire thing. I could go on like a tangent on all of that, but I won't. And I won't even single out Rare as like the only company that did this in the late 80s and early 90s, because there were tons of other companies that were doing this. So could I somehow recommend Battletoads in 2020? Fuck no. No. It's more or less like a playing is believing type of game. Like, if for some reason you don't believe that this is quite possibly one of the, if not the hardest game, I don't know, dive in, man. Just fucking go in and play it if you want. If you have some sort of satisfaction, if you're some sort of person that loves pain.
Yeah, and you know what? You go for it, and if you beat it, you let us know if you were satisfied at the end of it or not. Did you feel like you accomplished the greatest thing in the fucking world? I mean, you probably didn't, but did you feel that way? You know what I'm saying? Let us know how that feels, if it was worth it or not.
Yeah, in my opinion, man, I mean, just there's no reason to play this shit. Just look at it from like far away. Far, far away. Don't
so far away that you're not even really looking at it.
I always feel like there's like two bits of like retro game trivia that are now so commonplace in like retro game communities. It's Doki Doki Panic and Mario 2, and then Nintendo created the PlayStation. I feel like those two are like the two biggest ones that just I feel like once you learn that, like when you're first going into your journey into retro gaming and retro history and gaming history, those are like the two big ones. You go, holy shit. So I when I first learned that, it was actually kind of cool. I just don't really remember when. So yeah, I wish I had a better answer other than I don't know.
Chris?
I've known it forever and ever because I'm just that. Actually, no, I have no fucking idea when I learned it. It's been a long time though, but I can assure you when I did learn, I had some heart pounding panic.
Some turnip pulling panic.
Yes. Right from the place up there that we went up. I pulled out a turnip.
Make sure you weren't in the shower.
I can't confirm or deny that.
Yeah, did your shower bro pull a turnip from your head?
Pull it out of?
I'd be so concerned for someone storing turnips up there.
It's healthy.
Look, yeah,
Or growing out of
Yes,
there.
you know, everyone needs garlic, and
Vegan
sometimes you
vegan
got to get
prisoners
it.
have a hard life.
Look, suppositories are sometimes the best way to get it directly into your health system, is what I've been told. That's what my shower bro told me.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I learned from Mario is boofing turnips. So, I mean, you know.
I am hereby changing the title of this episode to Super Shower Bros.
I didn't know we were listeners. We were talking off mic about how the conversation was going to go, and I never in a million years would have guessed boofing turnips would have been.
On your main quest Patreon bingo card.
You're all welcome.
This is what the people ask for.
Mario Land 1, 2, and 3 in the Wario games. We don't see, especially Wario Land games, those are fucking fantastic. And I only discovered them a year or two ago. Like I heard about them, but like I remember, like, you know, Super Mario Land 1 is like this competent, slightly below average Mario game. And then Super Mario Land 2, I think, is fantastic. Mario Land 3, Wario Land is the first Wario game, and then they, you know, transitions to all that. I would love to see versions of those again, even if it's just direct ports, and then like it allows you to go back and forth between the two versions. Because I like I like old sprite graphics and shit like that, but they never fucking Wario is all WarioWare stuff, which I've never actually played a WarioWare game, but I know they're popular. I know people like them a lot, so clearly they're at least halfway decent. But I would love to see the old ones again, because you don't see any Wario platformers really anymore.
It's been on my mind lately because I literally just did an episode on it, and I played a majority of the games in the franchise, and I'm thinking Star Fox. Technically, they remade the first Star Fox game like 4 times already.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know.
They did Star Fox Zero recently, but I remember that wasn't very good.
That's a remake of the first one, I think, too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Technically a remake of the first one. So don't do that again. Maybe fix Star Fox Zero, you know, so that it's actually playable on a console other than the Wii U. And let's remake. Chris, you good? You dying?
I'm dying. Okay.
Oh shit!
Like me, like super loud, and like it doesn't stop except for like 8 times in a row. It's awful.
It is.
I was gonna let it go, and then he just kept going, and I'm like, oh fuck!
That's how I feel for you.
I know Chris is as old as I am, so like if I sneeze like that, I might actually die.
It's possible. It's long COVID.
I will get a hernia.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll check you.
Do you just if that happens, you just want us to leave you? Do you just want us to leave you in the chair?
I'll need a butter monkey to come check my holes for my hernia.
If you ate that butter monkey, you'd be healthier. That's what a keto friend of mine told me before they went to CrossFit.
Keto friendly butter monkey.
That was my high school band's name.
Oh god!
No, back then it was Atkins friendly butter monkey.
Yeah,
That was my college band name.
Jenny Craig.
You're talking about Star Fox.
From it's Mario's cage. It makes it sound like there's some inanimate cage that has come to life and is on a rampage. I don't know, guys. I'm fucking tired. I'm losing my mind. My mind is fucking mush. Anyway. Jump from vine to vine, collecting bonus fruits and avoiding lethal snapjaws. Then move on to tougher stages, jump platforms, dodge sparks of electricity, and watch out for those birds. Use your skills to get the key that will set your papa free. And this works, right? Again, it's the first and only time the Mario, is labeled a villain. Or is he? Is he? Maybe we're playing the villain now. That's right. Miyamoto did the same thing Neil Druckmann did with The Last of Us 2. Moral relativism, motherfucks. Mario rescues Pauline, has to return Donkey Kong to the circus, and Donkey Kong Jr. steps up to help his father break out once again. I know which side that I stand on. Fuck Mario. I've lost it. I fucking lost it. The show has broken me. This fucking show has broken me. It wasn't Battletoads. It was Donkey Kong. We can all agree on, like, the circus does really fucking terrible, horrific things to animals, right? Like, I just listened to a podcast with a guy that runs, like, a sanctuary for fucking, they're not, like, donkeys and mules and stuff. What do you want to call them? I can't think of the word right now. Equestrian? Is that it? I don't even know if I said that right. Anyway, turn this podcast off if you're a Mario fan. Mario's a terrible human being. The show's not for you. I won't miss you. I always knew Luigi was the better brother. I should stop. I got to cut all that out. This episode is going way too long. I'm not even talking about anything anymore. So, I guess this is where I say something nice about Sonic. I mean, how do I not fire shots at Sonic, right? He's the punching bag of video game franchises because of how each game has evolved to, quote unquote, fit in with its contemporaries. And Sega knocked it out of the park with 3 consecutive games pretty early on. And since then, the Blue Blur hasn't really found its footing. You know, Sonic's successes, whether you like it or not, have been mediocre at best. And the failures are even deeper pits of despair. You could say the franchise has always been going a bit too fast for its own shoes. But because the games have changed so often, the franchise is consistently bringing in new fans while kind of alienating the ones that came before it. But I mean, video games are eternal, and those nostalgia trips are always just right around the corner if you really want them. And even though the legacy of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise has been speeding along rocky roads, all these running puns, people still share a fondness for that blue rodent, as seen with the recently announced Sonic Colors Ultimate, Sonic Origins, the animated Netflix series, and the soon-to-be-announced newest entry coming out next year. And then there's all the hype surrounding the sequel to the hit film from 2020. So if it's one thing old and new fans can agree on, it's that we still want this speedy little fellow around. So cheers to all the cringy, ignorant, self-indulgent cheesiness. Happy 30th anniversary, Sonic the Hedgehog. I guess this might be a little redundant at this point, actually. But would I recommend Ristar? Somewhere out there in space and time is another universe where instead of Sonic, we got Ristar. Sonic does not exist. And I imagine in that universe, it is a place without war, crime. All races, gender, and sexual orientations are seen as equals. The concept of religion and the savage ideologies that adhere to those beliefs are abolished. We as a species have discovered a way to extract DNA from the human body to wipe out all diseases, both physical and mental ailments. In this universe, we live as one and become harmonious with nature and learn to develop a deep, loving satisfaction, not only for ourselves, but for our loved ones and our neighbors. But instead, we got Sonic. Ristar holds up. 100% recommend. Play it if you can. Absolutely go for it. Especially when you consider what all 3D Sonic games eventually would become anyway. So I feel like they made the better choice here. But Sonic 3D Blast, that game is an anomaly. That thing is fucking weird.
it looks familiar, but it also looks familiarly quite horrible. I don't know if that's how it plays. Is this on your list?
It's rough. I don't remember. I think it might be.
Cool. No, don't invite me back for that one.
To be fair, I don't know how many people actually even played that game.
That's fair. That's
so
fair.
that might be a single podcast affair, or solo podcast affair. And then finally, and probably most importantly, Masaku Nakamura did not come back to do the soundtrack due to a wage dispute. And in walks Michael Jackson, as he liked to do. He probably walked in backwards. From what I've read in interviews, he basically just walked into Sega's offices and was like, "I want to make music for a Sonic game." And
for those of you listening, Michael Jackson has not just walked in the room, and that isn't a soundbite. That was Keith doing a wonderful impression. Continue.
I'm sure everybody probably like looked around the room and started scrambling for a telephone to like call, Mark Cerny or Yuji Naka or something and be like, Michael Jackson wants to work on this game. Now, the weird thing about this whole Michael Jackson working on Sonic 3 is that Sega will not confirm or deny that he actually worked on the game. Like, to this day, they still act incredibly coy about it, and it doesn't make sense to me because he's been dead for a very long time now. I don't know what the issue is, to be honest. And, they did dump him later on because a lot of people actually worked on the soundtrack eventually, but it's very similar to the Mike Tyson situation with Nintendo, in that the allegations against Michael Jackson started to come out around this time, and Sega was basically thanks, but no thanks. And, they obviously kept some of his work, but perhaps there is just that long-standing stigma with Michael Jackson in which Sega maybe still just doesn't want to confirm that he ever worked on it. Not that it matters at this point. I think, no matter what you think about Michael Jackson, I think a lot of people look at him more in a positive light than they do a negative light these days. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're right. Obviously, the allegations were there. Everything was out and about. And then he didn't really disappear, though, did he? He just kind of just slowed down a little bit, shall we say? Then, of course, he had his resurgence, and then obviously passed away. And since then, I know that the one child that made the allegations came forward and said that they were false allegations, and I think that obviously gave credence to people going, we were right. Whether or not anything did or didn't happen, we're not here to discuss.
Right.
But yes, I think you're right that he is still seen in a positive light. I think now, almost like we came out of it and hopefully got the result that we wanted, which was he was innocent and it was just someone after money. There's obviously no debating the guy was a little odd at times, especially towards the end of his career. But then if you find out, God, we're not talking about Michael Jackson here, are we? I was just going to suddenly go into his personal history. You can understand why he might be a little bit different. But hey, we're not talking about MJ. But I did find that an interesting tidbit. Not you just telling me now, although that was interesting. But when I looked into it a little bit earlier myself as well, and it'd be interesting to see. And I'm actually looking forward to listening to the soundtrack again. Sounds sad, but I will do it just to see if I can pick up any influences whatsoever from Michael Jackson. Because it wasn't that obvious when I was playing it.
Oh, really? I thought it was actually...
Oh, really? Oh.
I mean, maybe because I already... And that's something I already knew before even coming into the show. Or even coming... That's a rumor that I've known for a long time. But you know what? Let's crush the rumor right now, because there's so much more evidence that points to him working on this game than there isn't. And I think the biggest one is the Sonic Origins compilation, which just released last year. And Sonic 3 is in that compilation, but it's missing a lot of music from the original release. And in its place, Sega put in the music from the beta version, which was music that they were using prior to Michael Jackson jumping onto the project. So, is there licensing issues with the Jackson estate? How could there be licensing issues? If there are, how could there be if Michael Jackson never worked on the game, right? A little suspicious.
Yeah. It does give definitely more flavor towards it being a little bit more true.
Yeah.
For the fact that they did that. It's interesting.
Here it is. A game that I would like to call Oral Fixation. I'm going to give you 10 lines, 10 quotes that are from either real canon Sonic lore, whether it be from like the games, comics, or one of the movies or something, or it's going to be from Sonic fanfic.
Okay.
So all you have to do, Bill, all you have to simply do is tell me which line is real and which line is fanfic. But hey, you got a 50-50 shot here at any one of these, so I will let you know, none of these have to do with echidna penises. Don't even have to think about that. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Line 1. Get a load of this.
I'm going to have to say, Sonic, this is the thing we haven't covered, and I don't know if he is arrogant or not in the games, but certainly in the TV series, he's incredibly arrogant, and in the movies he is as well. He's really full of himself. That would be something that he would definitely say, being full of himself. So let's go for that is canon.
It is canon. It's actually a line that is said in Sonic Adventure. Not Sonic, though. It actually comes from Robotnik.
Oh, okay.
But hey, you still got it right.
Hey, I'll take the point.
Line 2. There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like.
Oh, man. Okay. Not only so I'm going to say it's true, and I'm going to say it's said by Tails.
It is true. Not said by Tails. It's actually said by Sonic, and it is in the Sonic cartoon from one of the Sonic cartoons from the 90s, in which Sonic is giving a PSA about rape.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Different times.
Crikey.
Hey,
yeah.
At least it was a good message, though.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Jeez, Louise. Great. Go for it. Let's do it.
Number 3. You sure you haven't done this before? You're really good at it.
Oh, I mean, it sounds horrible, and all your quotes deliberately supposed to sound quite menacing. Say it. No, the first one was just arrogant. I reckon I'm going to go with this is fan fiction, and it is after Sonic and Amy have made love.
You are correct. It is Sonic fan fiction. I believe it was a scene where Shadow was giving Sonic a blowjob, if I remember right. I only read the one paragraph, to be fair.
Oh, Shadow is male, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, just clarifying. No one else is.
I also want to say, if you have kids listening to this portion of the show, you might put them to bed. Put them to bed.
Yeah,
it's already been like 2 hours. It's over.
I'm sorry. You've dropped a big swear. If people are still listening, they are of age now. I'm afraid. All right?
Yes.
They need to know these things.
This is a not safe for work podcast. So
maybe this is helping the adults out there to have the conversations with their children. Maybe before they wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Dad, What's rape? Well, son, let's watch the PTA from Sonic.
Let me bring up this
And,
YouTube clip from this 90s cartoon show that you've never seen before.
Job done. So 3 for 3, but
Yes.
getting the context slightly right in the last one, but the first two bang out of the money. So let's go 4 for 4. Come on.
Easy there, big guy. I don't want you to blow your gasket yet.
Okay, this is going to be canon, and it is Sonic talking to Knuckles.
I love that you're really trying to lay out the scene here. It is canon, that's correct. But it's actually said by Rouge the Bat in a game that Rouge the Bat is in. I don't know which one it was from.
No, I didn't even know Rouge the Bat was a thing until I think I had a Sega Collections game on my phone. One of those microtransactional ones where you match gems up and then your characters do moves on them. And I was like, why is there a bat in a Sonic game? This doesn't make any sense. A bat cat. Sorry, yeah.
Why does she have titties? Like, there's some anthropomorphic things that just don't need tits.
I agree with you.
Why does it have to be a sexy bat?
requirement for that. Yeah, I mean, as we're saying this now, if Martin is listening, Martin is writing in a complaint saying, yeah, there should always be boobs. Hence why he got his YouTube channel banned.
Yeah,
So,
fair enough, yes.
That's on him. So, correct but context wrong. Let's see if we can keep this going.
Line 5. The only thing that's going to get conquered is your face.
Oh. Do you know what? Let's go for true, and let's say it's definitely about Eggman. Sonic in retort to Eggman.
That's 100% correct. In every which way you said that, that was 100% correct, and that's from Sonic Boom specifically.
Is that a TV show? Is it?
The video game. No,
Oh,
it might have
okay,
been the
right,
TV
fine.
show, but I want to
I
say
don't
it was
know.
the video game I was looking at.
Don't know. There we go. Pressure's on now.
Yeah, line 6. Wow, you're even bigger than I thought.
Now, I want to say that's fan fiction because it sounds like it should be, but I'm going to go with it being true. And it's about one of the first times Sonic meets the giant rabbit thing.
It is true. It is
Yes.
from Sonic 06. I do not remember the context. I want to say it was something. Is it his name's Silver? I think it's Silver.
Is that the giant rabbit thing?
No, Silver is like the other hedgehog. He's like psychic or something like that. Or has like
okay.
telekinesis or something. I'm impressed. I thought these were going to throw you off.
How many have we got?
I've got 10.
How many have we got left?
10.
Oh, 10. Oh, okay.
But I'm also
fine.
coming into
Go
the question is how much Sonic fanfic have you read?
on. I'm going to say 0.
'Cause you're like, well,
but I feel like
I can see
I've got a very, very wild imagination.
All right, number 7. Yeah, that's right. Are you a slut for my cocktails?
Now, I want to say canon, but I feel like that would be the wrong answer. So let's go for fan fiction. And I don't think I want the context. I really don't. It's like the first time I saw the cartoon of the Simpsons characters doing things to each other. I was just like, I don't need this in my life. This is not something I require. But feel free to share the context.
I was going to say, I
the
think
viewers-
this actually might involve the echidna penis because it's, I think Knuckles was railing tails. It was also from a story called Lightning in My Veins. So Google that one,
jeez.
folks.
Please don't.
Man, you were crushing these. Number 8. I understand now. I can never be mad at you when you look like this.
Let's go for... I'm not sure why that would be canon. I'm not sure what context that would require. Am I giving this too much thought than you thought I would give?
You really are, yeah.
Let's say this is fan fiction. Can I have the line one more time?
I understand now. I can never be mad at you when you look like this.
Okay, fine. So this is when we're back to Amy again. Amy has cheated on Sonic with Tails, and this is him forgiving her.
It is fanfic. You are correct. You could never be further from the context here. It is the fanfic was written in English, but none of it made sense. It involved, not only did it involve Sonic, but it involved Shadow, Waluigi, and Link for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I could not understand what they were going for with the story. I think it was written by somebody who was like 13.
Fine, no worries.
8 for 8.
Hey.
There's no failing this at this point. Giving you, these are basically just whatever at this point. Number 9. Aw, why'd you stop that? I felt great.
Oh, this is going to be one that catches me out. I'm going to go with Canon, and it is Sonic running super fast with a frog on his back.
It's from Sonic Boom.
Oh, yes, it's canon.
I have no idea what was happening. I don't remember. We'll say he was running with a frog on his back. Yeah.
There's a lot of listeners out there that are like, he's getting it bang on. That's another 2 for 2. That is.
All right, this one. This is going to be the toughest one, I think. Please refrain from licking the ride.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I mean, it's those things that you read out that you think this couldn't have been written in a professional context. However, at the same token, if you think about it or if you know about it, but the whole 50 Shades of Grey was fan fiction for Twilight. I don't know if you knew that or not, but yeah, so it became a professional thing, which it technically then becomes canon. Ergo, we're going to say it is canon, but I want to hear it one more time so I can truly have the context. Oh, it's licking things, isn't it? So Sonic Knuckles are going up on one of those little things on a ski slope, and he's licked the pole like in Dumber and Dumber to see if his tongue sticks to it.
I need to put some sort of special fanfare music in here because you've got 10 out of 10, dude. I think that's the first time anybody's gotten a perfect score on this show.
Just thank you.
That's fucking insane.
What was the context?
I do not want to know what kind of comic you have under your bed, sir. It is from Team Sonic Racing, and in the context, it is actually while you are racing, while you're driving along the race course here, there is some random announcer over the PA system of the track that just says, "Please refrain from licking the ride." I don't.
There we go. I prefer my answer.
Atmosphere.
I think.
And I've been blinded for that for many years. And I think a lot of it is to do with the person I used to borrow video games off was a bully. And I think that kind of put me, he used to really be a horrible person. It kind of traumatized me. So Sonic 3 was kind of linked to that, I think. And also the box art in the UK was terrible for Sonic 3 and I hated it. Absolutely hated it. But the box art for Sonic and Knuckles is absolute fire. One of the best box arts I've ever seen in my life. And so playing Sonic and Knuckles, like at the time I didn't realize, it connects to Sonic 3. I've got no idea. It wasn't until reading the guide and everything like that. I said, it connects, but I haven't got Sonic 3. Shit. So it was a long time until I actually even did the complete thing. It was ages until I actually did it.
I'm sorry. I was just searching for the Mega Drive box art for Sonic 3 and it's something.
It's the look at the UK version. You want the UK version.
Is it the one where Sonic is holding up 4 fingers and not 3?
Is he? Let's have a look. He does. He's got 4 fingers up. Yes. With Knuckles giving him like a in the corner. It's a terrible box art. It's absolutely dreadful.
I've never seen this before. I've seen the Japanese version, which looks incredibly 90s.
The Japanese one follows the rest of them. They're all like that. But the North American one is so good.
So my thing with the Sonic 3 box art, for North America rather, is when I was a kid, and even up until I had to record my episode on it, I never knew what the fuck was up with the eyes in the corner. Like I was like, what the like who the fuck is just sitting there in the bushes watching Sonic? Like this is, it's so like fucking weird, and like, but apparently it's supposed to be Knuckles.
It is Knuckles. How else could it not be Knuckles?
How am I supposed to know that? It's just a pair of eyes. Like,
because you
like
see
Knuckles
within
is
10 seconds of the game. You see, it's like, oh, there's Knuckles. Oh shit, they're the eyes.
When is Knuckles ever in the game wearing a fucking ghillie suit and like hiding out?
He's not wearing a ghillie suit. He's just hiding. He's just hiding in a bush.
It's but just like, I don't know. It's just incredibly random. It's like a weird choice. Like you could have just not had it at all.
No, it's cool. It's better than the European version where he's just in the corner going, ugh. It's much better. It's cool.
Yeah, I guess so. I do like how in the US box art, Dr. Robotnik is basically going all Vietnam and setting everything on fire.
Which is insane. You look, as a kid, I didn't really think much of it, but when you look back at it now, I was like, holy shit, this guy he's horrible. And the amount of people he's probably, there wasn't no one living there, but the amount of animals he's probably killed at that point is insane. And the fact that Knuckles just goes with it and goes, fuck it, it's fine, not a problem, don't worry, mate, you just set up part of my island on fire, I'm not going to have any problem with that. And he's like, hey, he's killed so many animals, he's a horrible human.
Yeah, I've always thought of Robotnik as kind of like a weak villain. I think he gets worse as the series continues, because he just becomes kind of like a joke in of himself.
Yeah, he's always kind of meant to be like a bit of a joke character. But this is the game, I think, when he does his best work, Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. He's definitely at his best at that stage, because if you think of the levels he goes to, like, fuck Bowser. Bowser didn't have a death egg. He does.
True.
Jesus Christ, and he's a one-man wrecking army.
Review scores for context. Famitsu gave it 30 out of 40. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10. Game Informer gave it a 9 out of 10. EGM gave it 9.25 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And Brandon Corley on Google gave it a perfect 5 out of 5, also stating, quote, "Number 1, steady hand. One day, Kim Jong-un needed new heart. I do operation. But mistake. Kim Jong-un dies. SSD very mad. I hide fishing boat, come to America. No English, no food, no money. Daryl give me job. Now I have house, American car, and new woman. Daryl save life. My big secret? I kill Kim Jong-un on purpose. I good surgeon, the best." End quote.
What the fuck? What the fuck's that in a review? That's just stupid.
Honestly, I don't even know why we're going to continue the episode. I can't put together a better review. I'm bringing back a certain segment to the show that has been gone for a very long time. I have given it a catchier name, and I call it Retro Recollections. And prior to an episode releasing, I ask everyone out there on the internet what they think about the game in question. And first, we're going to start with a patron of the show. Thank you, Chris Copleen, who said, "It was cool when it came out, since it had the lock-on technology. It's a brilliant stroke of marketing, but as a game itself, it's fine, I guess. But there's no point in playing it unless you have Sonic 3. If you were to own this and not have Sonic 3, there were far worse options out there. In parentheses, like Sonic 2. But it would feel incomplete and like something was missing because it was."
He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, Chris Copleen. He's like he knew I was coming on just to bait me. All right, Bougie. He has like fucking 6 consoles when he was growing up. I didn't. I had one games console. I was a poor motherfucker. I get what I'm given.
No Sonic 3.
No Sonic 3. I get what I'm given. I'm not going to go to my dad and go, no, father, thank you very much for this Sonic Knuckles game for my birthday. I really appreciate this. I know you haven't got the money yourself, but good sir, fuck off. I want both. Otherwise, get out of my sight. How dare you? Just get off. What
The only thing he was
Prescott
missing
Williams?
was the comment about Sega Saturn or something.
Oh, we can stick that up his arse as well. Stick that with a sun dodge. Actually, he decent to stick it up his arse. He probably sits there and poos one out and goes, it's already up there. It's so far up his arse as it's taken over his brain.
I mean, he hasn't said anything that we hadn't said already. So everybody knows how I feel about Sonic 2. Listen, Danny, you're here for a reason, and you're here to stick up for Sonic, okay?
I will stick up for Sonic. I will fight the good fight. I really will. You know, because you can't have constant speed the whole time, because otherwise the game would just be this big speed fest and you're not getting to see the environment. But having bits where you can just slow down for a minute, again, gets you to appreciate the speed bits when they do come back.
Because that's what I appreciated about Sonic 3, where it didn't heavily rely on those gimmicks. It had some of them, but a lot of them had to do with like platforming. And something like the pulley is not really platforming. You're just hanging onto something and not really doing much of anything.
You are. You're using a pulley. You're learning about physics. You're learning how physics works. Yes.
And then, you know, you talked about Sandot. So the thing with me in this game is that the levels are so fucking big that it's kind of annoying.
They're massive. No, it's not. What do you mean they're annoying?
Dude.
It's awesome.
In theory, yes. Like, oh, yes, these are giant levels, intricately designed. But, like, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to believe that the exact same team from Sonic 3 came and made this one, because it just felt like they were, like, out of ideas or they were tired or something. Like,
What do you mean? What do you mean? There are ideas. It's awesome. It's
They're
so
just-
good.
the fucking stages just meander so much, and the thing that really ruins it is that there's a fucking timer. Like, there's always an optimal path in every Sonic game, right? There's always one path that's like the best path, and if you ever fall off like the path or whatever, if you end up deviating from it, that's the word I was looking for, the punishment can be pretty harsh. And I feel like it's at its harshest in this game because of that fucking timer, because you get lost so easily. This is the first Sonic game that I've played for the show where I ran out of time.
What do you mean you ran? I've never run out of time. Ever.
I think the first stage that happened on was Sandopolis. And then I think the other stage was maybe like Death Egg or whatever it's called.
What were you doing?
I don't remember which one.
What
Trying to
were you-
fucking finish the level.
No bullshit. I've had one time out. One, because I was looking for rings, literally trying to get all. This is in Sonic 2. That's the only time I've had a timeout.
What's
What
the
do you mean?
stage? What's the stage with like the transporters? It's near the end of the game. I think it's the last level. Were you
Sky
like-
Sanctuary Zone.
I think it might be Death Egg, where you stand on like a platform and then like it takes you along this path or whatever, just kind of like aimlessly,
the
like
light path.
yeah.
Yeah, that's Death Egg. Whoop, 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 whoop,
Yep.
whoop, 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 whoop,
I ran out of time. I was like, I
What?
got to one of those.
No.
I got to one of those pads, and you have to use it, and the timer still ticks down while you're using it. I'm like, you have to be fucking kidding me.
What do you mean? Because if it was smaller, you'd be going, oh, this game's too short. This game's not long enough. I want my money back.
That's not
No.
true. That's not true. Sonic 3 was very short, and I fucking love
No,
that
it
game.
wasn't. Sonic 3 was not very short. It's like you could combine Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, the Green Hill Zone and Emerald Hill Zone, combine them together, and they're still not as big as the first level in Sonic 3. What do you mean it was too short? Bullshit.
I think in Sonic 3, it's a lot easier to stay on the optimal path.
Were you playing one-handed? What were you doing?
Listen, how I play my video games and how I masturbate are my personal thing here. So
I wasn't talking about masturbation. You brought that up. I was just saying, were you playing one-handed? You know, just to try and have a challenge. You brought the smut into this. No. And people will be sitting there. There's going to be half of people on this listening to this going, well, I think he's got a valid point. I think these levels are too long. Then there's going to be other people going, what are you smoking? Are you smoking the ganja? There's no chance. These levels are great.
It sucks that you can't get this game anywhere and that it's not included in like the hundreds of Sonic collections that are out there.
Oh yeah, because this would just be extra content for any of those. I wonder what.
I would dig it through all my Sonic collections. Wasn't that fun?
It's wild. I wonder why it didn't make the cut for any of those. There's got to be some kind of weird legality or someone they don't want to pay. Or
maybe this ain't supposed to be touched.
Maybe they're trying to forget about it.
Yeah. Try to bury their past a little bit. Listen, there's more embarrassing Sonic games out there than this. I'll say that much.
Yeah, is there one where like fucks a human?
Yes. I mean, no.
Yeah.
Well, debatable.
Listen, I haven't played it I haven't done the research, so.
I mean, you can look it up on Google. I'm sure you'll find that research.
Yeah, just type in Rule 34 Sonic fucks human.
Yeah.
There's definitely something out there where you can see Sonic fucking a human. That's for sure.
Wood Rocket?
Probably.
Red Rocket.
Wood Rocket.
We are talking about Knuckles. Oh.
Yeah, someone's probably going to get knuckled.
Jesus.
It wouldn't be a Knuckles podcast without talking about his 4 penises.
Yeah, what kind of creature is he, Toby?
God damn it. I knew it was coming, and I was about to try to stir the conversation away from this, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce what it is, because now you've got me confused, because you got me called out on the spot, and I'm going to say it wrong, just like I did in our Sonic 3 review, so I'm not going to say it.
Goobs, you know
he's a red guy.
Goobs, you know he's an enchilada.
There it is.
The Chanda.
See, now I'm confused. Is it echidna or
it is echidna? You got it.
Okay. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I still can't live that down years later.
Jesus. You in the podcast, Toby. Congratulations. Yes, it is fanfic.
Yes.
It is, again, another Rouge quote, which is very, very horny, apparently.
You have a typo for you to tell us
She's
something?
a bat with boobs. I mean, come on.
Who doesn't want a bat with boobs?
So do you have a thing for George Clooney?
Exactly.
I mean, bat areolas are the best areolas. Okay. So you guys are tied here to a piece. Next line is, Amy, I can't smash you.
Scoop's turn, right?
Yeah.
Whoever wants to go.
I think that's from this TV show or something.
You said a TV show?
Or like from
but like a real
Sonic lore.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, just to be different, because we're tied right now, and make it more interesting, I'm going to say fanfic.
Goobs, you are in the lead, my good man.
Shit.
There we go.
That is from Sonic Prime, another Sonic quote here. And line number 6. Remember that time we were together and I gave Amy that cream pie?
It's me, right?
Yeah, whoever wants to go. It doesn't have to necessarily.
Fanfic. I'm going fanfic. That's got to be fanfic.
That's fanfic.
But I know, 100%. You know what? One of these is about to trick us real bad, and I'm going to be so mad if it's this one, but I'm saying fanfic.
Incorrect. It is.
God damn it, I knew it!
It is Knuckles. It's something Knuckles says in Sonic Prime.
Because I still got hit by them. But I did have a lot of fun with the as a game. It felt like a decent game when I was just like, I'm going to ignore everything the game suggests I should be doing and play it more like Sonic the Hedgehog 1.
I mean, that makes sense. And I don't think I completely disliked it. I think there will be a sense of nostalgia for this game that powers my experience with it. I can't undo that. But I think all I'm saying, and I think Keith kind of agrees, though enjoying it less, I had fun despite the game. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, I had fun despite the level design, despite the mechanics. If we are playing this game as it's intended, there's a lot of frustration. Yes. But playing it just like Sonic 1, just to get to the end of the level, yeah, it functions perfectly fine. It's often unfair, but it functions perfectly fine and can be fine.
I want to kind of segue into, because unless there's anything you guys want to touch on specifically.
I just want to let me know when I can talk about Wacky Workbench.
Oh, get it off your chest. Get it off your chest. Go ahead.
fuck that? What is that? What the fuck?
Yeah.
So to explain to the listener, if you have never played Sonic CD, because we have saying this is how it is. Wacky Workbench, the entire floor is a spring.
Yeah.
And it just launches you up. And sometimes you can go through platforms on your way up, but you can't go through platforms on your way down. So trying to navigate your way back down so you can progress to the right because there's walls on top of it, you have to inevitably drop down, which means you're doing leaps of faith consistently, hoping you're going to land on a platform so you can jump to another platform before you jump on a spring. But their movement timing is not always consistent, so you might miss a jump and then it's off to springing all over the fucking place land again. It is, and not to mention, like, when you get to stage 2, now they have these grasshoppers that will just like air raid you and just launch out of nowhere to come down on you. So I was trying to do the time stone approach where I went into the special stages and tried to get them. I don't know when you want to talk about those, but like I was trying to do that. I was desperately trying to do that. And here I was in Wacky Workbench. I finally had 50 and I'm just sitting on this platform. I'm moving my way through and here comes a grasshopper out of nowhere landing on my fucking head. Like I can't do anything about that. And you're completely vulnerable. Not to mention, they have all these like electric wires and beams going all over the place, and you gotta like be on top of that timing. This level, this isn't even like the last level. This is like in the middle of the game. This is like a big fuck you to the player, especially like there's no runway, so like it's possible to get into the past. But if you're talking about completely limiting your possibilities of playing this game the way it wants you to, or playing it like a Sonic game, Wacky Workbench has to be one of the worst designed stages, period.
And if you're out in the open, more often than not, you're going to completely miss the enemy because the bullets will just go around them. It happens all the time. There's even an upgrade. There's an upgrade beyond this that just kind of looks like it's a bunch of spinning cannonballs are like going at the enemy. But even those miss the enemies. Like the enemies just walk right through it. Why would you make this game like this? But if you're not in the open, because most of the game there's actually not a lot of open spots in this game. A lot of this game takes place in some very tight corridors that will have enemies just marching towards you all the time. Because there's really no time limit in which enemies respawn. Like they just keep respawning as soon as you kill them. They just keep coming. And sometimes you just literally cannot make any forward progress for minutes at a time because everything takes so long to kill. But also then there's just 2 more coming. So now I just have to keep sitting here and inching pixel by pixel just to make progress. But sometimes you will be in a tight area, and since the bullets fire in a sine wave, that's the word I wanted, the walls cancel out the attacks, and then you're just fucked. And that's not a rare occurrence. That happens all the time. Which I suppose in that situation, the whip could come in handy for those sections, but I never used the whip, so fuck me, I guess. I don't know dog shit about video games. Fester's Quest is the reason why Game Genie was invented. Who would even care to see the end of this game? I'm not even in the tip of a mouse's dick curious about how this game ends. Like, I don't care. Fuck this game. And I just really feel bad for the people who do speedrun or like can actually play this game because the trauma they endured in their lives had to be so atomically disgusting that their only escape was Fester's Quest. For as great as it looks and sounds, you can have that stuff in your game all day. But is it playable? Is it playable? For all that is sacred in this fucking world, do not ever play Fester's Quest. I would rather try and finish Battletoads before I pick this up again. I can't believe I played this. Kind of like in a literal sense. Like I've always heard of this game's reputation. I was like, oh yeah, I'm good. I don't need to play this. But here I am. Can't say this podcast hasn't brought me out of my comfort zone. Mario and Luigi must recover the Royal Magic Wands from, I spelled Bowser's wrong, Bowser's 7 kids to return the kings to their true forms. Goodbye, good luck, said the princess and we should do that.
That's how the princess talks?
Yeah, she's got a bad smoking habit, dude.
See ya.
Get
the fuck out of here.
It says Princess and Toad. You want to do a Toad voice so we can both say it? Goodbye. Sure. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Goodbye. Good luck. It's gonna sound. It's gonna sound perfect.
It's gonna be wonderful.
As Mario and Luigi set off on their journey deep into the mushroom world.
Of course.
But jumping back to the airships, since we're kind of talking about bosses, we can talk about the Koopa kids, or
we can.
They're now called the Koopalings,
right.
Little bastard children of Bowser. We're the bastard children of Bowser.
I mean, maybe opposite. Bastard is a child without a father, right? Isn't that right? Like, technically speaking, I know I'm getting into.
I mean, yeah,
the reads
yeah,
here.
Technically, I mean, they don't.
So like, who's a child father? Without a mother? Well, who's their mother? Their father's Bowser.
Who's Bowser Jr.'s mother?
That's what I'm saying. It's the opposite of a bastard. They know who their father is, but who's their mother?
Well, okay. I was discussing this with somebody else. And so there's one of the Koopalings is called Morton Jr. or something like that.
Morton Koopa Jr., yep. Are you ready? No, I have this prepared.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so it is Lemmy. This is in no particular order, mind you. Lemmy, Morton Koopa Jr., Ludwig von Koopa, Roy, like
just
Roy, Iggy, Wendy, and Larry.
So Morton Koopa Jr., he's a junior, right?
He's a junior. So is Bowser's real name Morton?
It's a good question.
Is that what Nintendo's telling us?
If the Koopalings are all related, then they all share whoever Morton is. Who the hell is Morton? You know?
Well, so is this just another shot at Bowser when Mario's writing his play? Is he like, yeah, we'll name one of his kids Morton.
Really mess with you.
Let's give Bowser a stupid name. We'll call him Morton Jr. So everybody thinks Bowser's name is Morton.
Dude, I need to see Bowser's driver's license and see what it says on there.
There you go.
Or maybe Bowser is. Well, no, because in these games he's known as King Koopa, right? Or no?
He is. I believe.
No, they call him Bowser in the manual. So maybe this is the first time they refer to him as Bowser. But up until then, he was King Koopa. So was he Bowser Koopa, or is he Morton Bowser Koopa?
These are unanswered questions. I do not have the answer. We need some proof.
But other than the fact that Bowser Jr. exists, and I know as of a recent Instagram poll, you are a Bowser Jr. apologist. I don't mean to call you out.
I'm not an apologist. I have nothing to apologize for. I have nothing to apologize for.
So do you know why the 7 Koopalings have now been retroactively left out in the gutter for Bowser Jr.? Like,
I don't know why. Maybe their purpose was this one game, having the different worlds, and they have since served that purpose. But I could also see it being that Miyamoto said this is a stage play, so they never really existed.
That's true. Yeah.
Maybe Bowser Jr. is the one true heir.
Like Bowser Jr. wasn't born yet, so he was like, I need a stand-in. Mario was like, I need a stand-in for your children. I want to kill your children. Like, I want to murder you so bad, I will kill your family lineage. Well, I kind of asked you guys to be in control of whatever today's monologue or whatever today's opening is going to be about. So I did a poll, and I narrowed it down to one choice. And I have to say, the second choice isn't what I... Okay, what? I forgot to put my phone on silent. I'm sorry, guys. Professional podcasting. I should probably actually take this. Hello?
Hey, yeah.
Is this Snake?
Yeah, it's Snake.
Oh, hey man. What's up? What's up? What's going
It's
on?
Snake.
Yeah. No, I know. What's happening, dude?
How's it going?
I'm not too bad. I'm actually in the middle of recording a podcast right now.
What?
A podcast? I'm going to be talking about the adventures of Lolo 2.
Is that so? Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be the longest episode that I've done. But the game is
I don't
pretty
think
short.
I can go through all that again.
What, the game?
Yeah.
I mean, the game's not... It ruined my episode right now, dude. It's not that bad.
Yes. I know it sounds strange to most people. That stuff makes me too frisky. I just keep putting things in my pocket.
Well, they don't call you Solid Snake for nothing, dude.
That's what some people call me.
Oh, I mean, what other names do you go by?
Deep Throat.
I mean, I guess that's your military name?
Deep Throat. I suppose you're going to tell me you don't know anything, right?
I mean, I was going to ask, like, where, how...
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, dude. I mean, you don't have to get defensive. I know I can come off as, like, a little aggressive, but, like, what's going on? Like, why'd you call me, dude? What's up?
I'm lonely. I just keep putting things in my pocket. This is our only chance to talk alone together.
Oh, yeah, Snake. I mean, it's been...
My name's Deep Throat.
Deep Throat.
Deep Throat.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while. Honestly, I'm kind of in the middle of something, and when I saw your name come up, I was actually expecting this to be like some sort of like mission, like reconnaissance type of thing, tactical espionage or whatever. But I've got a show to record, dude.
There's nobody here.
Well, no, I mean this isn't a live show. I'm recording it now, and you're actually on it right now.
What the hell is going on here? If word of this got out, it could delay the signing of the START 3 treaty and cause a huge international incident.
It's the podcast?
Yeah.
I mean, I can stop recording real quick.
Come on, hurry up already.
I mean...
I'm starting to sweat. It's getting kind of warm. I just keep putting things in my pocket.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where's Meryl? Does Meryl know that you're calling me right now?
No way. No. You and I... We're nothing more than dogs, are we?
I mean, I don't have to go sneaking around anybody or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this is getting a little uncomfortable.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other. But you can leave out the Benzedrine.
The what?
Benzedrine.
What's,
Yeah,
wait, so
Benzedrine.
I don't know what that is.
That stuff makes me too frisky. Please, talk to me.
I mean... You kind of caught me off guard, and I'm in the middle of...
Do you still hate me?
I mean, I never even said that
I have a favor to ask.
Okay, well, I mean, you got me on the phone now. What do you want? Because I'm sorry to, like, rush you, but I really need to get things going here. Snake? Deep Throat, I'm sorry.
You can say that again.
What did you want to ask me?
So anyway, what are these holes in the wall for?
Listen, we're not going to talk about that here. I think you know what those are for.
That's easy for you to say.
What is that even supposed to mean? Are you implying something?
You really don't have any idea? No one else can hear us. Go ahead.
Honestly, Snake.
Deep Throat. Why don't you stop playing dumb? Does the name Deep Throat mean anything to you?
Come on, dude. Come
now
on.
Who's being ridiculous? Plausible deniability, huh?
Listen, I don't even know why this wall is here, and I sure as shit didn't put holes in it. So, I mean, that came with the house.
I've never heard you so excited, so that's why it's so big. I just keep putting things in my pocket. I'm starting to sweat. It's getting kind of warm.
What is with my show and everybody just coming on, getting so fucking horny?
I don't need lectures. This is no game.
You know what? That's
Deep Throat.
I'm gonna have to cut this all out.
No.
This is another monologue down the drain.
Deep Throat.
And this call's getting out of hand.
Deep Throat.
I've got the rest of this show to edit anyway.
Hell with you. You double-crossed me.
I double-crossed you?
Yeah.
Dude, you called me. You called me about these glory holes.
This is like a police interrogation. Listen, I didn't mean to sound sarcastic. I just want to make sure again. What are these holes in the wall for?
You really want me to show you?
Yeah,
Well, all right.
that would be nice. I'm looking forward to it.
I guess Snake
My name's Deep Throat.
and I are going to explore these holes together.
Yeah, thanks.
Meanwhile, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the episode that I recorded for you. I talked about the adventures of Lolo too.
Why did you try to hide it?
Anyway, I'm going to just be rambling for the next, 10 minutes because there's really not a lot to talk about. So let's go over this story. Quote, our heroic pair are at it again. On their return from the haunted castle, successfully defeated in the original Adventures of Lolo, our hero and heroine are confronted by the real power of the land, the king of Eggerland himself, swooping down on our victorious couple. The king thundered,
The labyrinth was only a preliminary test. The real battle starts now. If you can make it through my tower and my castle, I will set your people free. But just to make sure there's no tricks, this little one comes with me.
and with that, he grabbed little Lala and spirited her, well, there's our answer, spirited her away to his castle in the clouds. But, fortunately, Lala was able to analyze each of the mazes as she was taken through the tower and left clues in the jewel boxes in each room. Each jewel that Lolo collects contains a bit of information that will help him in the next room. With your help, they will work together to free their people. This last sentence is really hard to read. Fuck it. From the clutches of the king. End quote. So here are my nitpicks. Ready? You guys ready for this? Because like I said, there's not a lot to talk about. First of all, Lala doesn't do shit in either game. She's not they can't call her a heroine, which goes into my next point. Lolo had to fight the devil in the last game. The devil. Now I can believe that a devil walking about and being Mr. Steal Your Girl and leaving Lolo looking like a damn fool, but when the king saunters up to you and is like,
So yeah, I've got this entire country on lockdown, and also this pink blob thing. I'm gonna fuck it. That doesn't quite look like Kirby, but is also kind of Kirby. That's mine now.
never mind the fact that the devil from the last game and the king, they look exactly alike. They're the exact same thing. But holy Christ on a crucifix, Lala, fucking stand up for yourself. It's just some guy. It's a king. He's a fucking it's a politician. Third of all, there are all these people that he's apparently captured or enslaved. What people need to be set free here? What am I doing? I don't care about this game. I hated this game. And it's not because of its lack of difficulty. Well, it's a little bit of that. After 10 levels, it just kind of becomes mind-numbing because there's little thought going into how to solve these puzzles. I'm sure like a child could really enjoy this game if they like puzzles, but it's just really is confusing though how much my friend loved this game when he loved to play much more in-depth games of chess, you know? But maybe it's, you know, all in the lazy shoehorning of an incredibly popular TV show, which has no business being here. This game has no connection to The Simpsons at all, aside from the name and the sprites. The characters in Krusty's Funhouse have no characteristics. It's literally just another game, stripped down, and then painted with a Simpsons coat of paint. There's nothing Simpsons about this game. And everything about it just seems like an easy cash grab for Acclaim. It's cheap. It looks cheap. It sucks. Even the creators of The Simpsons are cognizant enough to know it, so I'm going to let the show speak for itself.
Could you, Krusty? I'd never lend my name to an inferior product.
Oh! They drove a dump truck full of money up to my house. I'm not made of stone.
Yeah, this is a not recommend. Now, gonna switch it up here for these Zelda episodes because the franchise is a long and winding one. With each game, each game has a story, but for the most part, it's a little open to interpretation. A lot of these games, back in the day, I thought they were very similar to the Final Fantasy franchise with, each entry in the Zelda series being, kind of standalone. That is until 2011, when Nintendo made some poor intern tie all of these games together. So now there's a timeline that ties all 19 games, all 19 mainline games together. Now, whether it makes sense or is even necessary in the first place is irrelevant because it exists and it is officially canon. No arguing about it.
What do you mean? You argue about it all the time.
There's no arguing about it. I'm not going to argue about it. It exists. It is here, whether I want it to be here or not. I mean, it's not that I don't want it to be here. It's just that it's stupid. So what I wanted to do before we start actually breaking down any Zelda game that we're talking about in particular, I want to start with a segment that I would like to call the Temple of Time line. You're the keeper of the timeline. You know all that there is to know about the timeline. I think you even got like the encyclopedia and shit, or whatever you want to call it.
I've got a couple books. I've got the encyclopedia and the Hyrule Historia books.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, honestly, this is your franchise. I mean, I think you've said it on a previous episode. I mean, this is where your expertise comes in. So it's the first game of the Zelda series. It's the first one that we're covering, of course. So give us an idea, a place, and a time for The Legend of Zelda.
Well, The Legend of Zelda is actually, so of the timelines, and I call it timelines because you can have a timeline of just the mainline games. You can have a timeline that includes the handheld games. You can have a timeline that also includes the Game & Watch games. You can have a timeline that includes the animated series. You can have a timeline that includes the Philips CDI games. So it depends upon which one you want to talk about. And also, there's also a timeline that includes like some of the Japanese only Tingle games, believe it or not.
Well, let me tell you something.
Hey, that's my line.
Let me tell you something. I will be covering the mainline games, the mainline console games, and the handheld games. So you can just go with that one.
All right. Well, essentially, like you said earlier, when you decided to play the game, you started with the games. You started with Skyward Sword, and that would be after the world's creation. Heaven and earth is created. The era of the goddess Hylia is part of, that's where Skyward Sword kind of fits in, under the quote-unquote legend of the gods and the hero of time. From there, you get down to Ocarina of Time, and that's where shit starts branching off, okay? So in order to get to the Legend of Zelda, and that's the thing, let me just preface this. The reason why this all happened to begin with is because it got to a point where these games were being released and people were like, well, they're different, but they don't seem like to be the same like characters that we just played in the last one. Like the story's different. It seems like they're meeting for the first time. They don't know each other. Like, why is it like this? And, initially Nintendo was like, oh, it's like, it's just every Zelda game that comes out is just going to be like a new thing. Like press the reset button. No, that can't be, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, all right, fine. We'll fucking make a timeline. Just like you said, they forced somebody to make a timeline. And the timeline has stuck, but, and that's the thing. It's kind of like then you kind of get a slap in the face because it's all over the place. And now the fans, every time something comes out, the fans are like, which branch of this timeline is this game going to fall under? So anyway,
I think it's funny too, because like between every game, because there's clearly no concrete tie into like any of these games. So like, Skyward Sword doesn't smoothly transition into, I think Minish Cap is the next one, because there just was no, I mean, it was they're both standalone games. And so I like how between the events of the actual games, they're just like, Nintendo's just like, I don't know, there was a war or something.
Yeah.
Between like every fucking game, it's just like, there was a war.
Between Skyward Sword and...
It's never mentioned. I think the only war that's ever really mentioned is in A Link to the Past. There might have, obviously Breath of the Wild, but
right.
But like still, like those are like the only two games out of like how many? Like,
right.
Anyway,
yeah, no,
I'm not here to talk shit on
right.
the time.
No, as I look here, just going back to what you said, it looks like that there was, I wouldn't say that it was a war. It looks like that there was just times of unrest that weren't exactly war, but like things looked bad or bleak, and then things got better, and then the Force era was Minish Cap. But anyway,
hold on. Before you carry on, let me, because you played the Warriors, the Hyrule Warriors games, right?
No.
Or did you just play?
I never played those.
Oh,
No.
Really? Oh, okay. Never mind. Because I was like, I feel like those games could honestly lend a good storyline for like be the in-between for like a story of a war, because it's very Dynasty Warriors. It's very much you are just slashing through hordes of people, and so like one of these made up wars that Nintendo has made up to kind of connect any one game, those games, those Hyrule Warrior games could kind of tie those together.
That'd be good.
And they could, I mean, they might. I've never played any of them. I know nothing about them. That might be very well the case, but I don't know. I'm not looking at the timeline right now, so I don't know if any of those are placed anywhere.
I
have no idea.
Those entries have never been canon, and I don't know of any. I mean, I honestly, since Breath of the Wild came out, I haven't.
Well, Age of Calamity is canon, right?
Well, it shouldn't be.
Oh man, I better open up this tequila bottle.
It shouldn't be, because
I better stop,
because there's things that happen in that game, storyline wise, that, and you can find people on YouTube that have cut just the entire story out of it, and it's like a 2.5 hour long movie. The things that you expect to happen that lead to Link being in a sleep and Ganon taking over the castle for Calamity Ganon taking over Hyrule Castle for 100 years doesn't exactly go the way you thought it would. So that's why I'm saying like it shouldn't be canon, because that would open up a whole new timeline. We can't do that. We cannot do that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's get back to where we're getting.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get back to Zelda. So the original Zelda.
Let's leave that. Yeah.
So from Ocarina of Time, you got two timelines. You got the one where he's successful in defeating the Demon King Ganon, and then you got one where Ganon defeats the hero. Now, the timeline we're looking at is the hero is defeated. And then you've got to go down. Now that's where like a war actually does take place between Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past. You've got the Sealing War. And then it goes on from there. If we're talking, you said mainline only, or did you say the handhelds too?
The handhelds, because I'm going to be doing Minish Cap and Link's
You're
Awakening.
Link's Awakening.
Stuff, yeah.
Okay. So then you got Link's Awakening would be next. And that is part of the era of Light and Dark. And then from there, you'll get into the Oracle games, where Ganon is revived. And then what is actually a direct sequel to A Link to the Past is A Link Between Worlds. But even though it's a direct sequel, you still got the Oracle games in between the two. So that's where some people get confused. They're not sure even where the Oracle games land.
So what we're saying is right now, because you've been going down those games, The Legend of Zelda, although it is the first game that Nintendo made, it is not the first game in the timeline.
No, it's like, well, you got the Oracle games are basically 2 games. So you would have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you counting Triforce Heroes?
What the fuck is that?
Okay, I guess you're not. If you're not Force Heroes, then it's like the 10th one in the timeline.
I'm definitely counting Link's crossbow training for sure.
Shut up. But Link Between Worlds and then Triforce Heroes would be part of the gold era. And then the Triforce, because after the Triforce Heroes, you got the Triforce using Monarchy. And then you go into the end of the decline where the Triforce of Courage is hidden. And then from that point, you get into the timeline of what's called the Tragedy of Princess Zelda, the first, when the hero arrives late because Ganon has been revived and has kidnapped Princess Zelda. That is where the Legend of Zelda then gets placed. Whew, there you go.
And keep in mind, this game tells you none of that. Just to say that up front, there's no inkling of any of that in this game. So what you're telling me is that, fuck, I don't know. I don't want to talk about this fucking timeline. So I have to know. We have to talk about it. Where in the timeline does this game sit in relation to the last game that we talked about? Grab your magic, your pouch full of magic and your sword. Don't turn yourself into a fairy. We're gonna take a walk. We're gonna go see what's inside the Temple of Timeline. So open up this Zelda wiki here because this is a professional podcast.
Right. Well, you can look up your Zelda wiki, and I can tell you that from memory, as a direct sequel to the original Legend of Zelda, this falls under the Era of Decline. This Link is a possible descendant of the hero of Light and Dark. And that's all I can remember. However, I will agree with you on something that you said. This is kind of like how you joked about, like, oh, I remember defeating Ganon at the end of Ocarina of Time because of the possibility that, the hero dies and Ganon wins and that splits off another timeline. What you can do with this one, you can completely ignore it because it actually, Zelda 2 is the end of that timeline, the Era of Decline. You can just pretend like peace came to Hyrule after the first one and that Zelda 2 never existed because it doesn't need to exist. It does nothing to push any other. It doesn't set up any other game in this timeline. It doesn't set up any other possibility of a timeline branch. It literally is the end of the Era of Decline and is just another adventure for the same Link. Well, this Link is a teenager, so he could have just...
So the Era of Decline occurs because Link killed Ganon, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I gotcha.
Okay.
So, speaking of... how do I segue this? Talking about Ocarina of Time. Speaking of time... There's one stop we have to make during these Zelda episodes. It's right over here. It's on the other side of Castletown here. It's called the Temple of Timeline. Welcome, Ben, Jared, to the Temple of Timeline. Please, no shouting while you're within its walls.
Arms and legs in the vehicle at all times.
Mm-hmm. Please stay within the velvet ropes.
Yep.
It's very majestic in
there. Painting a nice word picture here.
This is where we briefly talk about the story of Link's Awakening and its placement within the Zelda timeline.
I feel like this could just fit in any part of the timeline. Like, I don't know officially where it does come in.
Thinking too. Thank you.
Like, it could be literally anywhere in the timeline between journeys.
Yeah, I was like,
other than between Ocarina and Majora's Mask. Like, that's the only time that it can't exist.
So let's back. Let me just preface this, right? So Link's Awakening takes place in the Fallen Hero branch of the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I know, Jared, you're like the timeline master here.
I'll fill in the gaps in.
So this is the branch, the Fallen Hero timeline is the branch of the timeline where Link is killed by Ganon in Ocarina of Time. Yes. Which, may I remind everybody, that never happens. No matter how you play Ocarina of Time, no matter how you play that game, that doesn't happen, ever. It's completely made up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a timeline that was introduced in 2016 to account for all of the games that came previously.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah. The whole thing is just bullshit. And there's people clamoring for some kind of like idea of where these games like follow up to one another. And then Miyamoto and Nintendo were like, sure, here's your timeline. Have fun with it. And it just made things worse. People were like, actually.
It's like, we know you never saw him get killed by Ganon, but imagine if he did, that would cause all of these releases.
That, like, I have this running joke that is like Nintendo, it was the one thing Nintendo did for the fans because the fans really wanted it, but they didn't put any real effort into it. They just made some intern make like a really nice graphic of all the games with a timeline.
Hey guys, I gotta step away for just a second. Be right back. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Man, I gave up trying to follow the fucking Zelda timeline.
I hate it so much, but I feel like if I don't bring it up, somebody's gonna like get upset.
But it's just like you said though. It's like they made all of these games, and then the fans were like, "Okay, but how does it fit together?" And they were like cutting pieces off of cutting sides off of a puzzle piece to make it fit together because it wasn't meant to be there. It's just like,
yes. How about the games are just video games and they just stand apart from every other one?
Doesn't have to necessarily be an overarching lore. Like, you could definitely have references to something, like, you know, but because I think there are a bunch of references in Skyward Sword, right, that kind of show that it predated a couple of the other games. But
yeah,
you know, it doesn't like Link's Awakening doesn't have to fit into a timeline,
and it doesn't. So when I grew up playing all of these games, and when it got to Wind Waker, when I first played Wind Waker, that was the first time where it actually felt like a sequel to something, because Ocarina of Time is heavily referenced in that game.
Yeah. I mean, we covered that in our series. Like, it's fully says in the intro cutscene before the menu that like this is post Ocarina, where Ganon sort of came back and Link has disappeared and is no longer with us.
Yeah, so like in my head, I'm like, well, sure, I think some of these games could be a direct sequel to some of the other ones, but you don't have to just shoehorn all of the rest of them in here to really make them all make sense.
They don't all need to connect to one kind of interconnected timeline or branch of timelines. Like, sure, they can reference each other, but yeah. Sorry, by the way, my wife couldn't find the keys, so I had to try to find keys. She had to leave.
It works with Ocarina and Majora's Mask because it's like he's following Navi into the forest and stuff. But yeah.
So this game takes place immediately after A Link to the Past, right? Which raises questions for me because we don't know what Link's original journey was. Because when we first see him, he's on that boat and he gets caught in the storm.
Right.
So where the fuck was he going?
Apparently, it's like, so Yeah, so the Link from Link to the Past is the Link in Link's Awakening. And after defeating Ganon, I guess he was going out to train more. That's kind of like the headcanon of it. And it was actually on his way back that he got caught in the storm. On his way back to Hyrule, got caught in the storm and then ended up on Koholint.
Because, so my question is, and I want to hit on Ben's point as well.
Mm-hmm.
But before I get there, why couldn't this just take place before, not even before, but somewhere around Wind Waker, where he's sailing most of the time?
I was going to say
Koholint could just totally just be some island in Wind Waker.
Yeah, which would be cool to see. Like to see a nod to that in Wind Waker, like put a little island that kind of like references Link's Awakening or something like that.
Exactly. All you had to do was have one of the numerous useless islands in Wind Waker, be the island from Link's Awakening. And, you don't have to say to the player, like, oh, this is directly related.
Mm-hmm.
Context clues. Like, it makes sense. You come to the island, there's a giant fucking Yoshi egg on top of a volcano, and you're like, oh, yeah, this is Link's Awakening.
Yeah, you want to talk about Easter eggs, you could have one giant egg somewhere in the middle of an island.
Exactly.
That would have been so cool to have that. Just this big like island with an egg on top of it in Wind Waker.
Yeah. But then to even take Ben's point further, where this could be anywhere in the timeline.
Yeah.
This game is a dream. This could literally take place right before Breath of the Wild. This could have been one of the many hundreds of dreams Link had while he was asleep in that cave.
100%. Oh, God, yeah. Could you imagine while he was in the fucking hyperbolic time chamber, Finn, just dreaming about
hyperbolic time chamber,
fighting people,
dreaming about other women that come wake him up on a beach.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck Zelda.
Link's just a horny dude, man.
We're going to get into it. I think this is like the horniest Zelda game. You guys can fight me on that.
People were giving Link kisses, the Link and Marin thing.
Oh, yeah.
Link is getting all the ladies, and he's not interested at all. He's just like, I'm just a hero,
The other thing, too, is like most Zelda games has Link waking up. So this could literally take place before Link to the Past, before whatever. Like,
I mean, all
Ocarina
this
of Time.
It's all made up, anyways, right, guys? Like, this is all just like fake stuff. They're like, sure, we'll put this here. They have like a big chalkboard. It's like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme where there's the strings that are connecting everything.
Yeah.
Like, sure, this will go here, this will go there, and then we'll make these good people happy.
That's what I was saying to Keith. Like, it's like having this jigsaw puzzle and Nintendo just cutting parts of the puzzle where they need them to fit into one another. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Zelda timeline. I'll come out and say it. It feels unnecessary and far too fan servicey for me. And I feel like it creates more problems than it solves. But that's another conversation.
I mean, I think when you're having this many games, it starts becoming problematic because having kind of an interconnected world or a set of like lineages is a cool concept. And having all these worlds feel connected and these links feel like they either build off one another is a cool idea. But like I said, when you start getting this many games in this timeline, you start losing some of that. And it's like, well, you start losing some of the continuity too. You're like, wait, what about, why is this Link the same Link from Ocarina of Time? But then what does that Link have to do with this game? It starts getting muddy as you start really looking into it.
And when you explain away a lot of the Links just being a reincarnation, it's like, well, that's just really watered down. And nothing actually matters. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It really kind of takes away the stakes, knowing that, like, well, he's gonna come back.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what happens in Breath of the Wild or whatever. Link is gonna return. And I know that sounds like a lot. I mean, this isn't like some fucking 40-hour Naughty Dog script or anything like that. But for an NES, I mean, there's kind of a lot, but not really. It's mostly up front and then at the end of the game. And until I did the research on this game and read up on it, I thought the premise was just really, really funny and just extraordinarily eye-rolling nerd shit. Turns out that was kind of the intention. A lot of the writing in the game is like super tongue-in-cheek. It's supposed to be goofy, even when you end up dying. But before I get further into all of that, let's actually dive into what the game has to say about what the hell is going on. Quote, "The last thing you remember is standing before the wizard Lakmir as he gestured wildly, enchanted in an archaic tongue. Now you find yourself staring at an entryway which lies at the edge of a forest. The druid's words still ring in your ears.
Within the walls of the castle Shadowgate lies your quest. If the prophecies hold true, the dreaded Warlock Lord will use his dark magic to raise the behemoth, the deadliest of the titans, from the depths of the earth. You are the seed of the prophecy, the last of the line of kings. And only you can stop the Warlock Lord from darkening our world forever. Fare thee well."
It literally sounds like some stuffy dungeon master reading their opening description for some game of D&D that you're about to play. And just like all the other adventure games, all the other games in the series, they all rely heavily on like fantasy influences from writers like J.R. Tolkien. J.R. Tolkien? Is that his name? R.R. Martin? R.R. Tolkien? Tolkien? There's so many nerds going absolutely batshit right now. George Lucas. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, calling in from the darkened countryside of Transylvania, I'd like to welcome to the show the Butcher of Belmont, Dracula.
It is an honor to once again grace the airwaves of this thing you call a podcast.
Oh man, hey, it's great to have you on. It's great to have. I'm just glad that you're not.
It is very unfortunate. How you discharged me the last time we met, as I was on the brink of discharging.
See, Drac, this is. Can I call you Drac? This is why. It's not a family show by any means, but the vulgarity last time it got a little bit out of control. So I think it's just safer to just have you call in. I'm glad your internet connection is great.
I have had a millennia. I have seen many plagues brought upon by man. Your brethren tore me apart, stole my ribs.
They're good ribs.
They are. You must have them country style next time.
Man, the shipping costs, though. Like, I'd love to. Man, have you seen the prices? Ship something from Russia to the U.S.?
Try Amazon. They have a new membership plan for prime ribs.
Prime ribs. Quickest way to a man's heart, my friend.
Through the fourth and fifth rib as well. Don't remind me.
Yeah, right. Steaks, ribs. Starting to get hungry, man.
I only hunger for erectile juice.
Oh. So, listen, let's cut to the chase here. I brought you on to tell us another story. This is the Ghoulcade. I know you've seen a lot of things in your lifetime, lots of horrific things. It's the first episode. I really want to kind of get everybody in the mood. It's getting really cold outside. Really set the stage for October here. We've got a chance to do this. So can you help me with this, my friend?
I have been through space-time, from far future and back. Witnessed the end of human civilization. I call this epic. Anomaly. Jimmy hated being a xenomorph. He couldn't talk. He was despised by all the humans and had no social skills. He was also madly in love with a female human named Eluxus, who worked in Wayland Yutani as a consultant. The wars on Earth had gotten so bad that Wayland Yutani had been forced to draft the Xenos into the workforce, but under a strict no-sex order. Potential workers were spayed and neutered and sent to Xeno finishing school to learn to be better aliens. They were drilled on good behavior and were steadily deprogrammed from their killer mindsets, so that they marched out of school with a death count of just over 20. Mostly because the teachers wouldn't shut up and tried their patience. Diplomas in hand, they joined the workforce. Of course, this meant that Jimmy would never get hard again. His tail had to be chopped off, and his wiener cut in half. Alexis viewed him as pitiful, but went on with her daily routine, which frustrated Jimmy to no end. To assuage his woes, he went to the Weyland-Yutani scientist to get his body enhanced, and appeared at Alexis's door with a ring. "Will you marry me?" he asked on a bended knee. "Security!" Alexis yelled. Jimmy's head was nearly blown off as a rifle round whizzed near his head and nearly killed him. "My love, why?" he screamed as he drew a chain gun from her cabinet. Jimmy ducked into a nearby alley, but she simply fired into the walls and followed him all the way back to the hive, interrupting a frantic baby-making session by two xenomorph lovers who felt the bullets but barely registered their deaths. So in love were they. They appeared in heaven, the were chased off by Saint Peter, who came after them with a cleaver. "No aliens!" he yelled as he ran into hell. The demons screamed and ran out as Saint Peter was mobbed by them, their sinful bodies dying on impact. Satan gave them a room for $6.66 specifically, and they had a demonic baby. Back on Earth, Jimmy took to drink to destroy his sorrows, and Alexis showed up to apologize. 6 months later, she was pregnant with an alien baby. "Push!" Jimmy said as Alexis's body felt like it was dying. Numerous medics were gathered around the opening, trying desperately to avoid the inevitable. Suddenly, the medic yelled as he was decapitated by the alien baby that emerged from Alexis. "Is it going to kill me?" Alexis said, worried. Jimmy warned the child that if Alexis died, he would order the queen to end its life when they got back home. The baby put its tail away and let Alexis cradle it. It cooed at her, and she knew that life would be okay for her and her baby. Regardless of it being the personification of rape itself, she would teach it not to be partial to that kind of stuff. The surgeon stopped by the door as Jimmy and Alexis had the best sex ever and made the very room shake. More babies emerged and the hospital was overwhelmed by alien fetuses. Alexis agreed to be turned into a xenomorph by Weyland-Yutanis, despite the painful process, and became a member of the Hive. And when Ripley destroyed the Hive, years later, Alexis personally murdered her daughter, Amanda, in revenge.
And every game is loosely based on the video game that we're talking about. And so today, I would like to play a game that I'd like to call Extra Extra. Is this headline bullshit? So the rules are pretty simple. I've selected 10 news headlines that could either be real news headlines or fake news headlines that I just picked from The Onion.
Oh, shit.
And
oh, damn.
These are like, I don't know, like for the past year or so.
I mean, sneaky, though.
They are. But also, like, 2020 is also batshit and crazy also. So.
Like, oh, I think that could be true.
So all you have to do is tell me if the headline is real or not.
All right.
Easy enough?
Yeah.
You stand to win nothing,
Awesome.
but you also stand to lose nothing. So,
Oh, great. That's great.
so headline number 1. Missouri governor insists kids must go back to school even though they will get COVID-19.
That seemed like some true shit.
Yeah, it was real.
Oh,
It's a USA Today article.
man.
Hold on, I never keep track of right and correct answers on here. Not that it really matters all that much, but I should just start a leaderboard with like all the people that I have on.
Oh, there you go.
Just see who's like the best. Oh man, hey, that's a good idea actually.
That works.
All right, hey, we're starting it here. You're starting the leaderboards, man. Congratulations. Headline number 2. After permit approved for whites only church, small Minnesota town insists it isn't racist.
That one's true. I think I remember hearing that.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, it's kind of well, I don't know if it's directly in your neck of the woods, but it's Minnesota. Yeah, that is real.
Yep. I remember hearing that, and I was like, "That's some weird shit."
Fucking sketchy. Real sketchy. I don't know why you need a whites only church, unless it's for Klan rallies, but
right.
Whatever. Awkward.
David Duke probably there.
Headline number 3. Media condemns Biden for baseless claim that nation will come together once election is over.
Ah, shit. That's bullshit?
That is bullshit.
Okay.
That is bullshit.
Yeah. Woo woo.
Headline number 4. Trump warns removing Confederate statues could be a slippery slope to eliminating racism.
That's true.
That is bullshit.
That's bullshit.
But it sounds super real.
It sounds super real. I'm like, that sounds real as fuck, man. I can see him saying that sometimes. Shit.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't sound far removed from everything that's happened the past couple months.
Does not.
Headline number 5. This is so bad. This is fucking so bad. Right. Headline number 5. Black man shot by police after matching description for COVID-19.
For COVID-19? That's bullshit. That has to be bullshit. What?
It's bullshit.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's bullshit. There's this. I ended up reading that article. It's the Onion goes too far sometimes, man.
The Onion just keeps going and going. It's a joke, and then it just keeps going and going.
There was this. There's at the end of the article. There's this quote I pulled. It goes, "At press time, leaked body cam footage revealed that the police officer had dropped a positive test result next to the suspect's corpse."
Oh my god!
So bad.
Oh my god, the Onion.
All right, number 6. Son wins lawsuit after mom throws away his best porno mags.
Ah, man, I can see that as being some true shit, but that's some Onion shit. That's bullshit.
That is that's bullshit. Or wait, no, that's real. I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
real?
all fucked up. Yeah, that is real.
What?
That is real. That is. I'm guessing this is a local newspaper. It's from Michigan Live.
Wow.
So whatever, Michigan newspaper. But yeah, I'm like, all right. So that was from last year. And I'm like, what kid is like getting porno mags?
Yeah, who does that? It's the internet, baby. Like, what's going on? Like,
right.
Why are you doing that old school?
You're right. Yeah, like what are we doing? Like, unless he's keeping them for like relics or something, like they like are worth money.
He's making a scrapbook or something. Like, what the hell?
What are those things called? Those boards that people do.
Pinterest?
Vision boards.
Oh.
He's got a vision board full of
He has a
titties.
vision board. Oh my god, that's true. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Hey man, there's no problem with a vision board full of titties, man. Some
Why
people
not,
just want to pray for titties, man.
I wish I had some vision titties in my face right now. That'd be great.
Vision titties.
Vision titties.
Number 7. Spotify celebrates $100th given to artist.
$100 given to artists?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, right? No?
That is fake.
Fake?
That is bullshit.
Okay. You meant like a $100 bill given to?
No, just 100th. Like they gave their 100th $1 bill to an artist.
Oh yeah, I thought that was true. Okay. All right.
It's horribly real, but also it's fake. It's a fake headline.
Wow. Okay. That's why I had it like that.
Where are we? Number 8. Twitch suspends Dragon Force guitarist for playing his own music.
Honestly, there's been a lot of copyright infringement shit going on Twitch, and I can see that happening even if you're playing your own damn music. So I'm going to say that's true.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yes. I think, I can't remember his name. Herman Lee? I mean, that dude's a fucking wizard on the guitar, so...
Yeah.
That's the other thing that's kind of like Twitch's guidelines are all over the place, but
yeah, they're all over the place. Like this one game I played, Kakarot, like it's about Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, is that the new one?
It's a new one. It plays this theme music during the titles, and it mutes my whole entire video when
Really?
it plays.
Oh,
I don't understand it. So I'm like, well, whatever, it's stupid. But yeah, I can see there's a lot of copyright type things going on Twitch that I don't really agree with. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, number 9, Axe body spray. Axe.
Yeah.
Axe condemns U.S. Capitol riots after can of body spray left by mob.
Oh, that's some bullshit. But I can see that being true because I remember that in Whitefish Bay, like smelling Axe all down the hallway. But yeah, that's bullshit, right? Yeah.
That is real.
That's real?
Yes, from the Insider.
What?
Come on, man. You saw those fucking rednecks. You know all they're doing is fucking drenching themselves in Axe.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Last one. Cat, too evil to pet. Too soft not to.
What? That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I always got to end with like a super goofy one. All right, man.
Please give me a freebie. That's a freebie.
I mean, yeah, but why not? Fuck it. It's such a stupid ass headline.
I would say since those early 90s and 2000s, not as many have grabbed my attention. Obviously, the main one I've seen all the way through to completion is Kingdom Hearts. That took up 20 years of my fucking life that I'll never get back.
It's not done yet.
No, it's done. I played 3. I'm done. I'm out. I said I was going to get to 3.
Now you have to
That's
play
it.
as Kairi and you have to go find Sora.
No, I'm out. I don't want to go to Japan. I don't want to fight whoever else is. No.
What about the rhythm based game?
Yeah.
No, I'm done. I'm not playing a rhythm based game. I played the mobile game. I'm done. No.
Don't you like the soundtrack?
Leave me alone.
What about the game where you have to play as Xehanort?
I'll listen to the soundtrack and not play a game attached to it. I can listen to it without putting forth the effort.
But it's canon, Eric. You have to play it.
Don't care. I got my ending in 3. I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah, but what if you play Xehanort edition? Like you play as yourself in the game.
Stop. That already happened. Stop.
I don't even know what a Xehanort is.
Don't worry. It's 14 guys who are actually one guy.
Yeah,
Just don't worry
it's 14 guys that are one guy that may be more than that because you are also Xehanort. I mean, that's practically what they did with the new God of War game. Essentially, you're like, hey, you get new armor, you get new stat upgrades. This also increases your rage meter, and it increases your health, so on and so forth. But I feel like because they were remaking the game into like a new style, it kind of fit because you kind of have to take control of both you and the boy in the whole fight. So it's like you have to give them something to be on their own.
And damn, does it just feel good to wail on dudes as Kratos? Like, man, it feels great, I gotta say.
Well, then the other thing that they did in that game too that a lot of RPGs do is they put a good story in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I did not care for the other God of War. Like, I played them, but I didn't, like, it was more like mindless mashing of buttons in the original 3 God of War games. So I didn't care to play them more than once.
You mean you didn't enjoy the Kratos orgy minigame at the beginning?
Why do you think I said
it?
Actually, that was in 2 and 3, actually.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 times you get to do that. And listen, that's why I never completed the games, because I just
kept like, who's counting?
Reset it.
I just stopped after the orgy scene, obviously.
I'm like, oh, this is why he's the god of war.
A music tune, just like when you go invincible in Mario Brothers, you'll get a bit of a chime, bit of a jingle, where you'll be invincible for the duration of that song.
It might be the same. It might be the same song that they use in Bonk.
Oh, when you have the big meat. Yeah, it could be. Or maybe it's like a slight remix of it or something. But yeah,
like
you're right. It's probably similar.
And the invincibility definitely comes in handy because those giant smiley. I mean, you can still collect smileys in a boss fight. So if you collect a giant smiley and you're already fused, you can pretty much one-hit KO any boss.
Yeah, it makes the boss fights a lot easier when you've got the fusion forms.
Going back to kind of what I alluded to before, in the original Japanese version, when Zonk fuses with Moo Moo, Zonk actually has a pair of robot titties, and he shoots missiles out of them.
Oh, wow, really? I didn't realize that.
Well, the version that we played, it looks like he's holding, like, I guess, like glasses of milk.
Yeah, and he shoots milk missiles
firing,
out of
like, yeah, and he's shooting the glasses of milk. So it's interesting. It's very Japanese. It's just having giant anime titties and firing missiles out of them.
That's amazing. I wish I had to look that up. That's so cool.
And then the other minor change is that one of Bonk's Bonk, I'm probably going to be doing that a lot. One of Zonk's abilities is he's capable of charging his regular weapon, and in our version, a giant missile. Basically, he barfs up a giant missile.
Yeah.
But in Japan, Zonk just takes a shit. Like literally a turd just drops out of his body.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So just
I wish I had looked up regional differences. That's amazing.
Yeah, go check him out. It's fucking hilarious.
He does look like he's straining when you charge up. So
right, yeah. Listen, I don't know how well robot titties would have done here, like in the US, but dropping a deuce in your video game is pretty much like as 90s as it gets, especially for like American gross out lifestyle back then. Like,
yeah, that would have suited perfectly on like Nickelodeon or something.
Right. Like we had when did Booger Man come out? I feel like Booger Man was like right around the corner too.
It must have been around this time. And yeah, shows like Ren and Stimpy and stuff like that, that gross out humor was pretty prevalent in the early 90s.
Beavis and Butthead.
Why'd they change it? That's weird. I mean, I guess I can understand the anime titties changing that, but dropping a big deuce, that's just funny.
And I'm pretty sure in Zonk style, if I remember right, the turd had sunglasses on. Because of course it would.
Of course. Why not?
This is going to be a 9-part series where I venture into the story, lore, and characters of the mainline Resident Evil games. I'm doing 0 through 7, and hopefully by the time we get to Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 8 will be out, and I will have played, and then I can finish the series off with that game. The night he meets Claire is actually supposed to be his first day on the job, and at this point, the police station has become a safe haven for the residents of Raccoon City, supplying food, shelter, and medical supplies to those that need it. Leon is voiced by Nick. I'm going to butcher this, so sorry, Nick. I know you're a listener to the podcast, so I apologize. Nick Apostolides? Apostolids?
Hey guys, this is Nick Apostolidis. Yo, Keith from Main Quest Podcast. Nick Apostolidis here. I think you knew that. 3 years. 3 years shortly. That is a milestone. I hope you celebrate that the right way. That's a big deal. A couple friends of mine run podcasts, and I know it is a lot of work, and I can see why most of them don't last past 21 episodes. But hey, keep it up. If this is what makes you happy, keep on doing it. Share your passion. You talk about games, mostly retro. Love retro. Awesome. I travel so much in my life. My Nintendo Switch is my best friend. I have so many retro collections, 8-bit, 16-bit from Nintendo, Super Nintendo, even GameCube days. I mean, It's awesome. I love that. So keep that up. Share the passion because the retro wave is coming back, baby. And I know that.
And the characters that do return in this game, I'll say it now, Ada is kind of a big part of Resident Evil 4, kind of. Her and Leon, let's get into it. Her and Leon, they act as if they've never even really known each other. But like, I know they know each other. Like, I saw it. They damn near fucked on that train. Like, don't tell me that they don't know each other. Like, the entire chemistry that was built up through Resident Evil 2 between Leon and Ada is completely gone. It just isn't, it's not here. Like, Leon doesn't even know that she's alive at the end of Resident Evil 2. And when they run into each other, when they first run into each other in RE4, Leon doesn't even react to her being alive.
Long time no see.
Ada. So it is true.
True? About what?
You, working with Wesker.
The last time Leon saw Ada, she fell off some scaffolding into like this bottomless pit with like a lab exploding all around her. And they meet. First of all, she's basically wearing the exact same dress she wore in RE2. She has the same hairstyle. And she like basically, Leon like makes his way into a building to take cover or something like that. And she makes a sneaky drop on Leon and holds him up. And they do like this weird, there's just tons of like early 2000s like Matrix slow motion gun kata bullshit. This entire game is just littered with that kind of action and direction in it. And the performance I'm getting out of Leon is that like he doesn't even realize that it's her until she takes off her sunglasses that have like the frames that are like the size of a US quarter. Like, has the same hairstyle, dress and everything, has no idea who she is, but as soon as she takes her tiny little itty bitty sunglasses off, he's like, whoa, Ada? Like, gotta be fucking kidding me. And then they both like, after he realizes it's her, they both act like nothing has happened. There's nothing about the whole betrayal back in Raccoon City. Doesn't find out who she's working for. It's still a mystery this entire game. Maybe you ask how she survived an unsurvivable fall to her death. Those are some pretty good questions. I don't even care. I'm kind of raging right now. But good point, Keith. He doesn't bring up the events of Resident Evil 2, which could account for why Leon and Ada act as if there's no history between them, except for the fact that they already know each other, and nowhere in the game is it explained why, how, or where they know each other from. But it is alluded to. And again, he does talk about the Spencer Mansion incident, so I guess I can give it to Leon, knowing who Wesker was. Leon, I'm assuming this is the actual canonical Leon, that we met in 2, was on the RPD force, which STARS is a division of. He might, and he's a rookie in 1998. That's his first day on the job when we see him. He might know who Wesker is. Probably not, but whatever. The time skip is detrimental to the plot of this game, and it absolutely ruins it. Now, maybe in Resident Evil 3, we should have been able to intersect a story with Leon in there, or Wesker, because literally Leon just drops the bomb that Wesker is alive. And then you don't hear about it ever. Well, there is a mention of it in one scene towards the end of the game, but it's amazing. Wesker's name is just thrown in here twice in this game without any context.
Just so we understand each other clearly, I don't trust you, nor does Wesker.
It's just such a casual mention. You'd probably miss it if you weren't even paying attention. It's just so you're working for Wesker. And then nothing happens with it. he's basically planning to take over the United States. Fine, I get that. It's a plot. What I don't get is when Leon finds Ashley, which, he does so pretty early on here. Sadler makes it a point to get the Ganados to steal Ashley back from Leon so he can continue to carry out his plan. But because of the high infection rate of Plagas, not only is Ashley's already infected, which is something that we basically find out as soon as we rescue her, but we also learn that Leon is also infected. So do you see where I'm going with this here? So if Sadler's plan was to infect Ashley, which he has done, and then to send her back to the US to infect its top officials and take over.
I'm taking Ashley back, whether you like it or not.
Ah, the audacity of youth.
Then why doesn't he just let Leon take her back? Just cut the middleman out and be like, oh, crazy American, I guess you win. What can I do? I am but a Spaniard. I don't know what accent that was. Is that even anything? Why does he make it a point to keep trying to kidnap Ashley over and over and over again throughout this entire game? This entire game, we are chasing after Ashley. Sadler, just let Leon take her back to the US. It's already done. Just see, I'm hitting shit now. It's bad. This story sucks. It's so bad. What you're about to hear is coming from a place of privilege. I am a straight white male, and so my perception may be a little skewed. I might even be a little uninformed. But back in 2008, outrage, cyber witch hunts, cancel culture, the stuff synonymous with the internet now, they weren't commonplace. And it really wouldn't be for maybe about 4 or 5 years later. The topics of racism in mainstream video games weren't really a conversation back then. And I feel like if Resident Evil 5 was announced tomorrow, it most certainly will have been shut down immediately and redrafted. The depictions of Africans being chained up, caged, looking very animalistic, while a white male guns them down is horrifyingly problematic. But in the context of a schlocky zombie game, the lines are a little blurred. This certainly doesn't help Capcom's case when, in an interview, one of the developers mentioned that they wanted the Majini to be much more aggressive than the Ganados. What makes this kind of interesting is stuff like this in the media were kind of handled in a very toxic way back then. But it's great because enough people, even this early in that kind of outrage, enough people spoke up about it to really put Capcom under the microscope here. So when I heard the outcry from the public, my thought back then was, well, are Africans immune to viruses and diseases? Of course not. Of course they're not. A fictional viral outbreak can certainly occur anywhere and affect anyone, regardless of gender, race, or creed. Look what happened. Look what happened. Do you think COVID stopped and was like, man, those Jews, they've had a rough go. Let's leave them out. Absolutely not. How ridiculous if anybody can catch a virus. Nobody is immune to anything. And so now, coming to play Resident Evil 5 for the first time, 12 years later after its release, I was thinking it couldn't be that bad. Its reputation isn't poor. A lot of people really like this game. Granted, the gaming community doesn't have the best judgment when it comes to social issues. And what I found, again, as a white guy, is that Resident Evil 5 is accidentally racist. Certainly racist, but not intentionally. Now, if you've listened to all my previous entries of these games, is that there's a clear theme in Resident Evil is dehumanization. But RE5 takes that to a very literal sense. Because the setting is so vaguely set, almost immediately Capcom has painted a portrait of Africa just being absolutely dangerous. And I think they have a responsibility to grapple with that theme more than ever if this is where they want their game to take place. Because if you dehumanize a certain race of people that have been dehumanized their entire life in real life, you really owe it to the players to have some sort of understanding of that topic. And the game just doesn't want to do that. The context is just not here at all. So let's compare this to Resident Evil or Resident Evil 2. The documents and diary entries you find scattered throughout those games document the outbreak and what's happened to the citizens of Raccoon City. It paints a picture of who these people were, how they lived, and how they became victims. While in Resident Evil 5, before the Ouroboros outbreak, the Magini are hinted as being somewhat savage before they became infected. And even in 4, the portrayal of the Spaniards in modern day 2004 as poor farmers or medieval cultists is also in fucking poor taste. Which leads to the argument that I've actually heard on other podcasts or around the internet is that, well, nobody complains about Resident Evil 4 being racist. So what's the big deal? Which is an incredibly ignorant argument just based on the fact that the people of Spain have never had the history of being stereotyped or very much continue to be stigmatized in our modern day culture. Portraying white people as savages is not as loaded as portraying Africans the same way, considering how white people have treated them and continue to. You certainly can't insert all of the aspects into a game these days without actually taking into consideration the real-life ramifications it might have. You can certainly do these things. You can put these subjects into a video game, but you need to handle them in an informative, compassionate manner. And I don't think Capcom or the Resident Evil franchise was ever going to aspire to be anything but a really dumb, fun, borderline anime, schlocky zombie narrative. This definitely isn't the franchise to tackle these kinds of issues. It's fine. Resident Evil 5, I mean, as we talk about the story, you're going to soon hear, it's dumb as fuck. I don't think Capcom was being malicious in any way. I don't think they ever gave the social, political weight of this even a second thought. They just wanted to make a dumb, fun game. But the way things are handled is certainly in poor taste. During the fight, Chris and Sheva managed to jam needles of progenitor virus all over Wesker's body like some fucking annoying-ass mosquitoes. And since, of course, everybody's fighting and nobody's flying the jet, it crashes into a volcano. All three of them survive, and somehow the missiles containing Ouroboros don't explode. Should send, the virus all over the place, which is great. And it's also great for Wesker, actually, because he punches one of the missiles, plunges his arms into it, and lets Ouroboros take over his body and mutate him. Chris does a bit of punching himself because him and Sheva get separated by a boulder, their worst enemy, a boulder, which Chris punches. Chris punches a boulder. Chris punches a boulder. It's an entire scene in the game. Chris punches a boulder. And he moves it. He moves the boulder with his fists. I'm not even exaggerating here. I may have exaggerated some of the stuff Jill does in Resident Evil 3. didn't exaggerate too much. But this is pound for pound exactly what I'm telling you, what happens. And I mean, just look where we are. The entire showdown here in the end, it's in a volcano. The story has gone from true crime, cannibal murders on a train in the middle of the woods to full-blown action movie showdown in a volcano, an active volcano. If you had told me last October when I started this whole thing off with Sweet Home, Resident Evil's origin game, that we would end up in a situation where we're basically fighting evil Neo from the Matrix inside an active volcano, I'd be like, no, man, that's a Resident Evil? That sounds dumb. But here we are. And I don't know what's going on with Resident Evil 6. I mean, I know, but I don't know. This is a mess. So, I guess a little background info here. I took notes for these episodes, and this has been the most anxiety-ridden, headache-inducing thing I have done on this podcast on so many levels. So, when I talked about the first couple of Resident Evils, Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2, they had separate campaigns for each game. There was Chris or Jill, and there's Leon or Claire. And so with those games, I went on Instagram to have a little bit of fun, and I asked you guys which POV you would want me to take, and then I did it. Now, when I loaded up Resident Evil 6 for the first time, I saw that there were 4 campaigns. So I once again asked you guys to vote. But this time, vote for 2. I'll play through 2, but I'm not going to play through all of them. And so you guys picked Leon and Ada. Great, because we were familiar with those characters, talked a lot about them throughout the franchise. Let's carry this on. But here's the twist. Whereas Resident Evil and 2 told essentially the same story throughout the game, just from the different perspective from that selected character, Resident Evil 6 has 4 different storylines going on, which also happen to intertwine with other characters in parts of the story that also drastically change it. But they're all completely different stories. They're all just segmented and chopped up like a fucking Tarantino movie. So even though Chris was the third option on the menu in this game, his story is actually the beginning of the game. Whereas, like, Ada's story starts somewhere in the middle. So you know what I did? You know what I did for you guys because you're my babies? You know what I put myself through? I played Resident Evil 6 4 times to have to understand the broader picture. Because whatever happens to Ada in this game, it's not explained in Leon's campaign. And when Chris shows up in Leon's campaign, his motivations in wanting to kill Ada are not explained. Shit just happens. It just happens. Which at this point, kind of consistent in the franchise within the past 3 games or so. Shit happens without any explanation. Which leads us that this is the first Resident Evil with full frontal nudity. You guys, we did it. It was bound to happen. Here it is. I'm honestly surprised it happened this late. And believe me when I tell you, these aren't the only slimy anime titties that we're going to see in this game.
Enjoy the show.
Yes, it was quite revealing.
But before we talk about the hetero, let's talk about the homo. So a friend and I were talking about Resident Evil 6 like months ago, quite a while ago. And he was like, yeah, the game isn't that great, but at least it has the guts to reveal that Chris is gay. And my immediate thought, I was like, this was when I was on hiatus from the series, and I was like, fuck, I should get on Resident Evil 6. Like, I have to find out what the fuck, what happens? How'd you find that out? And part of me was like, nah, you've got to be fucking with me. He was like, yeah, the game doesn't explicitly say Chris is gay, but then you play the game and it's like, Chris is gay. And the proof has been in the pudding all along. The way he interacts with women is weird, but the way he interacts with his boys here, so I'm gonna jump around here for a minute. Let's talk about Piers Nivens, the most boring character in Resident Evil. So boring because his name is also Piers. So Piers also works for the BSAA, and he serves directly under Chris, in probably more than one way here. So after the mission in 2012, Chris once again goes missing when the BSAA is ordered to dispatch to China to stop Simmons from spreading the C virus. So Piers just walks into a bar, and Chris happens to be there. Chris is fucking drunk as hell. He's clearly suffering from some PTSD that is brushed over incredibly quickly. It's brushed over faster than Jill's in Resident Evil 3. But in Resident Evil 6, there are two relationships in this game. They're probably the most believable relationships in the series so far. There is Piers and Jake. There's Piers and Chris, and then there's Sherry and Jake. And we're going to get to Sherry and Jake in a little bit, because there's a lot of unpacking all over this fucking episode. So I understand post 9/11, the famous Japanese attack that took place 11 years prior to the release of this game, that Capcom, a Japanese developer, would want to show how close the members of Alpha Team are, or military unit. Almost like they're a band of brothers, but maybe more than brothers. The BSAA must have some sort of don't ask, don't tell policy in place, because the sexual tension between Piers and Chris is excessive. These two should just be walking sentient closets, honestly. Which, walking sentient closets is kind of topical for Resident Evil, except these closets don't open. And as somebody who is steeped in American culture for 24/7, because I am an American living in America, it seems like it's a very professional military thing. But after one of the dumbest side characters dies in one of Carla's traps, this is, I guess, what sets Chris's trauma off, as if he hasn't lost 100 of his men at this point in his military career. He literally saw Wesker pick off his team members one by one. He saw Jill die. Well, he at least thought Jill was dead. He saw Jill die. But anyway, after this meaningless side character dies, I can't even remember his name. That's how fucking much it doesn't even matter. This character only exists to explain away Chris's trauma. Piers basically coddles Chris back to the realization that he is the greatest man alive. Piers is Chris's rock. Piers is his boulder, for that matter. Which gives a whole new meaning to punching the boulder, if you think about it. They even actually go snake hunting later in the game, for what it's worth. So he gives Chris a reason for living.
Those were your men. Men who died under your command. You owe it to them to remember, Chris. If you walk away now, then this was all for nothing. We're taking you back, Captain. One way or another. Chris, we need to stay calm. If you hadn't been blinded by vengeance, we could have prevented some of those deaths. Shut up. Do you even care about our mission anymore? Shut up! I feel sorry for all the men that died believing in you. What happened to the legendary Chris Redfield, huh? What happened to you?
And then there's the end. There's the end of Chris's story. Chris and Piers are fighting this massive BOW, which is essentially this liquefied fetus skeleton thing that rips Piers' arm like clean off. So Chris goes after the BOW because that's his lover, and it grabs Chris and starts squeezing him to death. So the duo end up with a vial of the C virus that Carla had on her, which Piers injects straight into his armhole in a last-ditch effort to basically save Chris. So, even though he succeeds and the two do end up killing the monster, Piers is beginning to mutate. His new arm is like this pulsating, bloody lump of like electrified tissue. And his like these eyes are just starting to pop up all over his face. But Chris is like still determined to get him out alive. And I should say, we're under the ocean at this point. So that happens. That's being under the ocean is where we go. So again, we're jumping around here. Get back on track very shortly. But the final scene between Piers and Chris is more than enough proof to back up me and my friend's theory. Keep in mind, my friend is gay, so he would know better than anybody at this point. So they find an escape pod, and they're just about to get in. Piers shoves Chris into the pod and locks the door. The way Chris is freaking the fuck out is like similar to like how like a somber romantic movie would end. Like Chris is losing his mind, like begging Piers to fucking come with him,
We need to pull out.
And all Piers can do is just look back at him. I was literally waiting Chris to like slap his hand on the glass and be like, I love you. And then Piers puts his hand on the pod window as well and says, I know.
Piers! No, don't do this! Open the door! God damn it! Listen to me! We can still both get out of here! There's still time! What are you doing? No, Piers, don't! You can still make it out! God damn it, Piers! Open the goddamn door! That's an order! No.
Piers' sacrifice, I mean, talking about plot holes, Piers' sacrifice is fucking stupid because they know there's a vaccine. So Piers could have just gotten on the fucking pod with him. But whatever, we'll get into that later. They get to Raccoon City and like get separated or something, and then the entire movie had something to do with basically like a biological threat to nature, which is like, okay, like he's always trying to say something in his movies.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is less involved with the video games than kind of what Paul W.S. Anderson wrote. But so either way, it sounded like it was just not going to follow the video games at all.
Yeah. I guess my hot take is that George Romero only made 2 good zombie films.
Yeah. And
that's it. That's my hot take. It's Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I like Day of the Dead.
I do not.
I wouldn't say it's great. Maybe that's one of those that it's not really comedy horror though.
It's kind of comedy. It's pretty funny. I think where it feels is yeah, exactly. It's unintentionally funny.
Yeah.
But it's something. And then like he did what was it? Was it City of the Dead or something? Or
man, after Day of the Dead, you lose me, man.
Yeah.
So where are we now? Oh, of course, Milla Jovovich waking up naked because Are you as desensitized to Mila being naked at this point? Like, she's naked in everything she plays in.
Since The Fifth Element, I've been desensitized to it. Yeah, pretty much. And they straight up, she's like fully nude at the end of this movie.
Oh, yeah. We go to Beaver Town. Like,
yeah, you can see it all.
Fuck Raccoon City. It's Beaver City.
It's Beaverville. Oh my God, dude. But it is. Because I'm watching with my wife, right? And this was last night I'm watching with her. I'm like, oh, dude, you totally see her vagina in this. Like, they just straight up show it. And she's like, no way. And I'm like, well, we're watching on Netflix, and it's 20 years later. They probably edited it out. They did not edit that out. It was insane. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I think like, how did you know that? I was like, no reason.
I wasn't like a young adult seeing this movie in movie theaters, and Mila Jovovich just completely wow. I mean, hey, listen, I have no complaints. It's just
no complaints.
I've seen her naked more than I've seen myself naked.
Yeah,
so
and she's like, look, she's a beautiful woman. She's just not my type, but like, it's incredible to me that it got only an R rating. That was like, I remember even being younger and seeing it, and I was like, how did this get past censors?
I mean, also, you can't blame. Well, so Paul W.S. Anderson and Jovovich ended up getting married after this movie. This is kind of where they first met. So then it just became like this weird, like, Paul W.S. Anderson just kind of making us cucks and be like, look at my wife naked.
Yeah, exactly.
She's gonna be naked in all these movies.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't know. I guess I don't blame him. She was a model before she became an actor, so.
Right. And sometimes that shows them the quality of the acting. It could be.
I think it's just our taste in women have matured, so to speak. Yeah, basically this entire scene is just a way to get this woman with this very poor tattoo choice out into the open and get hit by a car that is being driven by our man, Sid Haig. And it's funny because she's laying there and she's like, oh my God, oh, Professor, it's you. And he's like, oh, are you okay? Or whatever.
He's like, I can't believe I hit you. Are you okay? Yeah.
Yeah. And then she's like, yeah, I'll be all right. And he's like, oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
And then he takes out like a tire iron.
Just like wallops
the shit out of her.
Hell yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
It's just, it's like a great like Sid Haig performance. The shot of him standing over her is like really fucking good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, did this just become my favorite movie?
I mean, that's a good thing to note as a turning point for this film, because you're right. That camera shot, the way it was shot, how like we could see the tire iron behind his back and she's kind of like, beneath him, and it's like, oh, like this about to go down. It was definitely when this movie started piquing my interest.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wonder like how much they paid Sid Haig to be in this movie. He couldn't have been on set for longer than like 2 hours.
Maybe, yeah. I was thinking like a night. He got that done in a night.
Yeah, he didn't even have to do anything because in the next scene, he basically drags this poor girl to like his lab and injects her with the virus to try to get her to turn into a zombie. And he doesn't see immediate results, so he freaks out and is trying to do like the whole mad scientist thing.
So funny.
But like, while he's like freaking out and like throwing papers and chairs all over the place, you have him very clearly reading these ADR lines, because he's not saying it in the scene, because in the scene he's freaking out. But when he's reading his lines, he's like, it's a completely different tone. He's like very calm and methodical about it. And he's like, I can't believe I wasted all these years.
I isolated the correct genome, right? It's like, yeah. It's very, very odd.
So it's like, yeah, I have a feeling like Sid Haig was just like, you want me to fucking come in for what?
Yeah.
You want me to like... So, like, even though, like, his acting and, like, his line delivery in the movie, like, his, like, 5 actual lines in the movie are good, with Sid Haig, you're not going to get some, like, Oscar-worthy stuff. Sid Haig is a B-movie actor. But they're good, but, like, this ADR shit, which is like his entire like page of dialogue that they'd written for him, was just like so fucking completely out of place.
Yeah, very phoned in for sure.
By the way, if the last movie did not have enough nudity for you,
oh my god,
this movie
right off the bat,
yeah,
full nudity.
I mean, we're going to Beaverville again, man.
It's been a while. I missed that place.
I didn't expect to go to Beaverville outside of a Resident Evil movie.
We're here.
I thought Mila Jovovich was going to be our only ticket into Beaverville
I know.
on this podcast.
I never knew this main quest matinee would be such a fruitful outing. Seriously, it's like I was like, oh man, like okay, like you know they do that whole scene where he's like cutting her shirt, and I'm like, well, okay, like we're gonna see some boobs right now, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, she's fully nude on this table.
Fully, you see a whole clitoris in this shot.
Oh Jesus! I wasn't looking that closely.
Like, listen, man. I'm a man of science. I have to inspect the cadaver, you know.
It's for my podcast.
Just like, it's for podcasting.
Yeah, well, you're a true professional.
There's really not actually much to show here. So this is one of those games where you're either going to get it or you're not, because you may or may not be invested in the story. Then next, they showed off, oh boy, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins. This game was actually leaked a couple weeks ago and was something that I was actually hoping that they would talk about. On paper, it sounds fucking cool. It's essentially a remake of Final Fantasy that is being developed by Team Ninja. Unfortunately, as a huge fan of that first game, as some of you might know, this looks awful. And to no surprise, Tetsuya Nomura has his fucking weird, creepy hands all over this thing. So as soon as I saw his name come up as producer, I'm like, oh, god damn it. Man, this looks real bad. The dialogue is incredibly bad. The Warriors of Light are all dressed in black because of course they are, because it's Nomura. And they all kind of just look like a fucking shitty post-hardcore dad band. And they all have and they all have roid rage. They're all raging out. Most of the trailer was just a lot of like anime grunting and the Warriors of Light shouting, like, not even shouting. They just have like, the voice acting is so bad. They're just like, well, I know one thing. I'm gonna punch Garland in the dick. We have to kill Chaos. Step aside. I'm gonna turn you into dust. Also, I've posted this around Twitter, around the reveal trailers and stuff for this. You got to take a shot every time they say chaos in the trailer. You're not going to make it out alive in this 3 minutes. The only note I wrote down for this game was, damn it, Nomura is involved. I was so deflated when I see that. It's coming out next year. As for new Zelda stuff for the big 35th anniversary, Nintendo is releasing a Game & Watch Zelda. It basically has 3 games on it: Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Link's Awakening. So there's at least one Zelda game worth playing on that thing. Plus, it has a typical Game & Watch style game as well. I don't know. People are fucking stupid and buy shit like this. This looks dumb to me. The Mario one was dumb too. Stop giving your fucking money to Nintendo and letting them put out lazy plastic shit like this. Is stupid. And then after they announced that, Aonuma literally said, quote, I wrote it down. There's nothing else planned for the 35th anniversary. I kind of chuckled a little bit because he's probably sitting at the Nintendo's offices like, I wish people would shut the fuck up about Zelda. And then finally, it's here. It's the reason why we wanted E3 to happen, right? It's the moment we've all been waiting for. This is why E3 exists this year, right? We got 30 seconds of absolutely no info on the next Zelda game. They, I mean, it's just pretty much like every fucking trailer we've had at E3. They just played like a quick little trailer. Looks like Breath of the Wild, and if that's what that game's going to be, I mean, I'm out. Aonuma said that they're going to focus on exploring the sky above Hyrule. And I'm like, hey, that's cool. Another vast, empty space to explore in a Breath of the Wild-esque Zelda game. Great. Hey, finally, it's the Skyward Sword that they truly envisioned. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It just looks like more Breath of the Wild. It looks like the exact same game. They showed some clips of new physics-based stuff because that's all that last game was about. It was just a tech demo for a physics engine. I don't know. You guys know me. I don't care. Did this do it for Zelda fans? Was this it? Was this worth the wait? Was this it? They gave a vague 2022 release date. That's not going to happen. Zelda games are 100% delayed all of the time. There hasn't been one Zelda game since I've been alive that hasn't been delayed. A mainline game, I should say. Not stuff like Hyrule Calamity or Crossbow Training or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I mean, I've stayed off social media pretty much since the Direct ended, so I don't know what the reactions have been to anything aside from, you know, some of my friends chiming in here and there. Are Zelda fans happy? Are Nintendo fans happy? This is Keith with Retro Gaming Radio 1620 AM MQP IDFK Milwaukee. With breaking news coming out of the Kanto region, hundreds of Pokemon species have suddenly gone extinct overnight after Bill accidentally fricks his PC. With more on the story, we go to our correspondents live in Cerulean City. Ryan and Brian. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
How's it
hello,
going?
Keith. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, we have a little bit of a delay. It's probably just the distance between us with Kanto and Cerulean City here. It's worse than expected. It ends up that the toll of species lost is upwards of 600 now. Most Pokemon species gone.
I want to ask you guys, you guys are out there, ground zero. First of all, what is the mood in Cerulean City right now?
Oddly joyous.
Joyous. Not so blue.
Nice.
I guess I should just do
not so blue. I like it. Cerulean. Come on.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. There you go. No, you're good, dude. You're good.
600 species. That's crazy. That is a lot of Pokemon.
It's a lot. It used to be just 151 of them. So maybe it's good to, cull the herd a little bit.
Should we start with the big fat putrid dead elephant in the room?
I think it's good to get that out of the way. Absolutely.
To fucking do this now, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Activision Blizzard has been having a year. And I kind of have a timeline because a little background info. I've actually been keeping track of all of these news stories as they break in my phone. I write down little notes because I'm a fucking nerd.
That's good.
And so this goes back to March. And the first story here, and it escalates pretty quickly. Activision Blizzard lays off 190 employees. There was a story in Bloomberg that reported staff from different apartments, from different departments in the company have been completely cut off. And the employees that were laid off, they got a 3-month severance package. They got health benefits for a year. And to top it off, they got a gift card to BattleNet.
Oh,
excellent.
Oh. Do you guys, does this all ring a bell?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's the next best thing next to, having a job. BattleNet card.
Right?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Gives you something to do in your time off.
To be fair, that severance package that they got was it's fine. But the BattleNet card is just like a spit in the face.
It really is.
Absolutely. It is to be fair to all sides, the severance package is good in an industry that doesn't typically do that. Like typically people make a game and then it doesn't sell well or something like that occurs, and then it's like, bye.
But it's just like you get that battle, you get fired from your job and you get the Battle.net card. You're just like, hey, don't forget.
Right.
Don't forget, spend money on the online services that you won't be helping with anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Make sure
twisting
that
the knife.
severance package feeds right back into the system.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it feels. Ugh, so gross.
It is.
And that's a significant amount of people losing their jobs all at once. That's crazy.
There was even more news just today, actually. As of recording, it's December 4th. It's cool that I say that, right?
It won't date this podcast at all, no.
Okay. So, this headline reads, this is from The Verge. Call of Duty made $3 billion in 2020. So, of course, Activision Blizzard is laying off quality assurance. Actually, I think it was Jason Schreier who retweeted an employee's tweet about how they are just, laying off QA personnel throughout Activision Blizzard. It's not just a few of them either. And it's disgusting because it's from a franchise like Call of Duty that just released a game that, of course, sells well because it's a Call of Duty game. And I mean, the headline says it all. They made $3 billion last year. Like, why are they laying these people off? It's disgusting. It's gross.
Bobby Kotick, the festering shit stain, also the CEO of Activision Blizzard. Despite all these layoffs, I have a note here that he was still going to receive $200 million in payouts due to his shareholders.
Right.
And with that perspective, with Ryan just talked about, Activision Blizzard had a 21% increase in revenue from 2019. So they went from being a $1.9 billion company to a $2.4 billion company by the end of 2020.
It's terrible. These people were actually asked to relocate to Madison, Wisconsin, actually. And
that is the worst.
And lost their jobs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Moving, uprooting your entire family and life, and then just getting the axe. That's the absolute worst.
Yeah. And so what? So the money can feed the pockets of someone like Bobby Kotick. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Which I don't see it on here, but Bobby Kotick said that I'm not going to receive my regular salary anymore, and I'm just going to get the bare minimum. And he's trying to do this goodwill effort to say, like, look at what I'm doing. I'm changing these things. But like you mentioned, he just got a $200 million bonus. So he's just going to live on that. And all these things in good faith are just, it's like the Battle.net card. Like, who cares? What are you guys doing?
It's one of those things that even if he leaves the company, it's not like he's just going to take the money and be happy and live the rest of his life on like an island somewhere in a mansion.
Yeah.
He's going to try and be part of the industry no matter what.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we look at the Game Awards. He's part of the Game Awards. He sits on the board for that.
He sits on the board for Coca-Cola. I mean, this is like, he's not going to be out of, he might be out of the video game industry, but he's not going to be out of industry.
Good point. Very good point. Yeah. Coca-Cola Game Award. Good point.
Yeah. Yeah. I just have to say that, like, everything that's happening with Bobby Kotick, his whole reason for not leaving, like he said something, to paraphrase, that he wants to root out all instances of mistreatment in Activision Blizzard. And like, that's why he's sticking around. That is such a lack of realization that, like, you are the right. Exactly.
He's the rat in the company.
Exactly.
And it's what the employees are demanding, that he be the one who leaves.
Yeah.
Just completely disregarding that.
Yeah.
And all this is particularly bad because of what we know happened down the years as we go down this timeline here. Because, like, how many of these people out of this initial 190, how many of them were actually laid off, and it was just a headline to say that they were laid off? How many left on their own accord because of what was happening?
Yeah.
Could have been 50, could have been 100.
It's
possible. It's not a good headline. It doesn't look good if all of a sudden you're like, oh, just 100 people just up and left Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean,
how much of this is crowd control or not crowd control? You know what I mean?
Right. I'd have to look at like the timeline myself. I don't have that here prepared, but if I believe it, if they left and came out and spoke to news sources about what was occurring, and I don't.
I'm not saying that's the case. It's just something that's kind of been sitting in the back of my mind.
I'm sure. I mean, it's obviously. There were toxic work environments within Activision Blizzard. So like that, I've worked in those. I'm sure you guys have worked in those in the past as well. And like, yeah, it makes you want to leave, so it's possible. It's definitely possible.
I've never had a real job. So yeah.
Yeah. Right. You're a real podcaster, Brian.
So speaking of people leaving, Jeff Kaplan, the original designer, director of Warcraft and World of Warcraft. He did Warcraft as well. And Overwatch, might have heard of that one, abruptly leaves the company after working for them for 19 years, which essentially means Overwatch 2 is not on an indefinite hiatus, but is delayed indefinitely. And you said you had something about Kaplan?
Yeah, so, it was more at the time of his leaving when more and more of this was coming out about the sexual harassment claims and the frat boy culture going on at Activision Blizzard. It seemed as though his exit was maybe a month or two prior to that. And it almost seemed like he was trying to save face by leaving. It did come out later that this is from people on his team and other people, that he was actually shielding his team from a lot of that stuff. But I still think there's a responsibility there, because if he was aware of it, and like, good for him for shielding his team from that and a lot of the other corporate BS, but if he was aware of that, it's so hard for me to say something like this about a person like Jeff Kaplan, but like, I'm sorry, you probably should have said something when you left. If
100%.
This was why you left, like, you need to speak up, because it is a thing where if you don't speak up, if you are aware of this and you're complacent about it and you just let it happen, you're a guilty party too. Like, I'm sorry, but you're completely a guilty party.
He was in a leadership role. He was the head of that team. He was a big part of that company for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's saying that he didn't know about it, and if he's saying that he knew about it and didn't do anything, I mean, those are both failures of management that needed to be addressed.
Right.
But and the timing is so suspect on him leaving. That's the thing that gets me.
It really is. Yeah,
absolutely. And for him to say he doesn't know about it, that doesn't really work with the timeline of events. And and with how many people at Activision Blizzard that weren't in a leadership role knew this was happening. Like, I'm sure people had to come to him about it, right? Like, I mean, this is all hearsay, granted.
Well, also, when you leave a company like Activision Blizzard, I guess this could also tie in with the amount of people that got laid off, that I'm essentially pondering if they just left. But there's probably some sort of, like, what do you call it? Non-disclosure agreement when you leave the company. So a lot of those people that were quote unquote fired, maybe some of them left, they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Jeff Kaplan probably had to sign some non-disclosure agreement as well.
Yeah.
Because you're not supposed to talk about the games that are being made at the company.
Right.
That could also, within that document, there could also be other lines in there saying you can't talk about certain things, or you can't say X, Y, and Z about the company. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I do. Yeah, I'm 100% sure all of them signed NDAs to some extent, probably about game design. If it's something like sexual harassment in the workplace, that's like, I would doubt the legality of an NDA saying like, hey, you can't discuss this stuff. Like, no,
right.
Like, yeah, you definitely can. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so there could also be instances where those people aren't talking about it because there's already some like court case going on.
True.
And they can't interfere with that.
I mean, that is true. There was active investigation by the state of California, right?
Exactly.
So it's possible that like he wasn't able to say anything because of that investigation. Like, yes, Brian, thank you for saying that, because I was really kind of ripping into the guy, and that is definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the escalation point is, I mean, we've already kind of toed around it. Activision Blizzard versus the state of California. The company is sued by the state of California over its workplace culture. Many of the headlines and like discourse around all of this stuff has pushed the narrative that Activision Blizzard has been under the investigation by, I don't remember what the name of the part of the government that is suing them in California. Department of...
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
The state of California.
That's all I know. Yeah.
I don't know.
State Department.
Yeah, it's the legal department of the state of California.
1 hour later.
Department of Fair Employment and Housing.
Oh, okay, there you go.
They've been investigating Activision Blizzard for a couple months leading up to this for what gaming journalists are calling frat culture, which I'm just going to go ahead and say what it is because we're all adults here. And like, as far as I know, Activision and Blizzard are run by adults to employ adults. It's not frat culture. It's just fucking abuse and corruption. It's it's a company that's just more interested in dehumanizing and marginalizing women and using them as just a disposable and means to make income. It gets fucking so bad here at this point. According to the complaint, the allegations include harassment of female employees, male workers making derogatory comments about rape. In one case, a female worker was harassed to the point of suicide. And there were promotions that were being held back due to women being pregnant.
Mm-hmm. A lot of unequal pay, I know, was part of it too.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more here that we don't know about until more stuff comes out of this. This is relatively recent. I think this was July or August when this stuff got dumped on everybody. Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, wasn't there a situation that even after all this came out, they had hired a co-leading female to like co-lead the company, right? And while this is all this happening, paid her less than her male counterpart.
Yeah, the president of Blizzard, J. Allen Brack, left after this all came up, and Jen O'Neill took his place. And then Jen O'Neill left after only 3 months.
Right.
So she went on to work with Women in Games International.
That's a step up for sure. Yeah. But that's just so like, you know, we talk about tone deaf, right? With Bobby Kotick, not realizing he's the rot. This is just like, I don't know why it's surprising. It's the same habits, right? It's the same exact formula. To hire a woman, pay her less. It's like, why would this be surprising?
Right.
But it is like, you know, this is headlines right now. You know, all this heat's coming down, and you do something like that. It's just like mind blowing. I know people say, oh, you know, there are employees at Activision Blizzard and they work hard on these games. And like, yes, that is all true. But like, I am not buying an Activision Blizzard game at this point. And like, I feel okay saying that.
So I want to bring up one thing. What should they have done when they were putting in these two co-presidents to run things? Should they have chosen a man and a woman and just paid them equally? Would that have been the right thing to do in this situation?
Yeah, definitely. I think if responsibility is equal pay is there, but I don't think it has to be a man and a woman either. You know, I think if it has to be the two best candidates, and
agreed.
And Jen O'Neill seems like she was up to snuff. So
yeah,
it could have been her and another woman, and like that would have worked. You know, but it is that it has to be the equal pay. Yeah, 100%. Like, they're doing the same job.
That was the stupidest thing for them to do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Something I skimmed over actually is that within all this, there was, I don't have her name here. Maybe you've got it up, Ryan. There was there's a woman working for Activision Blizzard who had actually previously worked for the Bush administration around 9/11, who was basically in charge of keeping all of the torture that was going on in Afghanistan covered up. Pretty suspect, if you ask me.
Yes,
like you couldn't
absolutely.
have. I mean, Bobby Kotick already works there, but I was going to say you can't have like a more shitty upper management, you know, lording over something that you love to do.
Francis Townsend was the person.
That's it.
Yeah, former George Bush era counterterrorism appointee.
Yeah, and then there was a company-wide email that came out, right, from Frances Townsend, where she was talking about how difficult times had been, and that basically she loved working for Activision. It was one of the best companies she's ever worked for. Proud to be a part of a company that like takes this hard line on sexual harassment and like inappropriate work environments. This was written by Fran Townsend. One problem.
It wasn't.
It was written by Bobby Kotick and sent as Fran Townsend. What?
Over and over
how is
again.
This guy how has he not been asked to step down? Like how is he not stepped down himself? Like, are you that far off a moral center that like you are just like what do you think you are? I guess if you get a $200 million a year bonus, like, hey, money's power. Like, you think you can do whatever you want. And the crazy thing is, they're proving he can do whatever he wants.
Well, the board is on his side, and it must be, I don't know, he must have something on everyone that they just don't have the courage to get him out of there.
Mm-hmm.
It's sick.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for anyone, any single like good person who's working for that company.
Well, so I have a problem with when we're talking about all of this stuff and people say, well, I'm still going to buy their games to support like the people who work there and the developers. That like, I feel like that's just the company kind of like, that's the
ignorance.
That's the only thing that the company like can like latch onto so that people think like, okay, I got to have goodwill. Like, this is the thing that I can do. Yeah, I don't want to support the higher ups, but I'm supporting the developers. It's not
goodwill. It's not
right.
As if the people buying their games are like, well, we need to support their quality of life, as if working for Activision Blizzard is some sort of quality of life.
Right.
Like
that's not, it doesn't equate the way that people are thinking it does.
It's a terrible argument. It's terrible. It's piss poor. Like, it's a backhanded way of actively supporting this horse shit.
Right.
Like, they're already not getting paid for their work and the time spent there. Like, there have been layoffs in the hundreds, and they continue to happen up to the very week of this recording. If you want some way to support the developers, there are other avenues to do that. There's foundations that you can donate to, like the place Jen O'Neill went to.
Yeah, exactly.
Women in Games International. There's Girls Make Games, Games for Change. Which, hey, I'll leave links in the show notes to those if that's something you want to check out. There are other avenues. You don't have to buy Activision Blizzard games.
No, I think I agree with you, Brian. I think it's a cop out. Like, you know, people, and I'm not calling out anybody specifically, but I do think that at the end of the day, it's because a gamer wants that game.
Exactly.
Like, let's not beat around the bush. You're coming up with a reason why it's okay for you.
Now I can sleep at night.
Right? But, you know, I feel for these people who are like just the QA people, for example, who are asked to relocate to probably potentially a different state. I mean, I know some people live in Wisconsin, but not everybody does.
It's really cold up
and think about that. It's not Silicon Valley. It's not Austin. Like, where are you going to go if you lose that job? Now your family's there, you know, and it sucks. It does suck. And yes, like, these people do need to be supported. And Keith, like, I'm glad that places exist where you can donate to, because I wish it's easy for me to say like, oh, they should just leave this environment. But like, we've all lived our lives and know it's not ever that simple to leave a job, especially when you're somewhere you weren't before, maybe a different state from your family or friends or support group or whatever.
Well, this is a systemic problem in the games industry. Yeah. So no matter where you go, I mean, Ubisoft is like, oh, thank God the pressure's off us for right now.
Right.
But all of these places.
But it's not even, and if it's not that, it's crunch.
Yeah. I hope you like working 70-hour work weeks.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's really tough. I really had hopes that this year was going to be the year studios started to unionize, you know, developers started to unionize. I feel like I hope that every year. And
I'm certainly getting tired of talking. Last year I talked a lot about this stuff up front in a lot of different episodes. I even just talked about just overall. I used to talk a lot about politics early on. I've definitely weaned off of that this year because I know a lot of listeners kind of like, dude, you're getting really upset. You need to calm down a little bit about that. I'm like, okay. But
oh, wait till our next episode.
Oh, yeah. As far as the games industry goes, it's just year after year. Like my train of thought here. So it's like a mixture. It's a fucked up mixture of that end of that episode of Futurama, but then also that Black Mirror episode where like the people live inside the devices. So it's like the Nintendogs are forever waiting. Like, when's the last time you played Nintendogs out, Alex?
Oh, I'm not kidding. Like last month.
Nice.
Last month I booted up the Nintendo DS. Yeah.
So the Nintendogs have just been sitting in the dark waiting for you this entire month.
Well, I guess, yeah, this entire month, but don't make me cry, Keith.
It's like some...
I mean, in a strange way, this parallels Pokemon pretty good because you could catch a Pokemon and just abandon it in the computer for years on end, and it's just, you know...
Or leave it in the daycare.
Yeah, or just leave it in the daycare.
But then it levels up.
Yeah, and has babies.
At least at the daycare, there's somebody there to take, like, there's an actual, like, person there talking to it, presumably talking to it.
I think so.
Is there though, or is it not just a computer bumping up the numbers after a set amount of time?
Yeah, it's not a Black Mirror. It's not what I just talked about with the Nintendogs. It's not Black Mirror, but so back, man. We're already getting into the weeds here. I have to hurry up with these questions.
Sorry.
This is this is just what happens. So I have other questions that would lead us down. I have to focus. All right. Okay, I have to ask real quick. Yeah. You're familiar with Tamagotchis, right?
Yes. I'm well acquainted.
When like you leave they die. If you leave the Tamagotchi alone for like a very long time, right? It shits all over itself and stuff, right?
It dies.
Does that happen in Nintendogs?
In Nintendogs, dogs and cats. Well, no. Actually, no, in none of the Nintendogs do they ever go potty in the house, as I like to say. It's only on walks that they go poop. So they are, unfortunately, horribly, horribly constipated until I return. Yeah.
The stomach ache is just immense. Well, speaking of, Eric mentioned Pokemon, and Alex and I are talking about handhelds. That's the segue here. Kind of see what the different outcomes are, and it's essentially it is a dating sim, but there's some dungeon crawling elements mixed in there as well. I will say though that the dungeon crawling parts, they're not the game's best strengths. They're pretty short. As far as I know, there are only 2. It's a relatively short game, but again, there's plenty of room for replayability. The characters are really well written. And the fact that you're dating people who turn into weapons, like you can even date a cat that turns into like brass knuckles if you want. It's weird. It's really weird. It's really charming though. And I'm not the biggest fan of dating sims either. Most of them just really seem to play to the male fantasy, anime, waifu, horse shit, all that stuff. I have no desire to fuck around with those. I already know what it's like to be straight and dating. It's miserable. I want to date this dude that turns into a lightsaber, but also like behind his back, I also want to date the cat that sends me cat selfies. And the brass knuckles, if you get into this, the brass knuckles are pretty OP. The plot, like the initial like through point to get you into the game is like it's something so completely ridiculous that just never happens to anybody, or it's just like, yeah, you're just a person that's never dated anybody ever, never been, and like there are people out there that are like that, but like you got your cousin Jesse calling the shots the entire game, like trying to tell you what to do, and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh
like,
my
let
God.
me do my own thing.
Okay, we'll do this because I hated Jesse. Jesse can eat several dicks because he doesn't shut. Like, I've never dated anybody, and I'm a naive 19-year-old. Here's this 40-year-old businessman. Go for it. Like, what the fuck is that, Jesse? What are you doing to me? Like, come on. I mean, Isaac is a stand-up, respectable dude. No shade to Isaac. But like a 40-year-old businessman is your go-to. And then not to mention that, his second choice of date is Eric, who is quote-unquote the villain of the fucking thing. And Eric is a giant manipulative douchebag who has dated everybody in town and had negative run-ins. Those are your first two choices for my naive 19-year-old ass that has never dated anyone? Like, Jesse, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, then you have on the other edge of the spectrum, you have Sawyer, who's like 12?
No, Sawyer is in college, but Sawyer is annoying.
But like Sawyer is presented as a child. I'm pretty sure, I don't know.
I think they're your age.
Research.
I took
Really?
Sawyer as a young college, like freshman, which is what I tend to imagine myself in when I was playing this game, because that's what made the most sense. But like,
see,
I hated Sawyer.
The player. Oh, I didn't fuck with Sawyer at all.
Oh, Sawyer is by far the worst storyline. Back to Jesse. The first guy you introduced me is technically a rapier. Come on, Jesse, do better.
Yeah.
It's a few letters away from something unpleasant.
Isn't the dunge the space between your balls and your asshole?
I mean, it might as well be. I hated some of the lingo that they use. Like when Jesse said cuz, I would be like, shut the fuck up, Jesse. Like, I wish you could treat him, like, I wish you could be an asshole to Jesse, because I think he deserves it. Jesse kills me. I don't like Jesse. And then, here's a spoiler. Did you get the wedding scene, or is that DLC?
No.
At some point, you have to go to Jesse's fucking wedding because he springs it on you because he can't plan
Jesus
anything.
Christ.
Yeah. I was already annoyed.
He literally makes you do everything.
So you got to go to Jesse's fucking wedding and you got to bring a date. I brought the Korean pop star because, that's how I rolled at that point. But his wife, and this is a spoiler, is a stick. So I don't know if that was like an unplanned character that you never got to, but like, I was like, she transforms into a stick as her weapon. Like, that fits Jesse. I felt like that was a good match for Jesse.
I'm surprised she doesn't just turn into a sock, because that also is a crusty sock.
Just a pink sock.
That he keeps under his bed.
Not a pink sock? Okay, crusty sock. That's the one we're going.
If ZB's was a space restaurant, what would be their top selling dish?
Oh, man. Pigs in a blanket.
Really? Because I was thinking like chilled Metroid.
Oh, I was just going with like the most American ass, like chilled Metroid. They like, is it liquefied? Is it like a margarita?
I'm saying with like a Jello.
A Jello? Oh, so you can get your pigs in a blanket as like what's the word I want to use? Not appetizer.
Starter?
No. Well, yeah, okay. So pigs in a blanket as an appetizer, right? And then you get your chozo chorizo burger on a pretzel bun for your entree, right?
Or you can get a side of Ridley wings.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Some of the Norfair sauce on top of that, spread on top of that.
Oh yeah.
And then for your dessert, get some Metroid. Would you call it chilled Metroid?
Yeah, chilled Metroid.
There you go. We need to make a menu.
Would Craig be a sausage?
Ah, Kraid. I don't think anybody wants to eat Kraid. That's just gross.
It's either sausage or like fried, like little chunks of fried.
I bet spikes coming out of Kraid's stomach are basically like kind of made up of the same material like a toenail's made out of.
Really, because I was thinking more of like an ingrown hair. Was it Craig sausage?
Just randomly pigs in a blanket. Yeah.
Like chilled Metroid, Ridley
wings with the Norfair sauce.
I think it's better as Metroidvania because otherwise it'd just be like Castle Troid.
Castle Troid. So I went to the space station. I went to ZB's the other night with my date, right? And we got the Ridley wings and whatever. Everything was going great. We went back to her place, and Woke up with Castle Troys, man.
You didn't think it would bother me that much, but every time I start walking, I just feel it just trying to hit my walls.
I spent all night in her room looking for wall meat.
I can't tell you how shocked I was when I hit the wall and I found a turkey. It was fully cooked and everything.
And so you're getting hit by these fucking laser donuts from ZB's.
Laser donuts. And all the while, you're trying to stay afloat on a platform surrounded by lava while you're getting hit with laser donuts. All I can think of right now is the laser donuts and how they're spicy. Hot and spicy.
The ZB's delicacy.
I wouldn't say oblong for her head, but her helmet reminds me of like a jelly bean.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah, like a jelly bean. Like if you kind of like set it on its side, like you're coming in hot with these comparisons, man. I love it.
They just add that to the ZB's menu. Samus jelly beans. It's like trying to pick between a stale piece of cardboard or a stale piece of cardboard with a little bit of butter on it.
Chase, I just want to know, how do you know the cardboard is stale?
Because I've eaten pizza from Pizza Hut.
Okay.
Damn, then what is Domino's?
I haven't been to a Domino's in forever, so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if Domino's was like a treasure in Texas. Apparently you guys don't get cornbread down there, so I mean, whatever.
Well, hold on. Is that a restaurant or what?
What? Cornbread?
Cornbread. Like we eat cornbread here, unless that's a restaurant
Not with your
or
barbecue.
something. Maybe not at barbecue restaurants, but like my house we do.
Oh, so you're a normal person. Okay, good. Chase and I had this discussion one day because he went to some barbecue place and it had like this full-on platter of barbecue. And I was like, wow, that looks really, really good. And then I looked closer at the picture and there was not a piece of cornbread in sight. And
Now, I will say that is true. We usually do sliced bread, like the Texas toast. That's normally what we do. However, like my parents, they like cornbread, so sometimes we will have cornbread instead.
So you were raised
Texas
correctly. I don't know what life Chase is living over there.
Now I just kind of gotta ask you, like I have to know, do beans go in chili?
Do I put beans in my chili? I think I do.
Boo.
Oh, okay.
Boo.
You guys are bean haters? Okay. I think I do put beans in my chili. I've had chili without beans.
Yeah, it's like a running state joke that nobody puts beans in their chili. The best chili does not have beans. A lot of people consider it to be filler. I will say when my mom makes chili, she does put beans in her chili. But I also don't eat it because I just don't like chili. Unless it's on a hot dog.
Okay, yeah. I think in that case, I wouldn't. If it was going on a hot dog, I would not want beans in it.
That's how I feel about it as well.
That's too much. I don't have a preference. I don't really care if the chili has beans in it or not. Like, beans don't taste like anything to me. It's just an extra texture. Okay. Pineapple on pizza? Yeah or nay?
No.
No.
Wait, Chase, why did you say no? I thought you liked that.
No, I don't.
What? Oh, this whole time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
She's
I learned
crushed.
something new. Oh my god.
You've been lying to her this whole time.
Chase is far more adventurous with food than I am, so I guess that's kind of why I just assumed that he was part of the pineapple on pizza. I just have like a mental block of if it's not supposed to be sweet, it shouldn't be sweet. So like I don't like sweet pickles, sweet barbecue meats, none of that. And so the same thing goes for pizza. Like I don't want pineapple on it. I don't care if you claim that it complements it. I do not want pineapples on my pizza.
I am a dumpster of a man and I will just eat whatever the hell you put in front of me. Like, I don't care. Unless it is a platter full of barbecue without cornbread. I will flip the table. All right. let's finish this shit off finally. Nobody's gonna understand. What the fuck did I do last year? Sure shit didn't do some fucking grindcore ass vocals.
Step inside the Ghoulcade for tonight.
What are we playing? What are the games? Super C?
Super.
Metroid.
This ice cream is very delicious. Metroid.
Why do I I'm thinking about it.
Metroid.
I probably got it already. That's enough. I don't know. Favorite game rumor. Just favorite game rumor. I'm not sure what you're asking. Is this like my favorite game that's going to be rumored to come out? Like the Final Fantasy IX remake, or a favorite game rumor that was like passed down, like stuff that was just set around the playground? If I go with the latter, there's so many. God. Kids making up video game rumors back in the day is an extremely peculiar thing, isn't it? It's so strange. I was victim to a lot of them. There was no way to find out. There was no internet back then. So it's not like you could just go check. And then you'd always have like that one friend that would always have that one magazine that you didn't have, which you suspiciously also couldn't find anywhere in the stores. That one magazine seemed to always have the nude code for like Tomb Raider or something. And then when you would go to that friend's house to go see this nude code that they've been talking up like all week, that one friend would just suddenly feel like playing something different. And then I was the asshole for wanting to play an old game like Tomb Raider. Like, no, motherfucker. You told me you had a code to see a bunch of bare naked polygons that barely look like a woman. And I'm the prick? No, man, you show me the code. There was just so much stuff like that. Like, it's just... like, why? Why do kids say that shit? It's ridiculous. It's really stupid. My favorite one, though, there were just... I don't know. There was a lot surrounding Pokemon. Anybody remember Peekaboo? Before Gold and Silver came to the US? Yeah, there was coverage of the Japanese games that weren't out yet. And a photo of Meryl made it to the US, and every dumb shit kid in the United States saw it and named it Peekaboo because the sprite sort of resembled a blue Pikachu. And then there were rumors that you could only catch it in the blue version of Pokemon. And then more dumb rumors piled on, saying that like that this Peekaboo was a Pokegod, which was Pokegods were a whole other batshit insane rumor on its own. But it's like, you look at that Meryl sprite and like how everything surrounding it was in Japanese and was always just in these weird, Japanese magazines and stuff, like these little small screenshots. It's like, no, man, this is a new game, you idiot. Like, what are you talking about? Kids are stupid, man. Straight up. Just dumb. And then you had tons of rumors around Smash Brothers, especially around Melee. Because it had so much content in it for the time, it almost seemed like anything was possible. And most of the rumors would just end up getting put into later games, actually. So they kind of took like a NetherRealm approach to making their games. Like there's a lot of rumors surrounding Mortal Kombat. And NetherRealm, well, Midway at the time, were like, you know what? We're just going to put these rumors, like put them in the game and then make fans like go really fucking crazy. Yeah, there's a lot, man. I can't say that I have like any favorites. It's kind of hard to think of any of them on the spot. But those are a couple. That's all I got right now. All right. Time to put the children to bed. It's on to the hedonistic part of the show. I really should start getting through these a lot faster. This is going on a little longer than I thought it would be. Also, there's weird people in here with feet questions. You're all being grouped together in your own little special section here. I know that list off is gone now. You have nowhere to go with your fucking kinks. So I'm going to do the best to appease you guys, but fuck, what is wrong with you people? So before we do that, let's start with Ginger here from Grand Rapidians Play Video Games. She's got 2 questions. First question, where's the main quest bidet? It's out there. This is a region-specific piece of merch to only Italy. As you know, everybody knows this. Italy, they have the cleanest buttholes on the globe. Only second to Barcelona. It's actually a crime to leave your house with poo particles between your cheeks in Italy. And they know when you have those poo particles, they can smell it because their assholes for a millennia have been clean for so long that when you step out, like everybody in public knows, the aura is off. The vibe is off. It's the same reason why they drink espresso. It cleans them right out, you know? Ask Wolfman. He lives there now, I think. I think he still lives in Italy. He'll tell you. Dude's probably got the cleanest butthole, I bet. Probably uses a main quest bidet, honestly, but I don't know, maybe if you use a VPN or something. Well, maybe not. I don't know if that'll help you. The shipping's going to kill you. Shipping's going to kill. I don't know what I'm talking about. Give me notifications on social media. Please validate me. Now I'm just being an asshole. Well, speaking of body parts, let's move on to the weird stuff here. The first foot-related question comes from Dave. I heard from him earlier. Tales from the backlog. Would you rather give a foot massage to Yoshi or Sonic? I don't know why I'm thinking about that so hard. The simple answer is Yoshi. They're born with boots. You cannot remove their boots. Whereas Sonic, I don't even want to know what's inside those shoes. So yeah, it's going to be Yoshi because he's got boots on. The next foot-related question comes from Eric. You're tasked with making a video game featuring a character's feet. What character are you choosing and what's the game like? And it's going to be Glover because he's a hand and he has no feet. And the game is going to be an RTS for no reason at all. The next foot-related question, I'm assuming, comes from Jared from Play Along Podcast. Which video game character has the yummiest feet? Why did you use the word yummiest? Chocobos. Chocobos from Final Fantasy. Think about it. Hunt one down, prepare it, cook it. Bam. Fried chocobo feet. The right seasoning, man. I think those bad boys could be real delicious. All right. Like, when did Mario buy a castle? When did he own a castle? Is he a king? Is he a lord?
All those coins you collected in all those games beforehand, Mario was banking those coins. He's hiding them under the mattress this whole time. He went and bought himself a castle.
So did Mario live on he had an island. He lived on an island, right?
Sure.
Did he is this his native island?
All right, I'm going to be honest.
Because we're going to get into the story here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be honest. I had no idea there was a story. I didn't read the manual, and I assumed that this is where this story came from, the game manual. But there is no indication in any Mario game, at least from this era, that there's ever a story at all, other than you need to get to the end and save the princess, or in this game, take back your castle.
Yeah, I think this is the first instance where Mario is not saving a woman.
Yeah, he's...
No, that's wrong. Mario Land, Super Mario Brothers 2. I'm sorry. I'm getting my Mario games mixed up. Fuck. Mario Land, Mario Brothers, Mario World. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers 2, he does not save a princess. He saves a people. he saves people. He saves another land.
Okay.
But it ends up being a dream. Spoiler.
So it doesn't matter. It's just a dream.
Yeah, it doesn't even really matter. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, sweet David. We go to the manual for our stories.
Yeah.
Because these games, as you said, they don't have stories. So yeah, this is straight from the manual.
I get the sense reading this that the team was just like the team that was making this game was just like, man, we can write whatever we want. No one's going to read this. None of this matters. Like literally all your weird ideas, all of your fan fiction that you've ever thought about Mario, put it in this fucking game. No one's going to care.
Dude, you would be surprised. There were so many times I would absolutely read the manual.
Well, read the manual,
but
maybe.
as a child,
yeah,
none of this mattered.
No.
All right, so okay, do I read this in my best Chris Pratt voice doing Mario, or do I butcher Charles Martinet doing Mario?
Why don't you mix the two together?
Or do I just offend everyone and just do a really bad Italian accent?
Is that not what Chris Pratt's doing?
Who knows what the fuck he's doing? Apparently he's going to do something we've never heard before.
Oh, cool. New accent. New accent's going to drop.
I listened to a recent episode of the List Off podcast, and they had mentioned that IGN held this best video game of all time bracket. And I had no idea this thing existed. Granted, I don't follow any video game outlets really. I usually get all my news from various other podcasts and stuff like that, and just essentially word of mouth most of the time. And besides for the guys at List Off, I haven't heard anybody talk about this bracket, and it's a crime, honestly. So they had 64 games, which isn't a lot. It's really not that much in the pantheon of games that could be considered to be the best game of all time. And I think they had something like, I don't know, 25 million people vote on this bracket throughout the month of September. So the winner of this, and of course, by the time this comes out, it's fairly old news, but I mean, when we're talking about the best video game of all time, I don't think there's ever a wrong time to discuss this. This technically isn't according to IGN. This is according to, I guess, you guys? The best video game of all time is God of War, the 2018 God of War remake, reboot. Yeah, listen, I like God of War. I really like that game. It's a good game. Is it the greatest game of all time? Jesus, no. Like, you guys messed up. I'm not talking to you personally. I'm pretty sure anybody listening to this podcast probably didn't even vote on this stuff. Granted, I haven't heard anybody talk about this. So in the finals here, it was God of War against Grand Theft Auto 5. Neither of these games, again, both of these games I really like. I think GTA 5 is my favorite GTA. Should any of these be considered for greatest game of all time? No, absolutely not. Because GTA 5, right? There have been, 8 games since GTA 3? Maybe 7? And they've all just been iterations of GTA 3. GTA hasn't changed very much since 2001. It's literally been 20 years. So it's just been an iteration of Grand Theft Auto 3 for the past 20 years. And God of War is just The Last of Us. But it's a little more fun God of War is a little more fun to play than The Last of Us. But the story of God of War, it's okay. So let's work our way backwards. How did God of War get here, right? Because The Last of Us has to be, if God of War 2018 is on here, The Last of Us has to be on here. And I think that's a far more important game and deserves more accolades than God of War does. Which brings up the question, right? Does a game's legacy have to go into consideration when deciding if it's the best game of all time? Because God of War definitely doesn't have a legacy. It's just another story-based action game. There's nothing really special about it at all. And again, I already just said Grand Theft Auto 5 is just an iteration of GTA 3. That definitely doesn't have a legacy. So if anything, I feel like, The Last of Us isn't the first game to have that type of gameplay. Most certainly not. But if I can just play devil's advocate here, which is what I plan on doing for most of this monologue here, I feel like if we were going to choose similar games, the final round should have been between The Last of Us and Grand Theft Auto 3. Now, is Grand Theft Auto 3 on here? We'll find out. Let's work our way backwards, right? So the first round, GTA San Andreas was on here. What else do we have on here? And that's the thing when you put out a bracket like this and let people decide on it, I could say probably without a doubt, with a lot of certainty, that nobody put the perspective of a legacy on any of these games. I would think it's even safe to say that most of the quote-unquote casuals voting on this stuff have no idea the importance of something like Tetris. Tetris should have gone to the final round. Tetris is pretty much a perfect video game. But keep in mind, I'm not that old, so I'm not like some 50-year-old fucking grandpa being like, back in the day, Tetris. It's like, no, objectively, Tetris is a great game. Grand Theft Auto 3 was not on here. So here's Super Mario 64, right? That obviously it wasn't the first 3D platformer, but it was the first one that got it right, and pretty much everybody copied it after that. And so obviously Super Mario 64 has a legacy. It's very important. It got knocked out of the first round to Batman Arkham City. That's fucking crazy. But to be fair, Super Mario 64 sucks. That game is hard to go back to. It does not stand up. It really sucks. So I guess I'm coming at the perspective, right? The game has to have some sort of legacy. It had to have done something important, right? And it still has to be able to be fun to play today, like Tetris. And so, yeah, I see Shadow of the Colossus, first round, goes up against Dark Souls. Now, are both of those games, do they have a legacy? No. Are they both very good games? Yes. So that's fine. Whatever, that's fine. There's no Katamari Damacy. They put Portal 2 in here, but not Portal, which is strange because honestly, Portal is the better game. Portal 2 is fine. I think Portal edges Portal 2 out just a little bit. And I could hear an argument and be like, well, Portal 2 has multiplayer, right? But the only thing holding the multiplayer back in Portal 2 is hoping that the person that you're playing with is actually smart. Because nothing more frustrating than playing Portal 2 with somebody who doesn't understand the mechanics of the game. So speaking of which, God of War, first round, went up against StarCraft. And so right away I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering how the fuck God of War beat StarCraft. You're talking about legacy and cultural impact, replayability. I guarantee you there's a lot more people playing StarCraft right now than they are replaying God of War. I've played God of War once, and I don't ever really plan on going back to it. Again, it's not a bad game. I almost platinumed that game, but I have no desire to replay it. I'd rather replay StarCraft. StarCraft has a bigger role, more important role to gaming than God of War, even the original God of War, ever had. Right off the bat here, God of War should have never moved on. It's fucking crazy. So Portal 2 actually beat out The Sims 3, which is... I'm alright with that. That's fine. I don't know why it's The Sims 3 specifically. All the Sims games have basically been the same for forever. That's... honestly, I would say The Sims shouldn't even be included in this bracket at all. But, yeah, whatever. Portal 2 wins. Still weird that Portal 2 was included. Goes up against God of War. Obviously, God of War wins, which I don't really have an issue with. And then God of War moves on to go up against Skyrim. So let's look at Skyrim's. Okay, so let's look at Skyrim's battle up to the third round here. So the first round was against Ocarina of Time. Oh man, so Skyrim sucks, and I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that. Skyrim is trash. It's not even the best Elder Scrolls game on here. The fact that Morrowind... Is Morrowind on here? It would have to probably be on the other side of the bracket, right? It's not even on here. So I feel like a lot of Elder Scrolls fans would probably agree with me that Morrowind is the better game. And obviously it's a lot more important than Skyrim. Just because Skyrim has been remade and remastered 30 plus times over the past 8 years doesn't make it an important game. It just means that they had to just keep on trying to make it better so it doesn't fucking break. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, it's okay. It's not the worst N64 game to go back to. And like Super Mario 64, again, kind of important in the fact that it helped create a camera scheme for you to do 3D battles in a 3D area. Man, I would edge it out to Ocarina of Time here, honestly. And then even, man, so I'm pretty biased. So in the second round, it was Skyrim, versus Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And I just absolutely think the Assassin's Creed franchise is fucking trash. Put it next to Call of Duty. Throw it in the garbage. No, I'm going to get a lot of hate for that. That's okay. So had it been Ocarina of Time versus Assassin's Creed, I feel like it wouldn't have made it out of that. So either way, it's Skyrim, God of War. God of War wins, which is whatever. Skyrim fucking sucks. And then, so in this, what is this? This isn't even the semifinals. So then it's God of War versus The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Honestly, I might be a little bit biased here, right? Witcher 3 didn't even come close, which is surprising. It got 39% of the vote, while God of War got 61. What CD Projekt Red managed to do with The Witcher 3 is just nothing short of this magical technical prowess. The fact that they got it to work on the Switch, and I say work in quotes, you can certainly play it on the Switch. I wouldn't recommend it. And the storytelling, all the stuff you can do, Witcher 3 is a fucking beast. And God of War is just this linear ass, just another God of War game. It's a crime. Again, God of War shouldn't have made it out of that first round. So I don't even know, maybe Witcher 3 would have taken this. What did Witcher 3 go up against? Maybe, oh boy. Okay, so let's start all the way at the beginning with Witcher 3. Witcher 3 went up against Diablo 2. Okay, so I really like The Witcher 3. But when you talk about replayability and legacy, Diablo 2 should have smashed The Witcher 3. Like, no questions asked. So Witcher 3, right? Witcher 3 goes into the second round up against another classic, very important game, Doom. And again, should have just been absolutely swept. So Diablo 2 and Doom weren't even close. Witcher 3 got 85% of the vote against Diablo 2 and 76% of the vote against Doom. And then Witcher 3 goes on to face Minecraft. Again, I really like The Witcher 3. I actually really like Minecraft. I feel like Minecraft beats Witcher 3. I really do. What did Minecraft have to go up against? BioShock and Fable 2. So Minecraft had a relatively easy ride, but all the edgelords came through in the third round to vote Witcher 3 through. It was closer than any of the other Witcher fights, Witcher rounds. It was 58% for Witcher against the 42 for Minecraft. But so yeah, anyway, it loses anyway because God of War goes into the semifinals against another GTA game, San Andreas. Oh man, how much ass did Rockstar have to kiss for IGN to put 2 GTA games into this bracket? What did GTA... I'm going... How long has this been? We're almost at 20 minutes here. San Andreas. Where did it start? Where did it come from? Red Dead Redemption was in this too? Holy shit. IGN must be deep in that Rockstar ass. Okay, so San Andreas went up against Mario Kart 8. That's a tough one for me. I have a lot of nostalgia for San Andreas. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is a really fucking good game. It's really good. They probably don't ever need to make another Mario Kart game, honestly. The fact that it wasn't even close. I mean, San Andreas got 73% of the vote. That's a little scary. But then in the next round, it goes up against its brother, Red Dead Redemption, which is pretty close. I don't like the Red Dead Redemption games. They're boring as fuck, but it was close. Red Dead had 49% and GTA San Andreas had 51%. And then San Andreas went up against Fallout New Vegas, and that's where it should have lost. Honestly, Vegas had to go up against... New Vegas had a fucking tough couple of rounds. First round was against League of Legends, and then the second round was against Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which beat out the number 2 game of all time, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. So New Vegas goes on to, battle against San Andreas, loses. San Andreas goes on to go against Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Man, again, Call of Duty franchise, throw it in the trash. Who fucking cares? Yo, that shouldn't have left the first round. What did Modern Warfare go up against? GoldenEye. Oh shit. The reason why this podcast even exists. GoldenEye. Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll give it to Call of Duty there. Went against World of Warcraft. That's a fuck. World of Warcraft only got 25. Maybe it's Blizzard's fault, right? Yeah, so obviously, yeah, San Andreas goes up against God of War, loses, and God of War beats Grand Theft Auto 5 as well. I mean, that's pretty much it. I see all of these. Oh, The Last of Us is on here. How far did The Last of Us make it? 1, 2, 3. It made it 3. It lost to Grand Theft Auto 5. That's crazy. I mean, I guess, when you talk about replayability, Grand Theft Auto 5, a lot more replayable than The Last of Us. Not as important, though. Again, I feel like you have to have both of those. Some of these games are a real head scratcher, like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I would say that's not the most important Smash Brothers. Some of these I can't even really speak to. Halo 2, sure. Uncharted 2, I don't fucking know. Batman Arkham City, I feel like they made like 7 of those games and they were all just fine. Rise of the Tomb Raider, I don't know why that's on here. I just kind of want to know what IGN's rationale here was for putting some of these games on here. Breath of the Wild should not be on here. I feel like any game that came out in the past 10 years should be excluded from this, right? Because it's just recency bias. Can we call God of War 2018 the greatest game of all time and it's only like 3 years old? You got to spend some time away from these games, especially when they're still very much in the zeitgeist. I mean, Ragnarok is supposedly supposed to come out next year. We'll see if that actually happens, but so much recency bias, GTA 5 and God of War going into the finals, and those games are not that old, especially if God of War is not that old. GTA 5 technically beats out that 10-year mark that I just mentioned, but yeah, this is crazy. Pokemon Yellow. That's really specific. Burnout 3 specifically. I don't know why that one. Beat out Chrono Trigger. BioShock beat Overwatch. I think a lot of people did not want to give Activision or Blizzard the time of day for any of these. Maybe that's why God of War beat StarCraft. Anyway, I'm done rambling about this. This is ridiculous. Your winner of the best game of all time is God of War 2018. I just got back from the movie theater about 10 minutes ago after having seen Johannes Roberts' Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, the brand new Resident Evil reboot movie adaptation. And I feel like, something like this is appropriate for this series, considering I am going through the story of the mainline games. So I have to get my thoughts out here, because I watched this movie and got a lot to say. A lot of my thoughts are going to be cluttered. I have no notes or anything like that. Of course, I can't take notes in a movie theater or anything like that. And I only saw the movie once. So kind of bear with me. A lot of this stuff is just, I'm going to try to streamline this the best that I can. I guess I'm going to keep the spoilers at the end. But I mean, if you've listened to my episodes up to this point, Resident Evil 0 through 5, I can't really spoil anything up to this point, because if you watch the trailer for this movie, they make it quite obvious up front that they are basically taking from the plots of Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 and just kind of bashing them together. And it's bad. This movie overall is just a very messy, very bad movie for a lot of reasons. But that doesn't mean there wasn't anything in here that I enjoyed. In fact, there was one scene that I really enjoyed, and I'm like, I just want more of this. So where do we start? So let me back up here. This is the first time I've actually talked about movie adaptations of video games on my podcast. And so where do I sit with that? Should we be making movie adaptations of video games? And I lean a little more to the side of no, because a lot of modern video games already tell a very in-depth story. You're going to be spending, sometimes upwards of 40 to 50 hours with a movie, or with a video game, rather. I'm probably going to be doing that a lot this episode. And that's a lot more time to be able to develop various characters and have them go through some arcs and whatever, and just having a very good, tight story. You can't do that with a movie. You only got like 2 hours, and in some cases, if you're Disney, 3+ hours. And the fact that, like, we're getting an Uncharted movie, which I finally saw that trailer because they played it up front before Resident Evil. Man, that movie looks bad. This is fucking CGI Tom Holland falling from an airplane. It just looks terrible. And, like, you can kind of get away with that with Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is very very simplistic design. But when you've got a human falling from an airplane and he's getting hit by like crates and cars and stuff like that, with a very bad Led Zeppelin cover playing over the top of this trailer, holy shit. Just watching this CGI ass human just getting hit by crates and stuff, I'm just like, this looks really, really bad. Like, just play the video game. You're already using like PS3 graphics. And this isn't the last time you're going to hear me say PS3 graphics in this episode, because there's tons of them all over Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City. That's the entire name of the movie. That's crazy. So I get to the theater, right? Well, I've buy my tickets online, and I noticed that the theater that it's in is in one of the smaller theaters that they have there at this multiplex. So I get my ticket, whatever, get to the movie theater, and I literally have to walk all like the theater that they were showing Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City in was like all the way down like the end of this one hall. And I had like hang a left, and then it was all the way near like the emergency exits of the multiplex. And I'm like, man, this movie has only been out for like 3 days, Technically, it came out like Tuesday night. I don't know what the point of release dates are anymore, even in the video game industry, because they'll say something comes out, but then it'll come out way earlier than when it's supposed to. So technically, this movie came out on Tuesday night, and already it's being shoved in the back of the multiplex in like the smallest theater that they have. So the specific theater that I was in, I think maybe holds about 40 to 50 people. And there might have been 10 people in there along with me. So there's nobody is sitting in my theater, that's a little concerning. Even more concerning is that, between Instagram and Twitter, I follow like between 300 or 400 video game accounts, what do you want to call it? Content creators for video games and movies, and horror movies specifically. And nobody's talking about this movie. Nobody. And I even forgot. I was sitting at home, and I don't know what made me think about it, but I was like, it was like 5 o'clock and the movie started at 8. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I have to go see Resident Evil: Raccoon City. I almost forgot. That's, I think, how excited everybody is for this movie, because I don't know if anybody realizes that it's out now. And looking at the scores, this has got some pretty bad scores. I didn't look at anything before I went, but I'm looking at them now. I mean, it's got a 5 out of 10 on IMDb, 26% on Rotten Tomatoes, 44% on Metacritic. It's not doing too good. But yeah, nobody was in my theater, and I thought that was kind of perfect, right? I have a love-hate relationship with movie theaters. Unfortunately, somebody was like sitting right next to me, and they were kind of making the experience very terrible for me, but also helped me a little bit, because I don't think they've probably ever played a Resident Evil game in their entire lives. Like, they were asking a lot of questions, which just goes to show you how good this movie is at explaining what's going on. So where do we start with the movie per se? I guess let's just start with the general plot, I guess. Again, I'm not going to really go into spoilers yet, but again, the stuff you can just see from the trailer, they mash Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 together. There is some stuff that they include from Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 3 and Code Veronica. It's like, I get the feeling that Johannes Roberts and Paul W.S. Anderson, who is also part of this movie, funnily enough, if you don't know, Paul W.S. Anderson directed those other 8 Resident Evil movies that came before this. And so he's the producer for this movie. And I feel like they wanted to really capture what those games are about. They really wanted to focus heavily on the source material, but they didn't have the budget. This entire movie screams low budget sci-fi movie. I'm actually surprised this just didn't go directly to streaming. I'm surprised this got released in theaters at all. And so I feel like they were just trying to mash as much plot from Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 so that they can not only please fans, like that's an easy win for anybody who's a fan of the Resident Evil games, while also having no real plan on how to mix and match those stories. Because when I think back to Resident Evil 1, that game took place in the summer. It's in July, I believe. Resident Evil 2 takes place 2 months later. I think in like September. So already you are just accelerating the story for no real reason at all. And this movie's worse for it. You need to just make it as simple as possible. And so the fact that they are, Resident Evil 2, if you remember, it's a little more action oriented. It's starting to lean more into action, not as heavy as the Resident Evil 3 would lean into it. And so you're taking this very low key, very atmospheric, slow horror narrative, but then you're also tossing in the action element of the later games, which is so many scenes that totally scream Paul W.S. Anderson. So it was obvious that he was on set for probably a lot of the shooting of this movie. There's a scene in particular with Chris that I'll talk about later. I'm just like, oh, this is out of those other movies that he did. And so this movie just gets completely muddled, which goes into the cast of this movie, which I don't want to say these actors are bad. They're just not given a lot to do. The script is terrible. And there's so many characters, it's hard to tell who you're supposed to focus on. Who's the main character? So again, we're mixing Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2, which Resident Evil 2 has a ton of characters in it. It introduces a lot of people into the lore, right? So from Resident Evil 1, you've got Alpha Team, right? You've got Chris, you got Wesker, you got Jill, you got Brad, you've got Barry, some unnamed character who, as I'm looking at the IMDb, I don't even know. He's not even in here. He dies anyway. So some unnamed character. You've got Richard. You've got Kevin Dooley from Resident Evil 0. You've got Captain Enrico Marini from Resident Evil 0. And then you've got Lisa Trevor. Fucking what they do with Lisa is just so bad. And then Resident Evil 2, you've got William Birkin, you've got Sherry Birkin, you've got Annette Birkin, you got Leon, you've got the Chief Brian Irons, who else? Ben, the reporter Ben, who gets killed by the tyrant in his jail cell. Not in this movie, in the game. The Lickers here. There's just so much that they're just throwing in here. There's so many times where I was just waiting for more characters to show up. I don't know if I said this already, but they sprinkle in a little bit of Resident Evil 0 in here. They sprinkle in a little bit of Resident Evil 3 in here as well. And it's too much. It almost seems like when they went in to make this movie, they were like, yes, we need all of this stuff for the fans. And they probably really tried. I mean, it shows that they really tried to do something, and they didn't follow the plot exactly. That's fine. They're doing something different, and I think in a better movie it would have worked out. But they're just trying to do too much, and it seems like if there was even going to be a sequel to this, which I don't think there's going to be another Resident Evil, unless they reboot it again. That's the only thing going forward that I think they can do. I don't think a sequel is going to come from this, because if they can't do Resident Evil 2 anymore, and they can't really do Resident Evil 3 either with how this movie ends. So I guess you just jump to Resident Evil 4, but we just don't spend any time with any of these characters. There's just so many. Obviously, Wesker makes the whole heel turn, at some point in the mansion, and it just doesn't, it's not earned. It's just so whatever, because the guy who plays Wesker, I don't want to shit on him. What's his name? Tom Hopper. I actually think he is a very good Wesker. I really do. But he maybe has 20 minutes of screen time. It's so bad. It's just not earned. I'm just I don't feel like he's betraying anybody. What's up? And then again, you've got, basically the three main protagonists from the games who all have separate games. Four main protagonists, I'm sorry, who all have separate games, and they're all just clumped together in here. You got Jill, Chris, Claire, and Leon. Leon has less screen time than anybody, but he plays a pretty pivotal role in this movie, or so they want you to think he does, but he doesn't. Most of the time, he's not in the movie. I feel so bad for all of these actors because they get nothing to do. So I'm going to jump off of the characters and the plot, because at that point I would probably just get into spoilers. So I want to hold off on that for just a little bit longer. The writing itself is terrible. I was talking to Chase from PlayCube Gamecast about this movie, I think earlier this week or maybe last week. And just kind of like, he reminded me that Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City was actually going to take place in 1998. And I'm like, great, yes, it should, just like the games. It takes place in 1998, that's great. But then I expressed my feelings of movies that are made nowadays, you know, post, what's that fucking show called? Stranger Things. The entire concept of time period movies is totally fucked because of Stranger Things, because nobody does it right. And what I mean by that is, instead of just letting a movie take place in a certain time period, instead, writers and directors or whoever's to blame for this bullshit and have to be cute about it and have to just constantly make sure they reference the time period in which it takes place in. And what I mean by that is constantly playing music from the time that the movie takes place in, just shoving it just right in your face, even if it doesn't make sense for the scene. A lot of lines talking about maybe the technology of the day, or maybe the shows of the day. Maybe somebody blatantly wearing an article of clothing that would have been very popular. Or maybe they'll just be like, oh, here's my G.I. Joe. I'm playing with my G.I. Joe, just like weird product placement. Stuff like that. Instead of just letting a movie, you know, be in 1998 and maybe having some subtle thing where somebody's like, I don't know, inserting a floppy disk into a disk drive or something like that. We weren't really using floppy disks in 1998. We were. They're becoming less prevalent. Anyway, my point stands. I was telling Chase about this, and sure as shit, Claire shows up, and Claire's whole character thing is that she's a conspiracy theorist, and she talks about basically having talked to Ben about the whole conspiracy of Umbrella. She literally is talking to Chris, and she goes, yeah, so I've been talking to this reporter in a chat room, and then Chris interrupts her and be like, chat room? What's a chat room? Which is like, nobody would say that. Nobody in 1998, nobody would say, what is a chat room? That's like not knowing what Twitter is in 2021. Everybody knows what Twitter is. It's not like chat room. Maybe if this movie took place in 1995, I could probably believe it. But it's just like one of those really shitty fucking lines of dialogue that you want to just put it in there, just like, isn't this crazy? It's 1998. Chat rooms? Don't you remember those? Like, it's so, like, why would you ever say that? Development on Diablo wrapped with a debatable release date. Diablo hit store shelves early in the last days of December 1996. The only thing is that to this day, people can't really agree on when the official release of the game is.
Oh, tell me about it. I still maintain it was 96. I have visual proof.
Yeah, I believe it was like December 31st to January 6th. But I think a lot of retail places and publishers, magazines would say that it was January 6th. Again, we can argue about that all day long.
Well, I think it was because a lot of retailers broke street date and they had it on shelves like early, like in late December. And I think that was part of the confusion, but I can dig it up again because I sent it. This was, okay. This was a debate, also shameless plug for King of Games, but this was a debate for getting it into King of Games 96. And I debated it heavily with my co-host Chris because he maintains that it is not a 1996 game. And I have photographic evidence from the inside of a CD case sleeve from a Blizzard game that very clearly states Diablo 1996. So I feel like that's proof enough, personally. This is a completely unnecessary hill that I am willing to die on.
Oh, actually, I forgot because it's not something I wrote down in these notes specifically, but in my more expansive history notes stuff for the previous episode, I came across the fact that Blizzard celebrated Diablo's 20th anniversary on December 31st, 1996. So I feel like Blizzard has run that back.
Yep. Yeah, I
And-
pointed that out too.
If you see on the camera here, I've got the box. And if I look at the very bottom, you won't be able to focus, but it says in the bottom corner, right here, Diablo and Battle.net are trademarks of Blizzard, and Warcraft are registered trademarks of Davidson Associates Incorporated. All rights reserved. Copyright 1996 Blizzard Entertainment.
Boom.
Chris, I know you're listening to this. You're wrong.
So if you're familiar with Blizzard at all, then you probably know that is one of the things that they've been, notoriously famous for are their top tier cinematics. Even when they were releasing things that people didn't really like a number of WoW expansions, man, the cinematics were still pretty good. And this is really no different. Of course, this is, in the early days of Blizzard, but even then, I think they were still kind of knocking it out of the park. And I up until recently, I would have said that you wouldn't see something like this very often in a game cinematic, especially the intro. This does not pull punches. It's pretty gruesome. They've kind of gone back to that a little bit with Diablo 4. I will say that, because the cinematic for the most recent expansion, Vessel of Hatred, is pretty fucking gnarly, actually. But this, man, especially you want to go back to those things that you think about where you're just like, how did my parents let me do this when I was this age? Thank you, Mom and Dad, for not paying attention to the fact that this was
the 90s were a wild time.
The intro cinematic, man, is just so it's so just desolate. It just sets the tone so perfectly. It starts out and you've got crows just picking eyeballs out of a corpse. You've got the wind turning, swinging a window shade or whatever, back and forth. There's clearly basically you look like a plague happened in this town, and there's just nobody left. And then it goes from that and just starts ramping up into just this crazy crescendo where it starts doing these fast cuts of demons coming out of cracks in the walls and these fissures opening up in the floor and a coffin lid sliding open and it glowing and there's a skeleton and shit. And then it ends with Diablo just full on in your face with the most intense roar. It's so good. It's so good. If you want a cinematic to get you hype for the experience you're about to have, this nails it 100%.
Keith, I want to know what you think about that, because I have something that I want to bring up that I don't really talk about much with opening cinematic. So
I wasn't so much holy shit, this is ultra violent. To me, it was this is just kind of anything I would see nowadays. But putting in the context of when the game came out, yeah, you weren't really seeing a lot of that, especially on a console game. And I think that's what sets Diablo apart, because it could be a PC game that could have these kind of cinematics in it that you just weren't going to get anywhere else, and you sure weren't going to get it on a Nintendo console.
Oh yeah, I mean,
as adult as Genesis was trying to be, or Genesis as adult as Sega was trying to be, you weren't going to get it on a Sega console. The Sega CD was out by then, and everybody was pissing their pants about Night Trap. And you look at Night Trap, and then you look at the cinematic for Diablo, and it's night and day. I mean, so it's like watching a slasher movie and then an actual snuff movie. It's pretty much that different. But yeah, I guess I just wasn't immediately oh
yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Crazy,
Yeah, and you probably wouldn't have that now. You're right, but I mean, yeah, like you said, in the context of Nintendo boy going from playing Super Mario to crows picking eyeballs out of corpses, you're holy shit. For better or worse, this is now going to define me as a person.
Yeah, what I wanted to bring up is that, because I've seen the intro so many times and it's iconic and I love it, and you nailed it on the description there, Shane, but because we're not actually watching it and I was visualizing it in my head, something that I've thought about throughout the years but I don't really talk about is that town that they're showing that's like been desecrated, and then all of a sudden, you know, all these like creepy things start happening, kind of showcasing like descending into the depths, going towards Diablo, and the cinematic ends with like Diablo screaming at you. But is that town representative of Tristram? Because if so, it's actually telling you what happens after the game takes place, even after the ending cinematic. Like, not to get too deep into the weeds with the lore and the spoilers here, but consider that if it's referencing Tristram, it's actually showing you the future before you've even started the game.
All right, you know what? Seek. Okay, you want to start talking about the Dark Wanderer? Let's go. Let's do it.
Dude, I love it, dude. And the Dark Wanderer is,
even though that's an opportunity to completely go off the rails, I think it's actually kind of a good segue to just talk a little bit about the ending cinematic too, because holy crap, you do not see that shit coming.
No,
or at least I didn't.
No, I mean, yeah, you have to make a good point. We're talking about the graphics and the cinematic. I still, every time I go through that game and still beat it, I'm still like, why? Why would you choose that? Why would you do that? But it opens the game up to so many possibilities.
Are we spoiler free here, Keith, or how do you want to know? Yes.
Oh, this game's I'm 30 years old. I don't give a shit.
Okay, great.
Care. Just go for it.
After you defeat Diablo, you get like an ending cinematic where essentially it's in sort of like a first person, or not sort of, it is. It's in a first person perspective of you as the hero. Which also, I guess, because they weren't going to make 3 different cinematics for this, canonically, it's the warrior that defeats Diablo, even if you're playing as a rogue or a sorcerer. But he grabs the soul stone that was in Diablo's forehead, which also, by the way, it's a whole lore thing, all right? Like, Leoric's son, he was taken by Lazarus, and the body was used to basically bring Diablo from hell into sanctuary so he could manifest physically, and blah, blah, blah. And so the essence of Diablo is in this soul stone, which were crafted by the Haradrim many years ago. Anyway, and so, like, you have to he takes this thing, and you kind of see him, like, turn it over in his hands, like, what am I going to do with this? And then makes the decision that absolutely none of us would ever choose, which is, well, I guess I'm going to shove this directly into my own forehead. And like, the rationale, right, is that you have become such a strong individual, a strong adventurer, that you think that you are going to be strong enough to contain the essence of a primeval within your body, because obviously, you know, Albrecht, Leoric's son, certainly couldn't do that. I mean, he was like a 10-year-old or something. So you're like, all right, well, this is the only option, because I don't know what the hell else to do with this thing. That turns out to maybe not be the best choice, but that's for a later game.
I will say, though, in the context of the warrior being the canonical class, which then becomes the Dark Wanderer and go through Diablo 2 and all that, they do at least, because they didn't want to render that ending scene 3 different ways, 3 different characters. So they all kind of look like the warrior, but at least they changed the voice. So if you play as the rogue and you get to that last scene, they design it in a way where it's a little bit androgynous. And then when the character shoves the soul stone into their head, it's the rogue's voice screaming. So at least they had that level of continuity. So you didn't feel like, oh, I played as the rogue and now it's this other guy's voice screaming in the ending sequence. Like, that sucks. So I'm glad that they went the direction they did. And
true. Yeah.
Since its release, it has been ported to the PlayStation 3, Wii Virtual Console, Steam, Android, and iOS. Now, all of these ports are actually different from the original Genesis release. How did you play this game, by the way?
I have the original 1989 cartridge. So I have the first edition, because there's 4 cartridge revisions, and then there's other revisions in the future that took place. But I have the first one that's just riddled full of lawsuits. So
yeah, companies were not very litigious in the 80s about their IP.
I just think Sega didn't give a shit. I think they were like, fuck it. Let's just if we get in trouble, we'll make a new one.
Well, I mean, there was Nintendo, right?
Right.
technically they almost got sued by Universal for Donkey Kong, right?
Yes. Well, they did get sued.
So
they won that lawsuit.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So, I mean, it happened, but it was very rare. I mean, even look at, like Contra.
Right.
It has Arnold Schwarzenegger and it has Sylvester Stallone. Like,
clearly.
You look at that box art and it's like, yeah, this is clear, copyright infringement, right?
Yeah.
As for this game in particular, I mean, they put in Rambo, the Terminator, the Hulk, Godzilla, Batman, and Spider-Man. Literally Spider-Man. You go in the manual and it says Spider-Man trademark.
Yeah, well, they had the license for that, which is really weird to me that they were like, you know what, out of all this shit we're putting in the game, let's just make sure Spider-Man is the legality's okay there. Oh, also, they had Mother Brain in it, and I think it was called Mother Brain, which is the boss of the ship level. I don't know if it's actually called Mother Brain, but it looks very fucking close to the Mother Brain on Metroid, the original one on NES.
Why can't I think of... why can't I remember what that looks like? I know what you're talking about.
It's the level with the at the end when it has the weird... It's like a super easy boss, but it has the lasers, and then they stop, and then a brain in a jar comes up out of a machine, and you have to shoot it and it goes back in.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now I remember. You know, yeah, I guess I can kind of see the similarities, yeah.
That's just my conspiracy. I'm not saying that's truth, but...
It looked more like you were fighting an iron lung or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck that thing was.
But after seeing fucking Batman and Spider-Man, I'm like, oh, there we go. Fucking Mother Brain. I was expecting to see fucking Max Headroom and Michael Jackson pop out at some point.
It doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense that Spider-Man is in this game. It doesn't make sense any of these things are in this game, but like the Hulk and like Godzilla. I mean, to be honest, yeah, it looks like Godzilla, but also it could just be a generic dinosaur at the same time. Like these designs are vague enough, but Spider-Man is Spider-Man. Like that dude is crawling on the walls, coming down on a web, shooting webs at you.
And then he turns into
Spider-Man.
He turns into Batman.
Yeah.
And it's clearly Batman. Just like the Hulk turns into Terminator. And for me, I'm a kid, I'm busting my first nut. I'm like, oh, these are every fucking thing I love in the world right now in 1990 in this one fucking game. And it's the first game I ever played in this generation. I almost had a fucking pleasure stroke. That sounded terrible. Ugh.
Dude, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Like all they needed was the fucking Ninja Turtles. He-Man.
I know. I want to see what the drafts were. I wonder if like even if all the enemies were going to be fucking pop culture things from the 80s.
The second boss that you fight in the club should have just been Prince.
That would have been perfect Michael Jackson boss.
IGN 7.8 out of 10. And something you brought up, and I actually had in my notes, something that was brought up outside of the podcast here, was Entertainment Weekly rears its ugly head again. For some reason, they were reviewing video games in the 90s. They gave it a B-, and they stated, quote, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night is flat and dated by comparison, end quote. Has there been a quote that's ever been
fucking take? Yeah. That is a fucking take. I don't know. No, I literally looked at that quote because I saw it last night before, and I sent it to you, and I'm like, "Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? The pedigree that Castlevania has, the sales that Symphony of the Night eventually did, completely outclassed Nightmare Creatures. For as much as I enjoyed the game, and it is the game that solidified the other half of the Metroidvania. As we know, the other Castlevanias were platformer action games until Igarashi, I think, if yes. I get the wrong guy. Yeah, Igarashi got a hold of it and transformed it into such a different thing that the next several Castlevania games would all be these search action titles that people have fond memories of. And here, Entertainment fucking Weekly, the same people that, want to know what's going on in Johnny Depp's asshole this week, are reviewing video games.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I mean, even to define the genre as Metroidvania, fans have also classified that era of Castlevania as Igavanias because of Igarashi, because he had such an influential style with those games that the ones that he didn't touch were obviously very different. And just to be so fucking short-sighted. I mean, again, I talked about this, I think, on my R.D. Lightfoot episode, where a lot of gaming outlets, and apparently Entertainment Weekly, were just so sick of 2D gaming that anything 3D was just going to get praised just for being 3D. And I mean, you already talked about it, dude. Nightmare Creatures is a polygon video game, and I haven't played Symphony of the Night, so I won't talk about how that game plays or anything. I'm sure it plays just fine, but even
still they've released it so many times.
Yeah, even just looking at it visually, though, I don't know what I mean. Yes, Castlevania is certainly flat, but it looks fucking gorgeous compared to Nightmare Creatures.
Yeah. I mean, even the artistic vision alone, it just outpaces a lot of things, which is, I think, one of the things that made it stand out in the Polygon era, because, of course, every game wanted to suddenly go, oh, we have a third dimension we've just opened up because of the technology. Let's utilize it. Some of them did very well. Most of them are trash. And I've said before, I've nothing against trash. I have trash taste. I know that. A lot of the media I consume is not considered always the best and the brightest of the bunch. Yes, I'm more than happy to, witness the darlings of any genre. But at the end of the day, I'm largely a simple man. I have simple pleasures. I know what I like. But even I can sit there and go, what a fucking shit ass take is this? No, it is the two don't match. And again, this is why the professional critics, and obviously what we're doing here in talking about this, we are taking on the role of critic. We are criticizing, we are critiquing for a reason. But people who get paid on a routine basis, and believe me, I'm not jealous. As much as I'd love the money to get paid to write professionally, that ain't going to happen. Realistically, that ain't going to happen. I know that. But a lot of professional writers and critics, I sit there and I look at their takes and I'm like, what is this? What are you thinking? Are you trying to tick a box? Are you trying to piss people off on purpose? Because if you are, you're stupid. That's a bad way to go about it.
So you want to just move on to the BFG, right? Because that's in this movie.
Of course. Yeah. I think before the BFG, they introduced the nano walls, and that was cool.
Yes,
cool.
Yeah. I was going to say that was kind of a cool effect. It's funny because they set this wall up multiple times where black dude's yeah, man, I don't know about that wall. That wall's kind of freaky over there. And it's they're constantly referencing this wall. And then 10 minutes later, they end up getting chased by Dr. Carmack, who's now a full-on demon, and chases them. And I guess I didn't really say what the wall was, but it's it's almost not like a portal. I don't know how you would describe it.
Like a nano wall. It's almost like it gets energized and you could walk through it. The particles become something you could phase through, traverse through. And then when it gets turned off, it becomes a solid wall.
Yeah, perfect.
I think that's yeah.
Yeah, and so as this demon is chasing them, they turn the wall off, and it catches it's almost like the demon's clipping through. It's like a bad video game. The demon's just clipping through the wall.
Yeah.
And that poor bastard is still alive. I thought it was really funny when The Rock shows up later in the movie and shoots him in the head.
And he's like, what is this? Yes. What the hell is this? And it's looking at him.
Yeah. When The Rock enters that scene, he sounds like a pissed off parent who came home late at night and found out that their kids were having a party.
A huge mess. Yeah, exactly.
So what the fuck is going on in here?
Since I left. Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to be in bed.
It's like when your parents would rip the game console out of the TV, but instead he's just that's enough fun here, then shoots the demon in the face.
Right. Duke's like, I'm going to my room with my aid cart and you can't stop me, Dad.
Yeah, but earlier in the movie, like The Rock notices like they show the BFG, there it is, like foreshadowing, right? So yeah, he notices it's behind like a locked door or whatever, but like an hour into the movie, The Rock, I guess, finds the key card to level 5 that gives him access to the gun.
Very video gamey.
You know what would make this game I'll never get used to that. You know what would make this movie more fun? If there were just more if there were more key cards in this movie, if all the walking that they did, they were just collecting key cards. They just got stuff because that's all you do with those fucking video games.
Right. Like a little bit of lava thrown in there, right? Or like, because this lacked lava.
Barrels full of toxic goo.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he finds the BFG, of course he says, "Big fucking gun," in case you don't know. And then it's really about to go down because right after that he picks up the BFG and he goes, "Oh shit!" It's like, all right.
I do think the model of the gun itself was cool. Like they did spend time kind of circling, getting like this like shot all around it, and I mean it looked like the gun from the game, which was, hey, good job, like you did it.
I'll even go as far as saying like when he fires it and like the effects that it has like on the set. Looks really fucking cool.
100%. Absolutely. It just like melts everything, which probably not the best thing to shoot, in Mars.
Right, yeah.
But okay. Worked out.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, these dudes none of these guys are dressed like the Doom Marine. Like, they are just dressed in like regular, like,
tactical
gear.
outfits.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. There's no midriffs here. Yeah. Like the original Doom cover.
Man, so basically, I need to talk about this. This is my favorite scene in the entire movie. I don't know. He's basically like the only black guy on the squad. I think that's Destroyer.
Well, there's two. There's Destroyer and Duke.
Listen, these characters are interchangeable.
Walk this back, Keith.
These characters are absolutely interchangeable. Like, they are the same everyone is the same character.
They even have a line where they're like, Duke says like, yeah, my only family's Destroyer. I grew up with him and blah, blah. So like, yeah, there's definitely like a bond there between the two. So I think you're fine.
Either way, one of these dudes ends up encountering one of the demons here, and like they're fighting in an electric like cage match or whatever. And
dope.
This guy Destroyer is fighting the demon with a CRT monitor.
Yeah, like swinging it around like a mace. Yes. And just like screaming, just like, ah. So good.
I was taking notes and I looked up at the screen to see what was happening because it was like, oh, it sounds like something is finally happening in this movie. And this guy is swinging around
Thunderdome.
I couldn't believe it.
It's great, dude.
I'm like, you know what? This is probably the smartest dude in the movie because, man, that CRT monitor easily kill anything. Like,
right? It's probably like 80 pounds. It's like a 20-inch monitor that probably weighs like 100 pounds.
Dude, The Rock. The Rock should have gone for the CRT monitor instead of the BFG. I'm just gonna say it. It is like a medieval mace. It's like, dude, what are we doing?
For sure. Yeah, that was a cool scene, though. Like,
oh my god, I'm crying. And since this is my first time mentioning STI, which is, not that kind of STI.
Sega. That didn't age well.
No. Mark Cerny did not think that one through.
Well, I mean, acronyms, it's always fun to like make up different words for different acronyms than usually what they are. You can come up with some weird shit sometimes. So.
STI was a first party Western developer for Sega, which is what kind of really divided Sega of America and Sega of Japan, which
was,
if you want to talk,
his first game for Sega
for STI. No, that would be Sonic 2.
Okay.
The good Sonic.
And
because right before this game, I know that Cerny made Dick Tracy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that was not.
Isn't that a bad game?
That is a bad game.
So I wonder if Mark Cerny was
a bad
because Dick
game
Tracy
maker.
was a third-party game, and that was on the NES, wasn't it?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, because around I don't know if he was working for Sega before STI, but either way, he founded STI. And that I know I keep saying STI, and I was just
The Technical Institute.
He was patient zero for the first STI.
Oh, then why isn't it called Cerny's? No.
Oh my god.
You're welcome.
You know, I have to tell this to all of my first dates here, but you know, I was a little wild in my 20s. I didn't use protection, and I caught the Cernies. So
that's what we should do with every bad game maker and bad person. Just like make them into a STI. Oh God, you got the musk. Oh.
the Cernies do carry a general musk to it. If you don't take care of it. Okay. Welcome to the Main Quest podcast, the only retro gaming podcast on the entire internet. Welcome to the Main Quest podcast. As always, I am your host, Keith, the only retro gaming podcast host that won't tell you he fucked your mother on Xbox Live. Welcome back to another episode of the Main Quest podcast, the #1 retro gaming podcast that loves to go on more adventures than that girl you swiped right on Tinder. The #1 retro gaming podcast that is big enough to sue Apple. The #1 retro gaming podcast that is wetter than an otter's pocket. This is the #1 retro gaming podcast with an immune system strong enough to still lick envelopes shut. The #1 gaming podcast that is so damn good, we record our episodes twice. The #1 retro gaming podcast that will not be upscaled to HD and ported over to another podcast app. The #1 retro gaming podcast that doesn't delete fans' comments out of disagreement. The #1 retro gaming podcast that does not own any first-party developers. The #1 retro gaming podcast that has a cell phone signal the entire time. The #1 retro gaming podcast that makes sure the killer is dead. The #1 retro gaming podcast that is constantly cheating death's design. This is the #1 retro gaming podcast that is a metaphor for the mass destruction that nuclear weapons caused Hiroshima. The #1 retro gaming podcast that has been prestigiously decorated for participating in the console wars. The #1 retro gaming podcast that is Santa's little helper. The #1 retro gaming podcast that is just a more difficult version of the already existing #2 podcast. This is the #1 gaming podcast that relieves the pain associated with your burning bush. This is the #1 retro gaming podcast that drops it like it's hard, not like it's hot, because you want to do a hard drop in Tetris, not a hot drop. The #1 retro gaming podcast that wouldn't exist without Metallica. It's the #1 retro gaming podcast that won't pull out for Lady Demiscus. I actually have no idea how to say her name. It's the I'm talking about the tall vampire woman with the milk bombs. This is, of course, the #1 retro gaming podcast with more Twitter followers than Donald Trump. Congratulations, you have found the #1 retro gaming podcast with more to offer than a Nintendo Direct. This is the number one retro gaming podcast that is more refreshing than a tall glass of media hype Kool-Aid. This is the number one retro gaming podcast with enough hot takes to keep you warm all winter long. The number one retro gaming podcast that would never lie to you about being the number one retro gaming podcast. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast, hated by the entire Zelda community. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that will eventually become a battle royale on NSO. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that re-records its entire backlog after 7 years. The number one retro gaming podcast that turns heel during a tag team match. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that always blows on it before sliding it in. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast to ever be featured in Maxim's Hot 100. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with the more dirty laundry than the entire gaming industry. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that cosplays as the number two retro gaming podcast as a humble brag. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that might make you feel young again until I make you realize you're just middle-aged and replacing that reality with nostalgia. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that will spell your name correctly on your cup of coffee. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that will make you run to your therapist to deconstruct your feelings on what you just heard. This is the number one retro gaming podcast that is too hot for TV. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that will get to the chopper. Oh, it's so bad. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with enough credentials to kill an alien with a forklift. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that conveniently leaves the body propped up against the closet door so it falls out when you go to open it. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more useless bullshit than the gold and silver pawn shop. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that has been ported to PC without any controversy. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that does machines. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast endorsed by Pizza Hut. This is the number one retro gaming podcast that has over 130 episodes, 150 hours of audio, and nearly 15,000 downloads, and is 3 years old today. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that doesn't need any kind of gimmick like being thick, a rage meter, or a genie.
You're listening to the Main Quest podcast with more up, up, down, downs than a prostitute's underwear.
This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that bork bork foopy. This is, of course,
der Retro Gaming Podcast Nummer 1, der furchtlos in die Hauptstadt des Feindes eindringend.
This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that doesn't play natively on the Switch. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with enough money to acquire your podcast. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with a joystick hard enough to give your hand blisters. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast to eliminate itself from a rhino's ass. The number one retro gaming podcast that has a thing for creepy bald uncles. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that doesn't know what 6 times 9 is. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast according to Bo. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with no gag reflex. You are, of course, listening to the number one retro gaming podcast that is cooler than Chris Pratt. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more gas issues than the Keystone Pipeline. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast to reward your listenership with crude bikini photos. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more eyes than Princess Daisy. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that reminds you that your nostalgia is just a dream. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that has enough cocaine in its system to embezzle hundreds of millions of dollars from investment groups. The number one retro gaming podcast with more blast processing than your uncle on cocaine. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that is cheekier than Nando's. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that has a 10 A++ WADA rating. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that takes their girlfriend on a date during a full moon with the knowledge that he himself is a werewolf. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that will send more shivers down your spine than a pea shiver. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that is going to get you, Barbara. The number one retro gaming podcast with more lip syncing than a Times Square New Year's Eve performance. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that can finish more sentences than a mumble rapper. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that has a faster word count than Stephen Hawking. As always, I am your host, Keith. That's a dark one. It's a little dark. Buckle up. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more kinks than a deviant art creator. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with enough rumble for your pack. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that doubles its magic meter the smaller the thong is. This is the number one retro gaming podcast that put the hard in rock hard. The number one retro gaming podcast with more girth than an echidna. The number one retro gaming podcast strong enough to punch right through diamond. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more hatred for pirates than Nintendo. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that takes liberties in reinventing your favorite anti-hero by inserting dual-wielding katanas inside of their forearms. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that hopes your mother isn't sucking cocks in hell. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that can hide in your bathwater without a snorkel. The number one retro gaming podcast that makes you want to stick your head out of a moving vehicle as you go into anaphylactic shock brought on by a cult's attempt at using your brother's body as a vessel to bring upon Satan. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that can lock on to episode 78 to give you a deeper, fuller experience. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that never returned their blockbuster games on time. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast with more flawless victories than O.J. Simpson. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that gets around via giant rubber ducky. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that when it leaves to go out and get milk, it actually comes back with the groceries. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that is still available on Channel 3. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast, as you can hear, is sitting here by myself, talking to myself. That's Chaos Theory. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that has a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances at winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance at winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not going to try. So Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning. If we go one-on-one and then add 66 2/3 percent, I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that puts the silicon back in silicone. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that doesn't have apples in its pants. This is, of course, the number one retro gaming podcast that's lasted longer than your favorite live service game.